Okay, I'm tuning them up. Let me just make sure. My laptop has a serious delay. Like they don't want me to be up here. So I'm just waiting to see it move forward. Maybe it's me. Let me see. Maybe it's me. I just want to see my picture up here so I can see how it's. Okay, well, I do see. All right, yeah, it's up. Okay, so hey, so thank you for being here. It's another episode of Candace Michelle Views, where I give my opinion on what I am viewing on any mainstream media platform that you could think of, including YouTube. So hey, Jessica Parker. Thank you for being here. And Miss Smitty, hey, how you doing? Love that you guys are here at the beginning, so I won't be talking to myself. Yeah, so of course I had to come up here immediately from my last live because Kanye went upon himself to go on a super rampage on YouTube. So I have to come up here. I did not want to come up here, but I said, you know what, let me come up here because I don't want this time to go past because I don't like what Kanye is doing. Okay, it's clear as day Kanye is trying to take over the YouTube um, arena, and he's basically hey, never hungry again, what's up? Always showing me love. But Kanye is on a YouTube rampage. He's been on YouTube for 24, 48 hours straight without taking no breaks, and then he's promoting and trying to recruit people to do things. So I'm just trying to come up here and try to rebuttal and try to come behind him because he's literally stealing our spotlight of what truthers and people, and I don't know what kind of community you want to call it, but just a community of people that don't really want to take up no more bull crap and lies. So yeah, truth the community. He's literally trying to take over the truth the community and pretend that he is the one that's coming out with all this information. And of course, like, because he's a celebrity, he's getting these big giant views and this big platform saying things like, oh, that we're Jews and that Jewish people are taking advantage through contracts, and that we need black lawyers or Negro lawyers like Johnny Cochran, just like John Hancock, like that signed the declaration, saying that we need somebody like that to come and review all these contracts with the NFL, the NBA, and the music industry, and I'm assuming a lot more contracts. But what he's mainly talking about is what Negroes have dominated, right? But in reality, he's talking about black people from different countries that dominated these fields, and did what they did during the time frame of keeping us entertained, and now they want their reward for it. And their reward for it is him being blackballed or kicked out. But in reality, he's not being blackballed and kicked out of Chase Morgan Bank. It's the fact that this system has now is over. It's a system that's no longer in a contract and with yourselves. So Kanye is over here trying to pretend like, oh, they're not dealing with me, and all these things are happening, and everybody needs to run this way. Everybody needs to come this way, and it's so urgent. So it's just very crucial what he's doing right now, as far as everybody follows celebrities, and for him to just jump out of nowhere and come up with a YouTube page and be up there for 48 hours straight playing these interviews like as if they're banned. So of course everybody wants to see it because it's banned, and when you're watching it, they kind of cut it off and they try to add, put it back up with different titles. So it's making it seem like everybody needs to watch this. This is psychology 101 again, a psyops where they're trying to act like, look, you better come and listen to this because it could barely stay on TV. Okay, because it's such good information, but is it really good information? And who is the good information for? Is it for Negroes, or is it for people like Kanye? Like as he say, his name is now Ye, right? And it's funny how everybody is calling him Ye with no interruption, no like hesitation of saying, oh Kanye, my bad. Yay. Like no one's making no mistakes of calling him Kanye. Everybody is super programmed and on top of He's no longer Kanye. He is Ye. So why the name change? Why the name change? This is the same thing I'll be thinking of with Puffy or with Prince, like Prince, formerly known as Prince. When they lock you out of something, like your Kanye name, your Kanye West name, now that brand and that name has been bankrupt, whatever the issue has been with the Kanye West brand, it is no longer an accessible situation for him. So now he has to rebrand and now allocate funds somewhere else with this new brand, this new name, and try to build like he built for the prior people that were in charge. Now he's acting like he's over here scrambling to build somewhere else. But he's acting like it's a good thing for us when it's really just a good thing for them as it's always been. So I got a lot of clips I want to go over with you. I'm trying to let my phone charge a little bit. But I want to go over a lot of clips that he was talking about in those interviews. The interviews were weird as hell. Kanye West, like, I don't know if, like, when you're a sign, right? Like, you have, like, if you're a Aries or a Scorpio, whatever. Sometimes when you see yourself, like, you know this celebrity or this person. It doesn't even have to be a celebrity. It could be like a reality show, a regular person. I don't care. Or like, a court show where regular people are there talking and debating on a court case. When you see that person and they just so happen to disclose that their sign is whatever, and it's your sign. Sometimes you probably was looking like, I kind of thought that person was that sign because they're saying things that I would say, or they have a behavior like how I would have. And that's why signs, sometimes people don't believe in it, but in reality, it's just a personality. It's not like, oh, you're the same person. It's like you will have more mood swings if you're this side. You'll have more laughable moments at a time when it's not laughable at this sign, or this sign is very manipulative, this sign always begging. It seems like it always fits with the sign, right? So that's not something that you could debate. It's something that is noticed as a pattern, and this is why these things are calculated like that, because it's based off of patterns. So if somebody is noticing, oh, these are patterns, it becomes a category after a while. So anyway, when Kanye was on there doing his political rants and acting like he was not even sticking on a subject. He was on one subject, and he kind of I was like, he's giving me vibes. He sounds like me. He sounds like he's going on his tangible rant about all these things that's going on, talking about his experience and this and that, and this is why he's saying these things. And I'm like, yo, he kind of sounds like a January Capricorn. Now, I say this because when I'm looking at him in the interviews, his face looks so scruffy. He had hair patches, like in places that you'll be like, you're not taking care of, like you're not shaping up or doing nothing at all. It's just like, you know how they be like, no shave November or something like that. Like, I don't know if this is no shave November, but he is like so scruffy on the face. So I'm kind of thinking when he's doing all these interviews, that he's so scruffy. And even when he was on the red carpet with Ray J, he looked like he didn't say a word. He was just like looking down. He had a whole bunch of clothes on. He's doing like this hobo, homeless look. And it's all because he's in costume. This is Ray J. When I'm hearing this guy talk, I'm like, yo, I'm cracking up off stuff like, yo, that's something I would say. And I know that I watch other shows, and I know other shows be like let's say like I Love New York. I Love New York is a December Capricorn, right? And even with when she was Heart and Flavor Flav, I Love New York, and I think her name was Delicious. So Delicious was a January Capricorn. I Love New York was a December Capricorn. And they both had very similar personalities, but one used it one way and another one used it another way. But they both were very similar on that show, if you notice how their personalities were. So I just felt like when I watch those shows, I just be cracking up a little bit more when they say things or when they do certain things, because I'm like, oh, that's something like how I sound, or this is something like how I would do, right? Like, it sounds like a Capricorn, right? So when Kanye was in these interviews, and I watched all of them, because I'm like, really, when he took over the YouTube, I was irritated, because I'm like, yo, we can't even get YouTube no more. Like, they know everybody at the YouTube, so now here come the celebrities. Everybody and their mother on YouTube now. You got everybody doing little cooking shows. You got everybody doing little vlog life, like, oh, come look at my annoying ass life show. You got people that's trying to pretend like they regular people, and they really a part of this whole French, British, Spanish takeover. Like you see all these people coming from the Dominican Republic, Trinidad, it's the same people, Africa, blah, 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 right? So they keep bringing these people on these platforms like we're stupid, and we already know already that every single body up here is a part of that little circle that was a part of the queen. They all, was with that queen beehive. So I just felt like, Kanye is definitely probably in mask. That's what the scruffy homeless look is about. So you can't really see any issues if they have any issues. If that makes any sense. Like if something falls off or something, he got so much going on that you wouldn't even know. So while I'm watching the interview, I think I was watching the Piers Morgan one. I think the Piers Morgan one was the best one. And when you look at Piers Morgan's face, Piers Morgan's face was moving. He looked like he had a mask on too, because he had that big turkey neck. But he looked like he had a mask on too, but his face was moving, everything was moving. But when you watch Kanye through that whole interview, Kanye's face is so tight, like he has Botox. So that's just an indication sometimes when you see somebody Kanye has a lot of rows in the back of his neck. So for you to have a lot of rows in the back of your neck like that, you would think that your cheeks and stuff would move a little bit because you're a little bit chubby. But his is very tight. So it's like, okay, it's either you got Botox, and I don't even think you could do Botox in the cheeks. Like, you would have to put those things in your cheeks. The things. But the fillers. So I don't think he got fillers, because it's like he got chubby cheeks, but they're not moving. So anyway, my speculation is that he was in mask, and this is Ray J speaking, right? So now he's being very explicit. He's acting like he's giving us all this information. The same thing Ray J was talking about when he came out saying, oh, well, Kim was doing this with the contracts. The same thing is what Kanye is saying about his contracts. He's over here talking about the contracts and this and that. So it's like, bro, you and Ray J are like this in the conversations that you guys are having. So then on top of that, Kanye is saying a lot of threatening stuff like, yeah, come get me, or do this to me. If you're going to do something, kill me tonight. I might die. I'm doing dangerous stuff. So he's already insinuating that he's doing things that might cause him to end up dying somehow. Like, I'm not saying that somebody's going to kill him, but he's trying to say, like, he might end up like how they got all these stories. I don't know if he's going to get robbed or somebody's going to come out of nowhere. I don't know if he's going to, who knows what's going to happen, but he's already trying to set you guys out for him to no longer be here, or whatever the case may be. And I don't know if he's going to die or not. That's not my real issue, because obviously he's not going to die anytime soon, because he's planning on running or being a part of this presidential situation. But I just felt it was weird that my last live that I did, and I was talking about them, and it was going in about them and saying all these things, and then he comes out and do this big parade that he did after I did my live. And I was just like, yo, this guy is not letting up. You know what I'm saying? He's like double downing on us and on my turf. He's like on my turf, double downing on me. So I was like, okay, now I'm gonna come up next week too, because he's literally stealing my whole platform, taking what I'm trying to explain to people, like, hey, about what's going on as far as what we're dealing with and why we're watching people live their best lives, and we're working and doing everything. As some people are working and doing everything right, and all they can do is keep having a check by check life, and that doesn't make no freaking sense. But then when I try to explain it of how everybody's in these little circles, and I know for a fact of experience that they're in these fucking circles, because I hung out with so many different people, and they all fucking knew each other. They all was like, one day I was in parties, like I was being in places, and I'm like, these people know each other, and these people know each other, and these people know each other, and they all affiliated with like scamming and doing things or whatever the case may be. So it's like, bro, that's not a coincidence. This sounds like, it's like, and they're all from different neighborhoods all over the place, right? But y'all all know each other. And these are not like regular people. These are like, like so-called popular or whatever people that are not nobodies. I could name I could name 10 people that I'm talking about, and you'll probably know them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about celebrities. I'm talking about like street level, whatever, popular people, right? Because they have them inside your neighborhoods. And it's through the church, it's through this, it's through a lot of things, through like a lot of things. And they always knew they were going to be doing this. This is a taught situation. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they already know what they are part of, and they already know what they're going to be doing. And I know that. So because I know these things, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to come up and talk for the Negroes, because I felt subjected to things that I could have crashed out on, because there's no room for us. They just use and abuse the certain people, not just Negroes, whoever's not a part of it. So you could be Spanish or something as well, but if you're not a part of the group, their job is to milk you, make you do things. You thinking you being the runner and you might rank up, but a lot of people are never going to rank up. A lot of people are going to crash out, do biz, do this, do that, and it was always going to happen to y'all, because the people at the top of the pyramid don't get touched. And then the people at the second or third level recruit you losers, because they're the fake popular people. And they're all planted people. They all knew each other. So I'm just looking like, I caught y'all. So anyway, yeah, I got a brain. So I was like, oh, okay. So after that, when you start saying no to a lot of things and you're not no longer doing things to put yourself at risk, you really don't serve no purpose in those circles. So anyway, I just want to go over some stuff that Kanye went. I just want to rebuttal a lot of things. That's what I just really came up here for. I don't want to ignore the chat. Last time I realized I was up here and I ignored the chat, and I was like, that was mad rude of me. So I definitely want to see some of your guys comments and try to yeah, he's talking about faking. He's definitely, Ray J is definitely Kanye. It's not Kanye, it's Ray J. Ray J is Kanye. Kanye is not a real person. And then the fact that he got his name as Ye now, I'm going to try to explain that, because he think he's Yeezus, right? So I already tried to explain. Kanye is coming up here and acting like he's giving y'all all the information in fucking 2 days. And I've been up here for 2 years showing y'all Brazil, showing y'all France, showing y'all Russia, showing y'all China, showing y'all the North Pole, showing y'all the Hudson River, showing y'all, so y'all can have an understanding on how all this thing kind of ties in and what kind of, who's the people and blah, blah, blah. I've been up here explaining a lot of stuff, and this guy think he's going to come up here and be the hero and be like, oh, we're Jews and the Israel tribe and it's like, bruh, you're going by Yeezus. You're going by Yeezy. And we already explained to you where the Y comes from when I showed you the clip when that person was on vacation in Africa, and the person, it said yellow with a Y. Instead of saying hello, it said yellow. So instead of him saying Jesus, he got to say Yeezus because of where he's from. I keep trying to explain to y'all, when somebody's from somewhere, the name changes, but it still means the same person. So he's talking about Jesus, but he don't use the J because he's not from the J area. He's from the Y area. His mother, Donda, is from the Middle East, Africa. They have like this desert that is literally her name. I think it's just spelled with a E instead of an A. It's like Donda, whatever. And if you look into it, it's common sense that his moms are super connected. And I already explained that. And I believe his father could be it could be a Negro. He could be a male, a black man from America. He could be a British half-breed. I don't know. But it's clear as day that his mother and his father is supposed to be a military guy. And now you're starting to see that all these people are military and government related. You think all these celebrities is cool, and they got an uncle that's a sergeant. They all police based. They all military based. So how is these rappers and all these people so cool, but they with the government and they with the police and they with the, so it's like, bruh, this is a sad trick that was played on us, and the fact that we ran with it and was very manipulated in a part of it, it makes me sick to my stomach. So Kanye's over here trying to pretend like, oh, look at the rappers. I can't say this, but rapper, and I'm being censored by saying this and this and this, right? Which most of the stuff he was saying was accurate about the tribes of Israel and this and that. Great for you. But then he's saying like, oh, well, the rappers are rapping about being, girls being hoes and selling drugs and killing, I'll kill you. And he was saying the N-word a lot. He was being graphic, of course, saying like, oh, and I'll kill, and nigga, I'll kill you, da da da. And it's like, bro, you gotta be kidding me. You participated in the same game. You participated in this. He might not have been saying, hey, let kill him, nigga kill you, nigga kill me. But he, at some point, his whole album when he came out was College Dropout. So right then and there, you're harming a whole lot of Negro children and people because It's the urban people you're after. These are the people, I don't know who is supporting them fundamentally, because the poor people is not even really even able to buy most of their stuff. So I know they're not making money off of us. It's rich people paying these people to take over on it, to do this to us. So we're not paying them. It's people paying them to say, hey, F these people minds up. Right? So Kanye over here acting like, oh, well, y'all effing people minds up, da da da. And it's like, all right, but you did too, bro, because I was listening to everything you said. When you was like, oh, I spent $500 on this just to be like, nigga, you ain't up on this. Oh, that harmed a lot of people, bro. When you did the whole album as a college dropout because you was just so lucky to sign with Jay and you're not even a rapper, but here you are being a super rich rapper, that's not reality for nobody. So the fact that you're like, oh, college dropout, a lot of people probably dropped out of college, Kanye. A lot of people probably buying $500 shirts that didn't mean shit, Kanye. That went back to the people you saying now is ripping us off. That just you're saying now is vultures and culture vultures and all this other stuff. When you was making money off of them and you was setting your stage to be on a platform you are today, you had no problem participating in the takedown of Negroes. So stop acting like you're going to be the Jesus. Be the Yeezus and save whoever people you're trying to save, which I'm assuming is black people, black outside of of us people, and you can do that all you want. I don't know who the hell he's trying to save. I don't know, but the fact that he goes by Yeezus and not Jesus, of course he would not be able to go by Jesus, but the fact that he's choosing Y and Yeezus is clearly because it's coming from his African tongue. Okay, so it's like, bruh. You're not ripping me off with that. Whatever he's saying, he's not going to rip you off. Now, could I give Kanye a pass? Yeah, I give Kanye a pass a little bit on some things he say because I believe he's mixed. I believe, of course, like a lot of people are in here because they are anchor babies, which means that his mother's probably not from here, or even if she was born here or not, you could clearly see in her features she's not from here. She has a very strong feature that will land her in Africa or in Haiti or somewhere else. That's her features, so it will land her somewhere there. Okay, so we see that Kanye West features is not so strong and that it has to be somewhat of an anchor situation going on, which means he's mixed. Which his father's supposed to be a military man, but no one knows who his father is because this is not real characters. You know what I'm saying? His mother is probably a handler and that's why she's off the scene. You know what I'm saying? These are not real characters anyway, but I'm just going along with the story of trying to explain what Yeezus even is. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, the Y comes from Africa, so it's right off the bat you got to be very careful of what direction he's trying to steer you in because we're not from there, and these people are not looking for the best options for us. So they're literally trying to figure out how to transition these things, like trying to transition from having stuff in Chase Morgan Bank, whatever's going on with Chase Morgan Bank. As you can see, he's saying he can no longer have his money there or whatever. It's like what I was trying to make. What point was I trying to make with the bank? I was trying to make a point with the bank about his money not being there. So it's like because it's like, look, it's like what he's doing now, right? I think he had like a scanner. I'm gonna charge you. Yeah, so he had like a scanner that you could scan and support, and like it takes you to like crypto or something like that. So it's obvious that Kanye and all of them now they're trying to bring the big boys out. Like, hey, come to crypto. We gotta the Chinese. Now I'm not gonna say Chinese. I'm gonna say Japanese. I want to say Japanese because I think Japanese and Chinese are not of like. I don't think they're having each other's back. You know, Japanese is more Asian and Chinese is kind of like a different kind of ball game. You know what I'm saying? They have more smaller noses. Japanese have more. You know, they're more. So it's a difference in the Chinese, and the Chinese are just relevant. The Chinese people are the last people to get here. You know what I'm saying? Like China, I already explained China was it was remote. No one was there, and you know, let history tell it. No one was living there. No one was in China. It was just people like towards like Russia, the Bering Strait. And then, you know, America was filled out because everything started in America and filled out going down to Latin America in the Caribbean. But then it spilled out to Africa and it also spills out to the Bering Strait. But nothing was really in the middle like that with like China and all those other things until a volcano erupted, and they said this volcano, not now where they say the Titan people, we're supposed to be coming from the Helena volcano. I showed that before, where it's like the dog, it got the dog there, because God and dog goes hand in hand. and they had the dog and Helena volcano, and that went off, and it goes in the crust. The crust is red. So the China crust, when that volcano went off, the crust was blue. It said it went lower than what the Helena volcano did. And it went lower, so low, it was like in the blue or whatever, like a sub-cold something. So that happened, right? And let them tell it, when these volcanoes erupt, life could occur. It's a show on Netflix it's like something called Catalina or something like that. And it starts off with a woman coming out of the ashes and the soot of a volcano after like a 10-odd years or something. She was like born to come. But anyway, I'm not going to get into that. But that's just the science of them trying to explain life on Earth coming from titanium, from the volcano's ashes, and blah, 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 blah. So this is where they're saying, so this is why Chinese people and stuff would not be of the same of us, because they are coming from a different cut. Let them tell it. And I was looking up like tortoises, not like, a turtle, but a turtle is also a big turtle is called a tortoise, right? And it's close to Taurus, right? Like a Taurus, like the bull or whatever, that this instant bull that's so-called a part of their little symbolism, right? But anyway, a tortoise, it goes a lot of places, right? The tortoise, they don't know, it's a sea land animal that put their eggs and they birth on land and this and that. So they're trying to act like this could be somewhere as the seed gate of human beings and life coming on land through the tortoise, okay? So anyway, the tortoise is originating from North America and from South America, right? But it also conjugates to like Malaysia, West Africa, and other places. But only place that the tourists do not have any affiliation to is Antarctica and Australia. So I just want people to understand that that's for a reason. All right, like it's not for no reason that these tortoises do not circulate in Antarctica and Australia. The black hole. And then you got these Solomon, the Noah Ark, and then you got these Solomon. These people said they came through that hole, and who knows what the hell is happening. And it's not a mistake that the tortoises do not be in those regions. So anyway, I just found that very interesting. That it's always the same regions and the same. It's like it makes sense of why it's two different kinds of people here. You see what I'm saying? So, and it's the red and the blue. It's the red and the blue. We're red blood. They're blue blooded. French people are blue. Like Blue Lives Matter. That's them harassing us. That's them. That's them being blue people. Whatever. Like Blue Lives Matter. That's French. So anyway, let me see if I can start looking into all the stuff that I want to talk about with Kanye. Okay, let's just try to get started there. I just want to tear him up real quick. Yeah, so they're like YouTube. Remove Kanye West interviews. So what does that tell you? Rappers can do interviews bragging about selling drugs in our communities, brag about killing ops, but don't you ever criticize the people that Kanye criticized. You're not allowed to speak disrespectful to them. So this is a big statement, right? And they're making Yeezus like as if here comes Jesus to save us. This is the road that, and mind you, Kanye I'm a big Tupac fan at some point. I was and I still am a Tupac fan at the end of the day. Like I was riding hard for Tupac. So I still want to do a live about Tupac only. But I still haven't mustered up what I really, really want to do, and I don't want to get emotional about Tupac because he was very highly influential to me. But anyway, because he was saying all the right things, and they gave him the right scripts to attract a mind like mine. They set these little honey traps. But anyway, so Kanye is like it's like Tupac passes the baton to Kanye, and now Kanye is now like somewhat of a Tupac, where he's like, he's not rapping about F you niggas and how street or what do they call these rappers now? They call them, it's like a certain name. I forget what they call them. These certain rappers that rap is called, not drag. I can't remember the name, but you know what I'm saying. Those the kind of rappers take drill. It's them drill. He's not like a drill rapper or whatever. He's like more of a, I wouldn't say common sense, because he has more like common sense is more for like the people that like to keep their hair their underarms hairy. Like Kanye West is not like that. He's not like Afrocentric rapper, but he is like a rapper like with Tupac kind of like where it's not drill. He's not aiming to have you guys outside selling drugs, but he is like acting like he's giving like all these like like trying to get information. Like Tupac saying like they got war on drugs with the police, so the police could bother me and things like that. It's like rap that speaks to your soul because it's like yeah they're bothering us and yeah you make sense man and yeah it's like Kanye was kind of like Tupac was kind of like passing his baton to Kanye to start doing that. So it's clear that that was Kanye's role from day one. He always was going to take on the so-called Messiah role and be this Jesus that's now telling everybody. Because look, my platform don't do that well. And I'm trying to be like, hey, look what this is. And look, we're literally the chosen people. And it's literally this little region that has everything. And this is what everybody's after. And and this is fucking facts, right? And no one, and Kanye's not even saying that. Kanye's not even giving you the fact that it's this little spot that everybody's fucking after, right? This is it, right? This is it. It's Michael Jackson. This is it tour. So, yeah, this is a lot, right? Because even in Kanye interview, he said, I'm Michael. I'm Michael. Like, so this is very subliminal, man. They're so subliminal. It's just crazy. I'm like, yo, why don't they just tell the truth about everything? Because it's clear that Kanye knows exactly what the hell is going on. He knew exactly what was going on from day one and never warned nobody about nothing until the day they stopped working with him well. Let him tell it the day they started blackballing him out. Now, all of a sudden, he's here to explain stuff to us. Like, do y'all care now? It's 15 years in, son. It's 15 years in or something like, you really think you helping us, bro? Couldn't you have did that years ago? And told us, hey, it's a lot of grimy stuff going on. And they just give you a lot of poison just to keep you guys working, man. Like they just want you to work. They want you to go to school and work. Look at these school drives. The school drive, they won't give you nothing to help your house home. But they'll give you a book bag with a tracker in it and some pedophile pizza to your kid. And it's like, bro, what the hell is all these book drives for, right? And it's like, bro, because they want your kids to go to school. So they can have more fucking workers. Like, what the fuck? Like, they don't want you to be no entrepreneur and go to no Pacific learn, to understand that you need to learn a trade. A lot of these African, a lot of these Spanish, they're learning how to do nails. They're learning how to do hair. They're learning how to do a lot of trades before they, go to school, but also learn your entrepreneurness so you don't be a worker for nobody. That's not what's being pushed on us. What's being pushed on us is to go ahead to public school and be a loser. You know what I'm saying? They're not saying, hey, this is the tools you need to be an entrepreneur. This is the tools you need. Like, what do you kids want to be in life? Let's start pushing that. Like, hey, let's figure out what these kids want to be. And let's start trying to accolade them to, like, little programs. Like, oh, you want to be a veterinarian? Great. Well, we have these little things on Saturday where you could come and try to take care of the farm. And you take the kids out on the bus. That's something that can be done easily with all the money that they're calculating funds from us federally. That could easily be done in these neighborhoods. They used to have the Yogi Bear bus. Now, we don't want Yogi Bear back. We don't want that. But the Yogi Bear was something like where you see they could pick you up on Saturday and not take us to just sit in a gym and look retarded and punch each other, but to have something like that where they could pick you up and actually teach you some trades and this and that. Now I seen I think I seen Charleston White. Now I don't have no issue with Charleston White. I don't think he's a real character either. When they have big platforms and they come out of nowhere, trust and believe this is either a family member of somebody or it's a maxed up person that's already on the stage that knows what they're doing. So because their platforms is too big and there's no way you're just going to become on all these platforms and people never heard of you before. When you're trying to get in the game, if you didn't start at like 5 years old, it's like when you see celebrities, you be like, oh, I know the celebrity is so hard, right? But then you start seeing other movies from back and you be like, oh, I didn't even know that celebrity was in that movie as a kid. Like, oh, I didn't know that's the kid from Soul Food or whatever. So these people, when you see them and you realize, oh, they're big celebrities, you don't realize how much they've been in the game all their life. You just didn't know of them yet. The platform, the rank, the work, the level work and the security level was not there yet. They didn't even get up to those levels yet. So if you're just getting in the game at 30 something no. Tasha K, no. Look at Tasha K, went to Africa with all that money. Took her money to Africa. Okay? Married her African man, took her money to Africa. See what I'm saying? And it's not because she no Cardi B. That's the way they play the game. They say they put Cardi B in the Spanish category, and Cardi B is Dominican and Trinidadian. She's a whole fucking liar too. She said her mother she said her sister has the same mother and father. But I remember back in the days when I used to follow, I had no issues with Cardi B. I thought she was a funny girl. I thought her teeth was bad and she was funny. And I used to watch her and I used to follow her sister, and it was a point in time where her sister was saying she was visiting her father and her half sister in Dominican Republic, and it wasn't the same for like you see Cardi B with her father, whatever. You don't never see Cardi B really with her mother. Then you never see Hennessy with that father, and you never see Hennessy with the mother. I think they got the same mother. And it's a very tricky situation because I don't think they're related. You see what I'm saying? They could be in the same household. These people be in the same households. They be taking kids in, all kinds of stuff, right? I don't think they look alike. They got different texture here. They got different texture looks in the face and features. And they're supposed to have the same mother and father. So it's not common to have the different hair texture, different look, a totally different look like that with the same mother and father. You could look different, but it shouldn't be that big of a difference in between y'all. You understand what I'm saying? Just because they're Spanish, y'all thinking, oh, they look alike. They don't. If you take a look, they don't look alike. One's tall, one's short. One has a round face, one has a skinny face. One has nappier hair because she's Trinidad and Dominican. One has straighter hair because I think she's just Dominican. And one went to visit her father and half sister in DR, and then Cardi B doesn't participate in none of those things. So I just bring that up because I had a clip of where Hennessy was in the club with Offset. And I'll be erasing a lot of stuff, so I don't think I have the video no more. But she was like turned around and dancing, right? And like Offset was like right behind her, and people they was taping it. And I feel like everything is they're celebrities, so this part was being taped on purpose so people could be like, oh, you know, Offset is looking at her butt or whatever. And why would you even be dancing in front of your sister man like that? I mean, you could dance, but it just was like, bro, you know he's right there. So I turned around. She was dancing in front of him. Then turned around. It was dancing and dancing, and he was acting like he wasn't really staring, but he was right directly in front of her. Like, why turn around? Anyway, that's beside the point. I don't got the video to show y'all. But the point is, now what I do got a video of is that son. That son looked just like the daughter. So now I'm not saying that these kids are even real. It's either they're taking them from the same prototype, and that's why they're looking exactly alike. Like, is that to the point where you don't even know if that's a girl or boy? It's literally a duplicate of these kids. I really feel like they're doing like these duplicate things. So this is why all these kids are looking just alike, because they're using these certain kind of ways to have them. Or this is Hennessy children. Hennessy, and I think Hennessy probably bust that nut. You see what I'm saying? I don't think she had the kids with her egg. I think she took in. These people are transgenders. I already showed you how Hennessy, I knew Hennessy was going to get her boobs done. Because she looked like she had hormone tutus. You saw, I showed you, remember I showed you that little nipple on her? I'm like, what the hell? She ain't had no breast tissue. It was just it was just a hormone and nipple. Like she was taking hormones. And when they take hormones and they do that transgender surgery, they look prettier than regular girls sometimes. They get them small little chins and they do all this work on their face where they look like cute little girls, right? So I think Hennessy bust the nut for them kids. And, you know, Offset is probably also. So he probably had them. Because he looked a little chunkier after she was having, he all disappear. He can't sing with the Migos. You see what I'm saying? Then he have kids, right? And his kids look just like him. But then here goes Cardi B kids looking just like Hennessy. It's just weird. I'm like, what the hell? How Offset kids supposedly look just like him, right? Which I don't even know. These kids just look like kids to me. But when it comes to Cardi B kids, no. Cardi B sister genes just took over. You know what I'm saying? And they showing Cardi B pregnant through the whole time. So these people are liars. They're freaking scammers. They skeezy scammers. I just cannot with these people, right? Here we go. Here he is, right? Now you see how he got a little pink sweater on too. Because this is what they like to do. They love to wear pink now. Now look at this baby. This baby look like him? No, this nigga got distinct features. Now, them other kids probably, right? But this one, no. The little girl, no. I thought this was the little girl. I thought this was like a throwback of the little girl. And I wish I had the video. I should have let the video play. because this was a video, and when the video played, the baby sound just like how the first baby, like, and I know y'all probably like, this is a baby, but these are celebrities, so they babies ain't off limits. I'm sorry, they be having their babies in commercials and shit, so I should be able to talk about these celebrities. Like, these kids are celebrities too. So anyway, so it means open field if you're a public figure. Just like me, if I'm a public figure, open field, don't give a fuck, right? Because you're not on a platform to have a kumbaya section. You're on a platform with an agenda. And these people have an agenda, I have an agenda. So what people say about us will never matter. The public platform is up for grabs for what I want to say. And it's also for the audience to say whatever the hell they want because we pushing things on them. So anyway, like I said, the kid was talking a little bit, like, let's be honest, right? These celebrity kids talk a little bit slow and retarded. Am I bugging? Like, some of these kids be acting like they be like Nicki Minaj kid, mad people kids. They be looking like they spaced the fuck out. They be looking like, and it's like, bro, they don't know how to talk yet. It be like weird. Sometimes I be looking like, yo, they at an age where they can at least say mama. You know what I'm saying? And then when they do get a certain age where they start talking, it just seems like something ain't registered. It's like I've been around enough kids to know that something ain't right with these kids. These kids act like they already smoking cigarettes when they start when they already talking. Just like with like Kanye, I think Chloe had Chicago on the red carpet with like a bustier. The little Chicago daughter had a bustier on, and Chloe had a bustier on, and they thought, and the comments was like, "Let these kids be kids. This is disgusting. Stop over-sexualizing these children. Why are you putting them on these platforms just to put these little tight outfits on them? They're not here to be on these platforms. Let them be children." And they're absolutely right, but that's not the lives that these kids are ever going to live. And trust and believe, I think that they do stuff with them too. Because like Oprah say, Oprah says some creepy shit like, oh, they like it and shit. So know that these people are. Don't think they just putting them in bustiers and stuff for fun. Okay, so anyway, just very explicit, right? So the kids act a little bit retarded. I don't know what the hell. I don't know if it's because the way how they're being born, that it could be that they probably develop a little bit more slower because if they're being born outside of, and then they're doing things to, create these kids in like either incubators or have these, the shit that Kylie like, the Tales May show, where they had these certain women have these celebrities, rich women, children. It was like a certain group of women that's like kept, and they have these women's children. It's a lot of people that have other people's children. I know a lot of like, this is like done by like a lot of white people, certain communities where they're just getting paid to have these people's children, and they're not even telling people that they're out here popping mad babies out for people. Like they're getting paid 10 stacks of pot, whatever, right? So I don't know how they're getting these kids here, but I think that's causing the development to be slow with them. Either that or they weren't real children until they were able to snatch a kid. You know how like they're probably putting robot kids out, babies out, and then when they finally get a kid to perform. Either way you look at it, the little boy was acting just like the little girl when she was a baby. Like he was like, whatever, right? So I just felt like it was like, bruh, this might not even be a real baby. This might be like a prototype or something. Like, it's given very slow. Like they're not giving enough energy. Like babies usually have a lot of energy, and I'm like, these babies are stiff. These babies are stiff. They be all retarded all the time. They always be like, ah, 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 and it's like, bro, that's that. I don't know no kids that's doing that. Kids that usually have a lot of energy. They be saying a lot of stuff. They be like, or they're crying. They're doing something. Have you even seen any of these kids cry? Like tears? Like, do you know if tears could come out of them? So anyway, I'm done bothering their kid. I'm sorry. I just had to get that out because I'm just like, it was so weird that they had Hennessy dancing in front of the guy, and they took the video clip and posted this so we can see it. And this is around the time that Cardi B had the kid, and I guess she wasn't coming out because she wasn't there. And I think this was a performance that Hennessy had, and I guess the stepbrother wanted to come out, the brother-in-law wanted to come out and support her hosting gig. But it was just a weird video to post, that's because she was talking to him and dancing. Then she turned around and was dancing, doing like some stuff. And he was right. It was like, bro, like that was weird. But anyway, right? Let's continue to move on. because it's a lot of nasty things going on with these people. So let's get back to the fake Jesus. The fake, they think we so dumb that we're gonna let the Africans. So they're saying, hey, let's. So what sometimes the stuff that I've been trying to get to is trying to explain the Moors, and it seems like I've been getting sidetracked and distracted ever since I've been trying to explain that, because they've been throwing out mad stuff like, oh, James Owens and Kanye West, and I'm trying to explain the Moors. like I tried to explain that in Africa, there's no, so you could say, okay, this is North Africa, this is West Africa, but Africa is not in the north. You understand what I'm trying to say? So when they say the Moors is in, when you look up the North Moors, it'd be like, where is the Moors from? They'll tell you North Africa, right? But you got to remember that Africa is not in the north. Africa is not in the north. Africa is in the Middle East, okay? Or it wouldn't be the West, right? Would that be considered? No. The West is considered China, coming into the Bering Strait, coming into the west side of Oregon and LA. That will be the West. Western is China, Russia. That's Western. That's West, coming into our West. Then East will start with us, and it will go on to London, France. That's the East, like London, France, Turkey. The middle, then it's the Middle East, and then it's like going on to Southeast Asia, because Southwest is Latin America. So I just want to, I always got to get geographical because this is about the world anyway, right? So why not get geographical? So when you're talking about North Africa, that the Moors is from North Africa, is Africa in the north? No. So could these people be from the north? Yes. Could the Moors be from the north? Absolutely. I was trying to explain that with Tariq Nasheed, on him keep saying foundational people, the name George and all these things. I'm trying to explain that shit as best as I could. So when they say that the God, when you look into like the whole contract, right, which is a real contract, the Jubilee and everything is a real contract, is real shit, right? It's a contract. It's still a contract, right? So they kind of explain, it's videos and it's channels out here that goes through the whole contract of the Jubilee. You can follow a lot of different channels. I done explained that already. But anyway, going forward to just talk about it, right? And not give all these definitions that's going to sidetrack me. Just talking about the contract alone. This guy that was explaining it was saying that the person that bought the land knew he was adaptation. But he bought the land because he knew that his people, his family, his bloodline down the line was going to be able to redeem it, right? So you got to understand, well, what land was bought? What land was, why not nobody's researching the land that was purchased if that was being said? So in my opinion, I believe he's talking about Florida, because that's where Augustine and the City of God and the Tree of Life and all that stuff is from. And it's the very beginning of our ear. It's the tail end of our turtle, our little area, right? So it's a big story about that. You know what I'm saying? And we can't ignore. I want to get on. The thing that stops me so bad is because I don't have the resources like other people's channels where they have people typing up shit and you can see everything up here. My laptop is not going to let me do that. It's very hard to look up everything up here on my phone because I be looking for specific stuff and it just takes so long. And I am a January Capricorn. I have no patience. None. Everything got to be like this or I'm going to the next. Like I'm moving on because I want to keep everything moving. Like I don't like to be standstill. But yeah, so trying to explain the Moors is going to be difficult. But like I said, I believe, like we all know that this turtle thing, I'm trying to see where, I don't know, I have so many things that backs me up, right? But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Yeah, because they call this, they don't call the whole America, but they call the area that I'm talking about where the chosen people are from, which is the South, the Midwest, not because I'm telling you, it's the Appalachian Mountains and it's a shield, and we're protected, this and that. It's the whole turtle thing, right? The whole turtle thing. They say this is called the fertile land, and that's why it's the tortoise. That's why it's called the tortoise. And that's why, the native people of this is the first original, this is how it's becoming, right? So this piece of land was purchased. Now, mind you, when he went into captation, who you got to remember that this is the creation of Disney World. This is the creation of, that's the captation. Like, why would you purchase this land if you know we about to take over Disney World and violate y'all for 50 some odd years? We're like for a century, okay? Which now the century is up. The new nation was born in like 1912. So when the movie 2012 came out and was saying that the world was ending, it was their contract ending. You know what I'm saying? Because the new nation started, the birth of a new nation started in 1912, and so did mass production. So you got to think, with mass production playing a part, it's so hard for me to explain. They didn't really need so many people to work no more. So it's like times was changing, right? And we kind of got sold out. So it's like you're purchasing something that you're selling us off, and to redeem us at another time frame because you wanted that mass production. You wanted those machineries. So I can't really prove all of this stuff. But trust me, the iron people, the people that rule with an iron fist is not us. That's not us. So you got to understand, when the iron came over and superseded the gold or the brass, whatever era, is because it was coming into new times. Now, who made these machineries? Who was able? I don't know. I'm not saying it was white people. White people came after the Dutch. So this is all Negro, black people, West Indian, Solomon, Jamaican type stuff going on. Where you got Prince Edward, you got Margaret, you got all those people in the Nova Scotia area in Canada going up. And mind you, they're not from there. They came and migrated over to us, like going with the wind. They came over to the prairie and settled there. But they were not from there. And that's why Chicago, Illinois and stuff has the Elizabeth and the Mary Lake, the Twin Lake. Because it's Chicago and then it's New York and stuff. So you got to understand that these new foundational people and stuff like that, this will be Kanye West and his mother and them coming over here. This is Britain people, islanding people, people that have these accents. So when you thinking, oh, Kanye is over here thinking of the best interest of us, no, he's talking about his black people and their business deals with the Jews. When you go to Jewish areas in New York, the West Indians ain't but 3 blocks up. They go hand in hand over here. They live in Eastern Parkway. They right next to each other. Eastern Parkway, then is Crown Heights, right? Then when you got Canarsie, then you got the Jews going down Avenue J. You go straight down Avenue J, you're in the Jews area again, by going down to Coney Island. So they go hand in hand, and these are the best areas too. They got the best brick houses. They got the best. You're not even from here. You got all these great homes that were built before these Jews. I don't know about the West Indies, but before these Jews got here, these fake Jews got here, because these Jewish people are coming off of the real Jews, of what Kanye is trying to say. Now, I don't know if who's Jews and who's not, but Jerusalem is like North America, and it's also London. It's also so Babylon or London. Babylon is London, and Babylon stands for baby London, like baby London. Babylon, baby London. I got that from my homeboy. He came out with another video on YouTube. And that's a really, really good channel. I believe he's like some Russian dude. I'm not sure exactly where he is, but he's definitely like Russian or probably from C-Tech. You know where C-Tech is, like, what do they call it when Nicki Minaj is like, oh, you never been to Prague? He's probably from Prague or something like that. I have no idea. But his channel is good. I want to explain his channel too. I know I'm all over the place, but let me see if I could go to his clip and try to explain what he was trying to explain. Let me see if I could try to explain that. Okay. Yeah, and I wanted to also talk about the catacombs. I also wanted to talk about the catacombs Because if you could see the catacombs is where they have all them bones. And kata, as you can see when I looked up the word kata means tasting. So these people are eating people. Okay? Just like when I was explaining Tartaria, remember I was explaining the old map, and the old map was showing that Tartaria was in the Russian area. So I already knew that the Tartarians, these tar babies, these dark Russian people that look like Jay-Z uncle, was from Russia, right? And these Tartarians were eating people, bro. They had it on the map, the old maps they were looking. They had like a person and an X, like, yo, don't go this way, because they eating people. Like, it literally said that on the map. Had a picture of people with an X and showing a fork and a knife and them eating people, bro. So they were labeled as, hey, don't come in this region, because they'll eat you. All right? So the catacombs and kata means tasting. It means to eat. So you got these people down there, skull and bones, and you're calling, and the kata means tasting. That's fucking creepy, bro. Right? Being sold to Moloch, right? They over there getting ate by Moloch, and you know that weird girl was serving chickens up. The one that had the argument with Mel Gibson. Forget that weird lady name. So we understand what kind of witchery this really comes from. It's not coming from white people. Like, and what is white people? It's not coming from, French people or Russian people. Like, this is more, you got to understand that French and Russian, those white people are taking the names of the West Indians. Those West Indian people name is Sarah, Harry, like Stacy, like really white names. That's their name. That's the West Indian and the African people name. And those white children they be having, or however they got them white people, they are secondary behind them. That's why in that Queen Elizabeth clip that I showed you, they were showing homage to the African dude, and Prince Philip didn't get why they were so respectful towards that man. That's their higher lineage. And then always be like, the African people always say the white man, because that's like little brother to them. That's like little sister, little brother. Like, we always gonna blame it on you. What you gonna do about it? Nothing. But African people gonna say the white man no matter what, because that's just the way they do. They're always gonna use them as a scapegoat when they're the real goats. They're the goats, and these are the scapegoats, right? So anyway, see how I can't never find nothing. Let me see if I can find this clip of the guy talking about Babylon. Oh, here it goes right here. Talking about Babylon. Dang, I lost it. Oh, I got the clip of I got the clip of the little girl in the bustier. Let me show you that. Oh my god, I got a clip of this guy choking a black man too. This is crazy. Like, let me see this real quick. And I want to go over the Yankees and the Yankee Doodle Dandy song. Because you got to remember that the Yankee, when you saw the movie Goodfellas, it was about the big heist of the Yankee Stadium. So you could see that, and remember I told you when you go towards the Bronx, when you go past Yankee Stadium, when you go past all that and you get to like City Island and all that, they got Morris Avenue, they got the Elders Lane, they got Mormon. So this is a lot of Mormon names. There's a lot of Moors and Mormon names going up towards the Bronx. So you can see that they conquered that area. You see what I'm trying to say? So this was something that was conquered and took from people, right? So I do want to go over the Yankee Doodle Dandy song of it being a military people. Army, whatever. And I'm going to try to get into that. Hopefully I have some time. And then mind you, the song Yankee Doodle, whatever, it came from a guy named George Cohan. Okay, so just know that name George keeps popping up. And mind you, if you research George will lead you back to Black George. And Black George is an Indo-European. So sometimes they can say, hey, you're mixed with African and European. It's because they're talking about the Black Indo-Europeans from Africa. And that North and South America really could be the fertile motherland. And this could be Africa, right? So when they're telling you, hey, say you're not African, right? Mind you, think about it, right? Most people that are landowners here, most people that are landlords and landowners, are African, right? So if we sit here and say, hey, we not African, right? But this is Africa, right? How the hell are we going to get any land back if we're saying we're not African because we're not from Africa? But how about that ain't Africa? That's Europe. And this could be Africa, the fertile land, the fertile motherland, which I could prove that this is the fertile land. That area in Germany is not fertile land. It's actually a lot of mini islands. Anything outside of inland is a bunch of islands anyway. It's just you might find somewhere where there's enough land mass, but it's not actual inland. It's not a big continent sticking together. It's too much water running through them. So they have a lot of water running through their lands, and we don't. We have a lot of land, and anyway, it's hard to explain how this whole dynamics works underground, where all the water is and things like that. So anyway, let me see if I can find what I was trying to look for. And that's why I don't deal with this shit, right? Yeah, let's see. Okay. I don't know. See, I can't find shit. I've just had a lot of things and then it disappeared. The only thing keep coming up is Kanye. Now look at this. I was just like, oh my god, right? Like, can you believe this? Where he was dancing on a guy's butt on stage. Like they had them dance together on stage. This is just fucking weird, bro. I don't mind people being that way, but to be putting on such a big platform, knowing that it's more going to be going to children and young people, it's just letting you know why now these generations that we have now, you don't know what they are. You don't know if they're girls, if they boys. Like most of these younger people are going by genderless. They're being genderless. So this is an influence. If this was never happening, these people would never naturally feel like they're genderless. You see what I'm saying? So why do this? Why we don't care about you could do this in a club or a date. I would not feel like I'm gonna take a picture of you and be like, ew, I would never do that. I would say have a good time. I'll probably come over there and dance with you, like, yeah, y'all cute. But when you put it on platforms like this is very sexually subjective and it's two men. Like it's like wow. And then y'all let it slide with Britney. When you let Britney and Christina Aguilera kiss and do all these things on stage, it led to things like this. You should have been saying no to the females because they never cared about the females, and no one cared about the females. But their agenda was to inch. Now all you see is men hooking up. So if it's about gay people, not saying gay like men, but women too. Like if it's about gay and lesbian people and their rights, why now it's only about men? Like why are we only seeing men going hard with the gay stuff? Like it's clearly y'all wanted to get to this point, and now y'all don't forgot about the women. I don't even see women acting gay no more together on a platform. Like I see them acting gay outside and shit all day, but like on a platform, they're not pushing girls kissing and this and that. They got the guys acting like fools over each other though. So it's an agenda. It was never about. So you know what I'm saying. I don't want to make people think like I'm talking about gay. I don't care. I'm trying to look for a gay bestie now. Inbox my Instagram. I'm looking for a gay bestie or whatever. Like I want to be laughing out. I know gay people are funny as hell, and they got nasty little snippy little things to say just like me, and we get along great. But as far as the agendas that's being pushed, unfortunately, on the gay people, we have to say things like that. We're bashing your lifestyle, but we're really just bashing the promotion of where people's minds are going when they're growing up. That's it. It's like, don't influence it. Like, if it happens, it happens. But now this is like, it's going to happen because it's on all platforms out. So it's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So now all your kids is going to be genderless. Like I literally don't know if I'll be looking at cute boys or pretty girls. I don't know what the fuck anything is. I'm just like, what is that? And that's just the way how they want it now. And I don't think it's a child choice. It's a media choice. And unfortunately, the media controls the minds. So now you see all these men, you see how the direction of this media is going. This is creepy because that means that's the direction the world is going to be going in. You see what I'm saying? So that's creepy. And it's hard enough to find some decent person to date anyway. So now we got to worry about them messing with men because men over here tricking and doing all these things. And it's like, sheesh, the competition is hard, right? So anyway, good luck to everybody out there, right? But yeah. So let me see what else I want to talk about. I don't. It'd be so much I want to talk about, but I don't like showing it on my phone. Oh my god! Like, let's talk about this Kevin Hart movie, right? So what made me look up the tortoise thing because Kevin Hart had like some type of turtle in his new movie on Netflix, right? But I was thinking, who was letting Kevin Hart around kids after the whole thing with Tiffany Haddish and all that? And we know that him and Tiffany Haddish is real close, right? So while I'm thinking that in my head while I was watching this show with him with kids again, he gonna bring up Tiffany Haddish at like a school play. Look. So don't tell me that these people not real pedophiles, bro. In my opinion. Because I'm not trying to get sued by these people suing people, yo. That's it. Wait, where did he say? He said. That's it. I don't know. Where the hell was it? I don't know why. I thought I got the clip. He said something about Tiffany Haddish in here. He was like, oh, yeah, because Tiffany Haddish. And I'm like, really? So then this part right here where he was watching his son on a video. He was watching his son from dinner. He was at a dinner, but he was watching his son in his room, right? I see you there. I see you. I literally just peed my pants. That doesn't take away the fact that you're not doing what you're supposed to do. Come on, man. You're watching Tiffany Haddish stand up. You're not practicing your music. You heard that? He said, you watching Tiffany Haddish stand up. And the little boy just said he pissed on himself. Like, can y'all not read between those weird ass lines after what just happened with Shorty? That was weird. That was a weird line. He's in support of that whole situation, okay? Mind you, this is the same guy that had a whole skit about pizza after the whole pizza scandal. He was talking about Jerry Seinfeld loved pizza. And when he had a party and tried to have pizza, he said he realized black people don't like pizza as much as white people do. Like Jewish people, basically. Because Jerry Seinfeld is fake Jew anyway. So anyway, let's keep going. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. Come on, man. You're watching Tiffany Haddish stand up. You're not practicing your music. I know you think you're a comedian with this talent show is all about your keyboards. I'm watching you. Wow. So sweet. Okay, so he's watching him on these screens. Tonight, you know. How do we all know each other? Well, I hired the great architect Norman Volver to design my house. You hear that? He said he hired this great architect. So these black people, these black Negroes are architects. He's saying the woman is the architect, right? Well, I hired the great architect Norman Volver to design my house / a century to find it, and I quickly realized he's genius right here. Geniuses, architects, because that we are the original people that did architecture with the houses here. The beautiful homes and everything you see is the geniuses that build homes. Sort of century to find it, and I quickly realized he's genius right here. She was doing all the work. You know it's true. You can't say it, I can. Anyway, we started texting day and night, and here we are. 2 years later, and I have a beautiful home. And even more beautiful. Architect genius. Okay, I was a little excited. Let me see. He's a housewife. Okay. Well, I am housewife. English is not my first language, so I don't know the term about you. Yeah, so that was very subliminal. So basically, it was like he was saying, that she was kind of like the brains and the genius behind everything, and he's really just like the support system. Now, I'm not saying that that's just reality of everything, but probably not back in the days, but probably as of today, kind of black women, they are going to be more of the, they have not failed. I believe only Adam did. So anyway, here goes the part that I was like, see, you saw how I showed you about with Tiffany Haddish, and he was bothering that little boy. So then the next clip, look at what happens. Oh my God! Don't come in here. Now you really gonna have this little girl walk in on you while you butt ass naked? Even if you acting, bro. What kind of fucking acting scene is this? What the fuck is wrong with these fucking people, bro? What the fuck is you? So y'all watching these people still? You supporting these people still? That's fucking disgusting, bro. This nigga was over here, like, even if he was in his shorts and this is just a movie, this is creepy as fuck, bro. Oh my God! Don't come in here. You see how butt naked he is? And then they got the little girl asking why is he naked, like that's her real daddy. That ain't her real daddy. He's playing with himself. And she said, "Mommy, let me see." No, I don't have no kids. Let me leave y'all alone. Y'all still supporting these people because you feel like, oh, well, he's not going to bother my kid. It's the fact that they bothering kids, period. Like, ew. And the fact that, like, I don't have to have children to understand that kids that young and younger and babies should not be being bothered like that. And then not only are they bothering them like that, they treating them like adults on some sexual shit. Like, so let's pray for the kids that's getting washed out like they grown women when they just babies and shit. Like, just pray for those kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, because as a grown woman, I don't even want to do as much sexual shit. And these kids ain't going to know better. And that's probably why they prey on the kids. Because the kids probably thinking, oh, I got mad energy. You understand what I'm trying to say? And these fucking people are sick like that. Because, like, I don't know. I would have told them, let's clip this. Let's clip this scene. This scene is weird. The little girl came in the room and even if he had something covering his private, he had his whole body out. So unless the little girl was not in the room and they just did like a clip scene where they showed her and they showed him, that would make more sense. But I just would take the whole scene out. Just because. Knowing that it's people out here that see shit like that, and it promotes anything you do promotes when you're on a platform. So here we are with a bunch of weird stuff on platforms. So anyway, I just don't like them bothering the kids that young. It's just it just irritates me to a point of no return. So anyway, so these people, where was it at? Where it is? Let me see. One moment. I'm trying to find something that I was trying to show you as well. That's connected to this. I don't pass by this point that I was trying to make. Okay, so this is from a show called White Lotus on HBO. I don't know if you can hear them, but I'll repeat it if you can't hear it. She loves animals, hates Jews. I intense verbally and our sex pervert. They're coming to recruit us for their Illuminati pedophile sex ring. So you see how she said, oh, they was talking about the people saying that they were perverts and they really, because they kept staring at them. And this is her parents or whatever, but she was talking about the other lady too. So she said they're part of an Illuminati pedophile sex ring. She was like, yeah, they're part of the Illuminati pedophile sex ring. They're coming to recruit us for their Illuminati pedophile. She said they're coming to recruit us for their Illuminati pedophile sex ring. On a cruise. Okay, so I don't want y'all to think they're joking. I don't want you to think they're joking because look at this. 1735. Justin Timberlake 16. Wait. Justin Timberlake 16. Fergie 23. He's 16. Now you got who is this? Celine Dion. They said she was 12. She's 12 years old. Celine Dion, 12. And he's 38. Fuck, that's fucking crazy. You got Prince. Shorty was 13. Okay, she's 16. Sorry, I thought she was 13. She's 16, he's 31. You got Joe Madden, 24, 16. So just to show you, right? But mind you, understand they bothering these people way younger than that. Don't think that he just met her at 16 or they just got on at 16. No, they be on at like 10, 12, 11. You saw one that was 12. Like, yeah, that's fucked up. But anyway, and they'll act like these are grown women that they smashing out. Sheesh, right? I mean, whatever, right? Because a lot of these people sell their kids for goats and cows. You know what I'm saying? Out in them countries. They selling all these doors. They got a bunch of kids and they looking like, look, you got what? What you got for me? Because I got a couple of these things here. They all look, they smell, I keep them smelling good. You know, give me 3 chickens. Like, I don't know what the fuck they doing over here. But anyway, yeah, it's just to show you that they talking about like these things, you're recruiting and doing these, like it's not a joke, it's real fucking situations, and they're not doing it by being funny, they're doing it on purpose. Like this is what they practice. You know what I'm saying? This is a culture. This is a culture, so that's why you gotta understand. It's not like, oh, they're just being weirdos with this person. No, they are doing it. It's a culture. It's a way of life for them. So they're going to be doing it. It's not like, oh, it's just her and I just loved her. And how could you love a 12-year-old at 38? Ew, fuck is wrong with you, bro? God bless them. I don't know. And maybe his PP, their PPs be so small that they gotta bother little babies and shit. But who cares? You know what I'm saying? That's too bad for you. Get a penis plant, like them celebrities on there. Get some penis plants. I think somebody was admitting that they had a penis plant, right? What's the celebrity was admitting that he got a penis implant? It was a celebrity that was admitting that he had a penis implant, but I don't remember who was saying that. But anyway, whatever. Right? Because basically he was giving an interview and he basically confirmed that I knew that's what they was doing. But anyway, because it was like, bro, get out of here. Nobody's having no pee that big. But just like with Bill Clinton's real name is William Clinton, and Bill Clinton, his name ain't even Bill, his name is William. You know what I'm saying? His first name is actually William, and William is short for Bill. So this is why I be wanting to try to explain to y'all that all these presidents and stuff have the same names as with what I was trying to explain to y'all with George side and William side is 2 families. It's the Tudors and the Stuarts. These are the people. I think the Stuarts are more the foundational in Canada because I believe the lady name was Margaret Stuart. And that was the queen, and she was the mother of Prince Edward Stuart. And then you had Elizabeth York, which is her last name is Tudor. So that's these 2 families. And when they got together, I believe one of these people had a daughter, and the daughter was Mary, and everything went to Mary. And after it went to Mary, just like the show Roots, where Kizzy had a son, and the son was supposed to should have took in the plantation and because he was the firstborn son, but you know, because he was black, and then they'll let you think that the plantation owner was white or whatever owner, but in reality, most of these landowners are not white. They just probably had those people there in place, or the people could have killed whoever was there and took the plantation because they were also killing important people. Like it's not like they were going in a whole town and killing whole towns. They were going to certain towns where rich black people were, like the owners of these companies, the owner of this plantation, and they were killing and taking over those towns and then going on from there. So they were killing real important black people. Like with Emmett Till. Emmett Till's father was a part of something. Like he was like somebody with it. It was like a political thing going on. Just like with like in Tennessee with Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels' father is Henry, and they all are part of the military. And I don't think it's an accident that Jack Daniels' father's name is Henry, because I believe this is the same King Henry, King John, and King George line. So Jack Daniels is the guy that had the money, from whatever, and then he's supposed to have died by kicking his safe. Like he's supposed to kick his safe and died from it. But I believe that was just like a subliminal trying to be funny that they just killed him for his money. And I believe he was a part of the Titanic situation, because when they try to explain, they explain this story so many different ways, but they're talking about the same story. It's the same story with the guy Henson with the Uncle Tom's Cabin, where he was doing all this military stuff for Queen Victoria, trying to help people get, with Margaret, whoever that lady name was, Margaret. So this is still, like, they'll give you different names, but they're still talking about the people from Canada, they're still talking about the same things, but it's just giving you different stories. The story is being told in a loop. So sometimes the story is giving you different names, but they're still keeping the names very similar. Like they're still keeping John and George. They're still keeping those names, but they're giving you different stories that lead to the same story because it's on a loop. But they're trying to stretch it out for years and years and years. So it's like the same fucking story you're telling, but now it's like 1850. Now it's 19 something, and you're over here telling the same loop, just like now with Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth left, right? So why wouldn't that? You gotta think about it, right? So with the Game of Thrones, right? When the queen had her son, right? When the father died, if the queen has a firstborn son, this firstborn son's supposed to take on the kingship, right? So can somebody explain to me why Queen Elizabeth's son, Prince Charles, never became a king while she was alive? Like, why would she have to die for him to become king? When you watch King of Thrones and all that stuff, you never saw where the queen had to die for her son to become king. When the father died, the son naturally becomes king, and the mother still is queen. She's queen mother, whatever. But the son becomes king. So that's there to show you right then off the bat that Charles and them was not of royal lineage. He could not become king of Buckingham Palace. It's not his lineage. Somehow Elizabeth was in there. Now, mind you, people be having children and they could come out like Queen Elizabeth or something. Now, I don't think the one we was watching is the real one, but the one that she stole the identity from was probably either a woman of color or a mixed person or whatever. But clear as day, Charles could not take on the legacy of the Buckingham Palace. So why? Why did he have to leave with his illegitimate girl? Now, it's illegal for a royal not to marry a royal. They have to marry royals. It's the law. So the fact that they act like they're changing the laws too is ridiculous. It's because they're not royals. So they're not changing the laws. They're not even fucking royals in the first place. So they don't have to marry. You know why they couldn't marry a royal? Because they can't find somebody of the same descent of them, because they're not, you see, their descent is not royalty. So they're not going to be able to find a European woman of royalty because it doesn't come from them. So they were never going to be able to find mates that were royal. You see what I'm saying? Unless they were going to marry their direct family member, because these are the people that stole it. Like, you know what I'm saying? But they're not going to be able to go out and marry somebody else of royalty because it doesn't really come from them. So Charles, their son, all of them are marrying unroyal people. All of them. All of them, right? And then you got Charles that couldn't even become king of Buckingham Palace. They had to board it up and kick the whole family out. Because Buckingham Palace, was probably created by, the people from America. When they were doing business, they had to have a place to stay. And I think when our people went over there to, sometimes they lived there for times, that's where they took the head of Black George off. Like, if you look up Black George, they say they decapitated his head for whatever reasons. Now, mind you, you got to think about the name Jackson as well. When you go to Florida, you got Augustine and you got Augustine Jackson, Florida. So Augustine Jackson, Florida, you already know that they said this guy named Pedro Mendez or some Spanish conqueror came to fight. Tariq Nasheed is doing a documentary on the Florida battle, right? He's showing you the Huguenots, which is the French Juggernaut people, and then they showing you Spaniards fighting over Florida, right? But this is not true, because the Spanish guy that came over there is actually a Spanish monk, which would make him a person of color. A monk is like a Negro, like a monk. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm not shocked that these people are bullheaded, right? Now, I was trying to explain the bullheaded people to you, and mind you, Kanye West stole my whole swag. Talking about, oh, when they said the bullhead, when they wanted the bullhead God, guess what? With George Floyd. Remember, I was talking about getting choked and all that in my last live, and Kanye stole it and ran with it, bro. And was like, oh, George Floyd didn't really die from getting choked out. He died from fentanyl. Mind you, that was what my last live was about how he was getting choked out, and being choked out by the neck is symbolic to Caesar being in control of the, I was trying to give an analogy of Caesar, the dog trainer. When a dog tried to bite him, he snatched the dog up and had the dog by the neck. And the dog was in so much shock that he couldn't bark, he couldn't bite. He was paralyzed. He was in a paralyzed. Now Caesar's in control, right? So this is the same concept of what I was trying to explain with George Floyd. Like, the blue bloods had not the actual George guy, because mind you, they're giving you a George Floyd that don't really represent us. It represents the Yeezus people with the bigger mouth and the bigger nose. That's more at the end of Mexico. And we know that we don't go the end of the fishtail back in Mexico. Where the Caucasus is, where it starts to become Venezuela, and they act like it's Spanish, but it really it's dark Spaniard people from back there, right? So they are trying to give you an analogy of this George guy. Think of the name Floyd, like the boxer, like Pretty Boy Floyd. So Georgie put it by Kiss the Girls and made them cry. Like, so they're trying to say this is a good looking guy, right? And it's a lot of analogy that comes with this whole George Floyd thing, right? And when I was trying to explain how these people had him by the neck, it's just showing now this George Floyd dude is not us, but the bullhead. This is the Spanish monks that already had Florida. Augustine, Florida was already from John Augustine, from George. This is already our land. So now they're saying that they came in onto it was a fight happening with people for Florida, right? It was a fight that ensued in the Georgia Stone Mountain. It was a fight that ensued about over there, right? It's hard to explain this shit, bro. It's really hard to explain the connection to it, right? Because they're trying to explain how George Floyd was like an analogy of we're paralyzed, we can't move, we can't. They have full control. So Kanye tried to run with that, bro. I'm over here dogging Candace out, saying she trying to be a Bizarro me, and Kanye tag teamed in and tried to fly on my YouTube. Not my YouTube, but he flew on YouTube and took over the whole YouTube for about 3-4 days now. 24/7 channel. His channel, he put 2 channels out. It was 1 channel at first, and then the channel kept getting interrupted because they want people to come in. The channel ain't getting interrupted, but they want people to come in, right? So they acting like this is being banned, and you gotta run here, you gotta run here. And guess what? We're gonna do that because that's the honey trap. So we're gonna run there, and we're gonna run there because we want to see. Just like the girl in Crooklyn, when she was watching RuPaul. And I don't want to talk about poor, like the poor bearers, like Beer, like Canada, like New Foundation, poor, RuPaul, the bull-headed RuPaul, like the New Foundation. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's all connected. Then you got Tito, and she was like, Tito. And then you had the little brown girl from Brooklyn that was like, trying to, and he like, come on, mommy, come on. She like, Like, I'm trying to see this because she don't know what's going on. Like, because they not as wild as the people from the wild. These people are from the wild. They've been kicked out. They are from the wild. They are Tarzan. They was raised by monkeys. I don't fucking know. Because the thing is, they act like the monkeys. So even if they not monkeys, they behave like them. They are out of control with their children. I got mad videos of kids walking in the street and people picking their kids up. And every time they find their mother is a whole not saying West Indian, because I want to keep saying West Indian when sometimes it be like more like African, or like not saying West Indian, like, because there's so many West Indian people, and sometimes it's like a basic group of like Jamaican or Balinese, or it's like a Pacific group, or Haitian. It's like a Pacific group or Western, Pacific group, because it's not all of you. I already showed y'all the map. The map ain't got every single one of y'all up there. It got Pacific. It's the whole Canada. It's the whole. But I tried to show y'all that map of the allegiance, right? So I'm not trying to put it out on everybody when I say that, but it'd be Pacific fucking group. I'm gonna have to call out the Jamaicans, because the Jamaicans are the team lead. They are the team leads of this. They are the Australian Solomon side. This is the Noah Ark. These are French people that's coming from, so this is not and then you see how Kanye West was arguing with Noah from that channel. So you got to understand that Kanye West ain't doing nothing but a TV. He's still in character, but he's trying to find a new sponsor. He's just trying to find a new sponsor and a new backing. He got to take his money out of a place that is no longer going to serve a purpose for the money. It's not like they're getting rid of him. It's a change of fund. They're trying to figure out how they're going to change this funding situation. And Kanye's pretending like they're doing him in and come run this way. So you see what kind of weird game. He's not Jesus coming to save us. He's Jesus. He's coming to save the people that say yellow and shit. Okay? He's not coming to save the people that say hello. They're never going to help us. Nobody is here to help us. That's why I come up here and do it as much as I do, because I know for a fact the Negroes from the South, from North America, from South America, from the Midwest, they are not here to fucking help us, bro. They need to get in here. They don't want to get in the whole America. The whole America is not safe. They have a lot of issues going out to the West. It's hot as hell out there. It's a lot of earthquakes, a lot of issues out there. They want to come in safe fucking land. They want to come in the Garden of Eden, of Edinburgh, of that turtle. They want to be here. You know what I'm saying? This is the most prosperous place here. And they're destroying the people that's from their origin originally. You know what I'm saying? No one's going to be here. No one has yet said, yo, you know that this area in America belongs to the Negroes? Why Kanye can't say that? Why Kanye got to be like, oh, we the Jews in the tribe of Israel. That's all y'all care about. That's not the Negroes from the South, and that's not us. Israel is the Caribbean, and that's the Islamic people. That's the people from Venezuela. That's the Rastafarians. That's the El Nino people. That comes from us. Those El Nino children, they come from Negroes. You know what I'm saying? That's why they say El Nino. You're children of heat. You're children of heat. You're not children of Ra and of you're El. You're from, you know what I'm saying? You're over here. Just like El DeBarge. El DeBarge's mother is a brown woman. You know what I'm saying? But you look at El DeBarge and they look all Spanish and stuff. I don't know if their father may be Hispanic, but they go hand in hand, because English America is right next door to Latin America. You understand what I'm saying? So all of this is all together. Only thing that doesn't really directly come to us is French people, because French people are coming from Antarctica and Australia, from the Oceania, Solomon Island area. Now, I don't know if Solomon is just being called Solomon over there in their language, and Solomon just really means only man, which means jacking, which means, so I'm not trying to say Solomon is a Jamaican or this and that. I'm saying that this is the Solomon area. Now, George and them could have came over to the Oceania area, because that's what World War II was, with the Henderson, and that's the same name of the Uncle Tom cabin guy. His name was Henson. World War II, they had the fight in a place called Henderson. So this is all connected. Hinder means to hold people back anyway. So it's kind of strategic with the names too. The names are being strategically given. Okay, Jackson, the Jack name is not because, it means Jack. Like, it really means Jack. Like, you understand what I'm saying? And that's why every guy around here is called Jack. Like, hey, Jack. Like, what up, Jack? You know what I'm saying? It means just like a regular guy. Because it really comes from that only guy that was able to hit off these two different kind of women. You see what I'm saying? It's the woman of Adam and it's the woman of Eve. It's nobody else out here. And then it's the Chinese. I don't know who they are. Like, y'all gotta ask those people that was experimenting when they went out experimenting trying to get an army. You gotta ask where Chinese people come from and how they did all that. You know what I'm saying? Those people they be eating so much. Look at this. So I was watching this channel. I like this channel. I be watching everybody. I don't have no issues. I would love for people that's from a different country and stuff to get money, long as it does not have anything to do with getting money here. You understand what I'm saying? And I know y'all probably like that don't make no sense, but it does to me. I would love for you to get money from your country. If you was balling and you was in your country and you was doing it fine. But I hate when y'all come here and be balling. And it's like, bro, like how that happened? What did you do? And then they all got these same fake stories when I got proof that they got programs for them. They got specific programs for immigrants that come in here and they give them checks, homes, they give them like a whole package there. And then they keep the American Negro gets drugged. Like, go on drugs, loser. Let me see. It's so I wish I could do a lot more because I could explain this stuff way better. Like I wanted to explain Oscar Mayer baloney. I wanted to explain a lot of stuff, but I'm not gonna be able to explain none of this stuff because it's super hard to like go. I can't like keep showing you my phone and flipping through my phone and saying, "Hey, pay attention to all these articles and what they did when they got here," because they're saying that these people are from Germany. And it's like, bro, Oscar Mayer baloney is not from no Germany, bro. They're like, oh, he was a butcher. And no, you're talking about sausages. Hot dogs is not sausages, bro. That is not the same thing. So they could claim sausages all they want. But you can't claim hot dogs, bro. Like, Oscar Mayer made them hot dogs and all that stuff. And then they got this German dude coming out of nowhere saying it's him. So they just replaced all the Negroes and all their inventions and all their stuff. They just replaced it with a fake white German face. Even though it's not true. And then, mind you, these white German people are just the face. They are not the ones that... It's the Indo-European. It's the black Germans. It's the black Germans that's tearing us up, not the white Germans. The white Germans just follow suit behind them. Okay, so and mind you, they are just as diabolical. I'm not saying that I don't want to keep saying like I'm trying to protect the white people and I keep trying to blame the black people. I'm just trying to explain that if you really think a bunch of white people came over here and beat us up, then y'all retarded. So that's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. They know that's why they got the union and this and that. They had to recruit black people. And was that us? No, that was, and that's why Candace Owens is like, oh, my father was a sharecropper. Because I was watching this movie where this Haitian guy was saying that they had to do, like they had to fight in the union and they had to do all this stuff and then they finally became sharecroppers. They ended, instead of being slaves, they became sharecroppers when they did those, when they fought with them. So that could easily be like Candace Owens act like she's from America and it's bro. It's like a sharecropper does not necessarily mean you're from America because at some point after the war, the sharecroppers went to the Haitians and some of the slaves that helped fight the war. So you know what I'm saying? You should have said your father was a farmer or something like that or owned a farm. But saying he's a sharecropper just makes me think that he might have been one of those people that fought in the union and then became, finally was able, they fought for it and got, but it's like, bro, you fought for what? You beat us up and killed, you know what I'm saying? So, because I guess we weren't doing the deal. Now, mind you, they gotta move, let's be honest. Are y'all not watching my show? Do y'all watch my show for real? Do y'all really pay attention to anything that I be saying? Because I know I talk fast, but it's so much stuff to talk about that I got no choice but the speedball, right? Oh, hey, Spawn 2020. What's up? That's my friend. Make sure you follow my friend because, like, at the end of the day, as long as you putting in work and you trying to do the right thing and you just being a cool person, I don't care what you're doing. I just want people to always support or try to support as much as you can for people that's trying to do the right thing out here and trying to just be like, even if it's not saying, oh, about, you don't have to worry about people saying, if you're saying, hey, people are wearing masks or don't mess with these celebrities or don't, that is helping the agenda of setting people free. Whoever wants to be free, I'm telling you, it's setting a lot of people free. I don't know who's not free from the mind effing that these people are doing to us, but it's setting a lot of people free, realizing that, wow, they were just doing that to make me do it. They don't even probably care about neighboring. They don't even probably care about, they was just doing that to make sure I didn't get to afford to buy a home. They was just doing that to make sure I don't afford to put this into my education or make a business. They're just doing this. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they're keeping you partying, they're keeping you doing this, they're keeping you doing that, but they're not rapping about to get these loans to make a business, get a business loan, have an LLC, so if it fails, you don't owe nothing. They're not rapping about that. They're not helping you excel in life like them. They're not letting you be an entrepreneur. They're letting you be a loser and a partier and a buyer and a shopper. You know what I'm saying? So they're causing harm. And Kanye act like he did not participate in that because he didn't say to kill people. But you told us to use our money stupidly. You told us to drop out of college like as if everybody was going to be a made up rapper like you. And you're not even a rapper. Like you became a rapper, but you weren't a rapper. So like, what are the odds of that for somebody? You know what I'm saying? It's never going to fucking happen. And y'all don't explain that. You didn't explain how corrupt these Jews were when you were on your platform and was benefiting from the security clearance of, oh, I can go anywhere I want. I can eat wherever I want to go. I can enjoy all these beautiful luxury places that me and my family didn't even build. But we killed people and now we're occupying it. They're not explaining none of that. So they want to take my platform. They want to take voices like mine and other people, not just me, other people that are working just as hard as me. A lot of people, I believe, Copper, Goddess. I don't like the original Copper. I don't like saying people's names because I feel like it's disrespectful not to say people's names right. And I don't know her well enough. But I do watch her show here and then when I can run into it. It's a lot of people that's over here doing a great job in trying to just keep people free-minded of all the things that have been clogging your brains and keeping you in a space of, why am I calculating my funds here and I get no return? My money will never return. Nothing's going to return to me. Like, you understand? They don't spend their money like that. Everything they do is given to them for free. They're not calculating their funds in, and they're not even calculating their funds in them homes. They talking about Kanye West is all over the place because they don't own none of that stuff. He talking about he got $120 million. He got to find somewhere to put his money because the money is not even real. His $120 million will not exist without a bank. Kanye West is not going to be able to cash out $120 million and put $120 million in his home because that's just too much of an absurd amount of money. So his $120 million only really exists in a system. It don't exist in real life. So you see what I'm saying? So now you got to figure out another backing that's going to say, hey, this $120 million really, really exists, and I'm going to back it. If that makes any sense to y'all. Because the $120 million is not a resource. It's not gold. It's not, you know what I'm saying? So this bank got to say, hey, I'm going to back it up. He does got $120 million. But Chase is saying, I'm not doing that for you no more. So now he got to figure out somewhere else that's going to calculate his fake ass funds. You see what I'm saying? Because why not just take your money and put it in a room somewhere? You can't. You're not going to get $120 million in your room. They're not going to be able to give you that much money because that amount of money don't really exist. It only exists in the system. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not real. It's not. You're not going to get $120 million gold piece for it because your money is not gold. They're not going to exchange that for gold. They're going to tell you to go find another system that's going to say, hey, your $120 million is real, and we're going to fund you some money every time you come to the ATM. And a lot of these people, money and names are getting frozen because the companies is over. The companies are done. So is your name. So is the money is, a lot of money is getting seized. A lot of people are going to court, getting locked up because they affiliated with the dirty money and all the stuff, the way how they was making the money through human trafficking and prostituting and drugs. And that's the only way you're going to make extra money in life. How would you make extra money in life? If it ain't something. That's why God tell you to live simple. We simple people. We want to do holy matrimony. One family, we could afford one family. We do a one family, one household. We work, we get a house, we work a simple life, and we continue on and we work. This is why our system works so well. Y'all system don't work so well because y'all got so much family. Y'all sister wives, y'all sharing men, y'all sharing families, y'all sharing this. That's just exhausting and weird. And it's going to cause a lot of issues, a lot of jealousy, a lot of arguments, and that's why they also hot-headed and aggravated. And a lot of these people are miserable as hell. And they stay together in a family base because that's where the calculated funds come from. When they go for those, when they do all this paperwork and act like they families, they got 1,000 families. But anyway, they get all that stuff from us anyway. Just like Mary, everything went to Mary. Mary's son is James, George, whatever. Because James in Scotland, but when you come to America, it'll be George, if that makes any sense. If you take George to France, his name would be Jamie. If you take George to Scotland, his name would be James. If you take George over to Mexico, his name would be Jesus. If you take George over to Hebrew land, wherever Hebrews are from, I'm assuming over past the seas, over past, in the Middle East and all that, or wherever Hebrews are really from. I think Hebrews are really from America when it starts to get swarthy, when it starts to become the French and the Spanish area in America. Because you already see the regions. It's three different regions. The Lewis Purchase, and then that's the French, and then you got the Spanish. So I think the Hebrew is that. That's like the American French and the American Spanish before it gets off of America. You see what I'm saying? When the language starts to change up a little bit, and they start talking like baby and stuff like that. That's the language starting to change. They starting to get swampy and swafty, but they're still in America. They're still American. You see what I'm saying? But they're not like of us. They're not talking like of us. And when you go to the South, we start talking a little bit like this, and things like we a little bit more Southern. And then you got people being like more baby and listen baby. You're gonna have to like it start to get more. It's the languages start to change even in America before you even get somewhere else. And when you get somewhere else, the language is 100% different. So anyway, I don't know where Hebrews are, but when you talk about Georgian Hebrew, that will be in my ideology, it will be Horus. So anyway, so he's still the son that gets it all. He's still the son that gets it all. Okay, because if Mary is a descendant of the tutors and the stewards, she is of Solomon's daughter and whatever woman from America, whatever, so she's that's why Mary could be a West Indian person name, could be an American person name. Mary is a big spot, it's like the combining of them, right? And then Mary going on to have a child with Joseph just puts Jesus in a place of being crowned because everything went to Mary and everything will go to the son. You see what I'm saying? Because Mary could not rule and Joseph was not of royalty here. I forget how that story, because I don't know if John is from here. I don't know if John, Joseph, Jack, I don't know if they're actually from here. They could be from Europe and they could be dark Indo-Europeans that really came here. And this is the whole John Smith story. Instead of him being white, he'll be a dark-skinned man. But I don't really want to get into that. I have clips that kind of backs up my story about John Smith, aka could possibly be John Gillespie. It's a clip. I have a clip from a historic thing that talks about it. In my opinion, I believe that both of these families are from here and that they steal the name George. They steal it. They steal the name John and make John Smith. They make it. They make John because John is really Joseph. No, Joseph is really John. John is from America. John will be an American name. That's an American common name in America. Joseph is more Hebrew. Okay, so that's why you have the biblical story of Joseph, but Mary's name never changed because Mary is a both. She's a benign name for both sides. So I'm not going to keep trying to explain that Joseph, Jesus, whatever story. You saw the statue in Mexico. It's clear that they were Negroes, they were black people, and the people that came over to Mexico were Sumeras. Sumeras, that's why the dragon show that we watch on HBO from Game of Thrones, that's why these people, they look white, but they got the thing, they're Sumeras. And that's why Jewish people goes on and do that too, because they're descendants of this Sumeras situation that's coming from Asia and stuff that was coming in here. So when you have Mexicans ain't nothing but a mix of Negroes with the Sumerai. Okay? And I got a clip of a Mexican and I got a clip of a Sumerai. You can't deny your lineage when you put people next to each other. It's like, bro, you can't deny that lineage. Just like with some Spanish people, they're not Spaniards. Some people think Spanish people is so benign. Like, you got Spaniards that's from Asia, Spain. Spaniards from Asia, Spain. Like the girl from Power, where she was like, oh, hi, Jamie. She was calling Ghost Jamie. Because Spain is really it's a French region. So Spanish people ain't from Spain. They don't speak French. Most of those Spanish Mandarin people back there, the Mandarins or whatever, because Chinese people speak Mandarin. Like, that's Chinese, that's Asia back there, right? So y'all gotta understand that Asian people speak perfect Spanish. So when they came over here conquering and doing all that stuff, I guess the Asian language mixed with the whatever Swarthy stuff was going back there becomes a Spanish language. Whatever. It's like they make a baby and now it's Spanish or Spaniard. Because when I took Spanish class, a lot of people that was Spanish, that's probably from like the Caribbean, like Puerto Rico, this and that, they were not passing the Spanish class the way they thought they were going to pass because they don't speak Spaniard. It's a little bit different. So when they weren't passing and they were like, well, they were upset. And he's like, well, some of these words are a little bit different. And some of these, the way how, like somehow some of these Spanish people were talking, it wasn't appropriate Spanish. It wasn't like, just like how we speak English, and then you got those people that speak old English or whatever that be like, oh, cheerio, that's not real English. But they try to act like we're not as conservative with our English. Just like they tell the Spanish people from the Caribbean that they're not as conservative with your Spanish as a Spaniard from Spain or something would be. But yet Spanish people from Spain don't dominate in Spain. Like Spanish people don't dominate in Africa. Spain is in Africa. Madrid, all that is in like the middle of Africa. So why has Spain in the middle of Africa and Spanish people don't dominate from there? Because they want people to think that that everybody's coming from Africa and coming over here instead of understanding that everything starts from here and it spills out. And they just put little things here for the story to work, for the story to make sense. Like you got London over there, but they call it Babylon because it's called Baby London. London was really in America, London, France, this and that. But anyway, I don't know. I can't really show y'all much on here because it's annoying, and I be trying my best to give y'all as much information as I can. So let me show y'all the Mexican people that I was taking. I can't find them. I was taking these Mexican people. I just wanted to show y'all that these people are direct descendant. Okay, here we go. Now I like these people's show, and I know some Spanish, but I'm not Spanish, but I know some Spanish, so I watched the show.
We're always talking about the medical frontera.
Now, if you look at these people features, bro, mind you, these are mixed Sumera. They eat so much. They eat, right? They love to eat. These people are eating all day, every day. Like, and I like them. They funny or whatever. But it's just to show you that they come from these descendants of these Sumeras. Because the Sumeras eat so much as well. Like, look how much the Sumera.
Eats a lot of food. That's right, but he doesn't speak much English or do I speak any Japanese. So he's got to answer difficult stuff. I'm getting prepping for lunch. Now let's get finish up his training.
Now this person don't look exactly like the people I just showed you. But the people I just showed you got more Negro in them. So his hair doesn't have much wave. Now he's about to tell you how much these people about to eat, right? He about to eat mad food. Now mind you, these people that came to Mexico, you could tell these are Sumerized mixed with Negro. And they about to eat mad food too. They about to tear our food up. They about to eat all the food they can, right? Because people don't understand that they come to this country for food. They don't come to this country to get fly like us. We don't care about food because we have been with food all our lives. These people were not with food all their lives. So now these people that I'm talking about, they probably was in America. They had food. But coming from their culture, they know that they didn't have as much food as how they have in America. So they tear the food up here, okay? So these are people that look just alike. They look just alike. Now, mind you, they look more. This girl will look more like Queen Victoria. Now you gotta start thinking about Queen Victoria now. That was asking for people to help get her people with the Uncle Tom's Cabin story, where she was asking the Henderson dude to get her people to a safe area. Now, mind you, they used the guy Henderson like he was some black Negro that was helping these people, right? Like a sellout. But people also will advise you that the guy that they say was Henderson was an imposter. Okay? So you got to understand that they try to make it seem like our people were sellouts. But in reality, it was some whole other dude that stole his identity that was acting like he was playing the role of that guy. But it really probably was like some other African or some other guy helping these people. was saying that he was the Henderson dude. Now, mind you, the guy from Uncle Tom cabin, the Henderson dude, had to send his son off to the war, and his son ended up dying in the war. Like they sacrificed it. They all sent their firstborn sons out for some reason, like as if it was part of the deal. But anyway, I was taking pictures today. But look at 21 Savage. Don't 21 Savage look just like T.I. now? Don't T.I. look just like this today? Let me find T.I. I had a whole picture of T.I. too. They look just alike, bro. I say you gotta be kidding me. These are the same people. And look, the whore of Babylon. Because I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to explain that either. Let me just look for T.I. Because remember I was telling y'all in the Bible they kept trying to act like Mary was a whore. But I'm not really going to try to explain that right now. So the guy that made Yankee Doodle, his name was George as well. And of course, he's some fake white dude. Everybody that did anything in history, they're going to be white. Like no Negroes and nobody of color did anything at all in life. That's how you know they was lying from day one, because they can't even show you a Negro, period. They don't show you a Negro doing nothing at all in life, period. Now look at this.
Nick, he's not going. Stole a bike right out of a friend of mine's yard. Let go of his neck. Okay.
Now, you would think this is fake, right? Because he got the Adidas and everything on. But the way how this white guy was being so aggressive and he was talking, I was like, nah, this ain't fake. Like, this white guy was not playing.
Stole a bike right out of a friend of mine's yard.
Now, mind you would think these people are white, but these white people are really from Russia. They're really these pig Latin nosed people that came intermixing with everybody coming to the west side down to Latin America, changing black people into mixing them into white, making them like Albanian and all kinds of stuff, right? So this would be the descendants of them. These redneck people would be coming from Russia, intermixing. But anyway, let's go.
Let go of his neck. Okay, you're fine. You ain't gonna hold his neck.
Now, didn't I say they love to grab the neck for control? They love to have the neck for some reason.
I did touch it. Come on now. I did touch it. For real, I did touch it. Yeah. This kid over here, one of his friends stole a bike right out of a friend of mine.
Mind you, he got the guy got his legs on his boy bike. He see how his legs is in between the boy tire. So
White people. Okay, my address.
They think they could do this to black kids. He would never did this to somebody else.
This is 2143 South 25th Street. That's right. I did touch it. You know, for real, I put on God, I did touch it. Yeah. And once they think.
Now look at this Negro saying I put on God. He's special ed and he know he got God in him.
Get a chance to do like they do any wrong. You ain't gotta touch his neck like that, bro. That's yeah, right in the middle of the road. Hey, do y'all know? Hey, look, man. Do you know his people? Exactly. 3 kids. Go get his people. Go get his mom or his. Go with us because his mom don't know us. No, go get his mom or go get somebody that where he lives. He doesn't know. I don't know what kind of bike. It's a green one.
Now, mind you, he calling the cops about a bike, and then he tells the cops on the phone, I don't know which bike. I think it's a green one. So if you don't know which bike, why are you up on him like that? Like, if it's that serious, you should know what bike he stole.
Yeah, but he didn't steal it. But I don't know what you got going on, man, but you don't need to be grabbing your neck like that. How did he I'm saying, how did he grab you? No, I didn't. He don't got no reason to be grabbing your neck. What? His neck, he's not going. Stole a bike right out of a friend of mine's yard. Let go of his neck. Okay.
Now, that was a fake. When I saw all that little snatching, the way he was snatching, I was like, I don't think this is a psyops because that grip was strong. And that little boy was definitely special needs. You know what I'm saying? Well, not little boy. He probably was like 18, but special needs people, like you saw, he was hanging out with kids like 10 or 12 because their mind is a little bit youngish. I used to work with all the special needs people, and I loved caring for them. And I was mad cool with them too because crazy people like me. I be talking to them like as if they're regular people because they comprehend shit. One time I was working with a special need girl, and she had a picture of Tupac and Chris Brown on by her bed. And she was like worse special needs than him. Like she was really like, this is the ones that's in the house that need help. So I was like, you would think that they probably can't comprehend, but I had to tell her. I couldn't help myself. I had to tell her. I said, who is Tupac and Chris Brown to you? And she was like, oh, that's my boyfriend. That's my boyfriend. And I had to let her know that she couldn't date Tupac because that was my man. But she could have Chris Brown, even though Chris Brown was my man back in the day. I liked the Chris Brown, and people used to know I liked Chris Brown just like Tupac. But I was nice enough to let her have Chris Brown. I was like, you can have Chris Brown, but you can't have Tupac, baby. And she was like, nah. She like, but we came to an agreement. And she understood that Tupac was mine, and Chris Brown was hers. And then just talking to her and she's special needs just like that, but probably worse. She was able to tell me she knew people from my hood. I was like, how you know? I was like, she said something about being on these certain blocks. And I was like, wait a second, do you know this? And she like, yeah. And then said the girl's daughter name. So I knew she knew them. And I'm like, oh, so you know people from the hood. And she was just mad cool. So at the end of the day, like, I just treat them regular because they are able to understand. They just don't express themselves properly because maybe the little ticky boom booms they got going on. I don't know. But anyway, I just felt that was weird that he would have, do all he did to that special needs boy. It's like, if you don't go on to hell, sir, straight on to hell, he know he going straight to hell when he done here. Like, that's why they be so fucking upset, because they know they did so much that they don't even waste any time to do any good here. They like, I'm not even going to waste my time to act like I'm going to do good, because it ain't going to benefit me. I done did too much. So he's staying wrong is strong. He going to keep going. But anyway, I just wanted to show y'all that, right? And then I had something that was affiliated to that. Let me see if I can find that connected to that. Dang, I can't find it. I'm not going to find it. It was something that was connected to it, but I forgot. When I be taking pictures of stuff, I don't know what the hell I be trying to do. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to find the thing that was connected to that video where he was grabbing the boy. I can't find it. Oh well. The hell? Okay, let's go over the guy. I suggested this guy page a while back. I believe he was the one that used to talk about Disney World and things like that. I found the clip about that where he goes over Babylon, and he tries to explain that Babylon is baby London and the Bin. But you gotta remember that Bin, like Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin is the guy that figured out how to put a lightning rod in the sky like a kite to get electricity, right? So Benjamin Franklin is the one that figured that out, right? And that's most likely why he's one of the founding fathers, because he was able to figure out how to utilize electricity, right? So I'm not surprised that they got like Bin or Babylon, because it's a baby version of us. So they over here stealing. They use Bin like two because he's like a mirror. Like they're gonna be the scarecrow. They're gonna be the mirroring the fake version of the Bin. So it's Bin. They do two double name. Right, so baby London, because this will be the small London, like London Bridge is falling down. When you sing that song, they talk about ashes, ashes, they all fall down like ring around the rosies, pocket full of posies, ashes, right? So they're talking about the real one. They talking about our ashes. They tore our asses. They beat us. They tore us up through like bombs and setting people on fire, like setting places on fire, putting holes in the dams and flooding towns at night. They were doing all kind of whack shit, right? That was the Holocaust in America. And then they stole the Holocaust in America just like they steal everything and gave it to these weird fake Jews. And these weird fake Jews be flipping out, talking about their appearances in the Holocaust and that. The only thing that happened to their parents was that they were just starving and hungry from eating cabbage soup. They was eating cabbage soup every damn day. Like you see on a Charlie Chocolate Factory show, right? So you gotta understand that these people are just liars, and they'll sit there and steal your story and your Holocaust so they could get paid for it. They don't have no remorse either. They don't have no problems violating us the way they violate us, right? And I'm gonna try to explain that why they don't like us because I was trying to talk. I don't want to lose this, but I was trying to explain a little while ago how they were stealing all my ideas, and making the movies. I'm giving them, like, mind you, I'm a content. Everything I say could become it could become a movie. It could become, you know what I'm saying. This is all content. You understand what I'm saying? So when I'm talking and saying all these things about, like, oh, you go from 1600s and then you shoot into the 19 something, right? They stole that and made the movie called Alice, right? Did y'all see the movie Alice yet? It got Kiki Palmer in it. It just came out. She's literally a slave. And then when she was running through the forest, she ends up on the road and she's in the 1970s. So she's coming from slavery, runs away from slavery, and then ends up in the 70s with Common, with the rapper Common. He's in the movie too. So I was just showing you that this is a fucking joke to them. And then mind you, she became a Black Panther. And we know the Black Panthers like Angela Davison, Huey Newton. These are infiltrators from Davis is anything with an IS. It's like French, coming from France. Like Harris, like T.I. Harris, or, Angela Davis. She was the big face of the Black Panthers. These are infiltrators. And also Huey Newton. Huey Newton could have been a British people are mixed with us and of the people coming from the Bering Strait, which makes them Dutch, right? So you got to understand that Huey Newton might be from here because he's intermixed with the pure breeds, but he still might care about his side going this way instead of his side coming this way, because they don't intermix with us like they like us. They intermix with us so they can infiltrate, have people look like us, but these people are fighting for them. See what I'm saying? So that's what a Huey Newton or his people were. Just like a Tupac Shakur, another bullheaded, misguiding Spanish monk trying to misguide us, right? So anyway, mind you, they took Tupac back to Mexico and all that because that's where he's from. He's probably from Peru or something like that. And he's probably in the right to argue about what happened to the people in Peru and everything. A lot of stuff happened to them, but it ain't got nothing to do with what they doing here, because everything here is way more valuable than what the fuck they got going on back there. You understand what I'm saying? So anyway, so we got him trying to explain something, right? And when he explains this, right, I'm gonna try to explain it in the Negro way. He's explaining it. He's explaining it in a scientific way because he has no connection to the ground. I feel like some of these people don't have no connection to the ground and the soul, so they can't explain the Bible. They can't explain none of these biblical things properly. They're only explaining it by book reading. If you're explaining everything by book reading, you're going to be led incorrectly, because everything cannot be book reading, because a lot of books are deceptive. So you got to understand things verbally. You got to understand things by what you're seeing and experiencing. You got to take a lot of shit from that, because that's the reality. That's the real. So anyway, I'm going to let him.
And she sits on his sex to provide an heir. We're destined to go on Egypt. This is how Horus, the godchild, appear on earth and in the sky. Isis is creating a false, so the energy can be transferred to Horus.
Did you catch that? So they saying Isis is transferring. She's transferring energy to Horus or whatever, right? So anyway, mind you, when you look up Isis or Isa, Isa is deriving from Isis is deriving from Isa. It's the same. It's just a different language saying the same name, right? It represents Jesus, right? So all of this still represents Jesus. They're just explaining the the reason why people are here, but they're really not trying to understand it that way.
If you have a vagina. Let's zoom in on the map where you have this woman radiation matters, and one of his videos stated that he thinks that this figure is a depiction of Mount Meru. He might be right. It says
Now, radiation matter is just another funny version talking about us. We are of radiation. We're right on top of the core of the sun. The core will be somewhere towards Georgia in the south. I'm gonna have to show you that on a map, but let me see if I could probably even show you that later on.
Mother. Yes, sir. They're just retelling the story in Mermaid about Mary, but they don't.
I said, sir. I tried to. I was like, I wish I could stop him, like, sir, because he said, he's saying like Mary, or Maria, or Mary, like Mary, like in French. So you could give us this story in French and mermaid. Cause look at the mermaid or whatever. I don't know if you could really see the mermaid here, cause the lighting is weird. The fuck. Oh my god, I lost the video. Now let me find this video. 1 second. Oh god. What happened to? Okay, here we go. So he's telling the story in the mermaid way, right? Because like you can see this mermaid right here. So he's saying Maddie or whatever, but he's really talking about Mary and Joseph and they don't care. They are not going to ever admit that this story all comes from Negroes in the Bible. They're never going to admit that. They're going to keep giving you this scary music. They're going to keep giving you this creepy music in the background, like, and say, oh, well, the fish woman and this. And we can't even find a fish woman in real life. You understand what I'm saying? You can find disabled kids that are born with parts stuck together. But they're not, you understand what I'm saying? There's not no real mermaid and nothing. Like, you understand? So they're gonna give you this because that's what they are creating. They're creating some of these retarded, like, not say retarded, but like disadvantaged children. But they're gonna try to create this and they're gonna try to make them special. They're trying to make them, you know what I'm saying? Instead of taking the stories and understanding the story of what they were trying to give them the story so they could understand the Bible and the story. But instead of them taking that, they decided to say, hey, you know what? I don't like this fucking story because the story benefits you and your people. I'm going to take the story and put a French name instead of saying Mary. I'm gonna say Maddie and say, oh, the mermaid woman. So they're just basically in fairy tale land right now. They're in fairy tale land because you can't find somebody like this. But you could find Mary from the Bible. I could show you a bunch of Marys from the Bible right up the block when church was today. I could have showed you a bunch of Marys from the Bible. You're not gonna find a Mary. You're not gonna find a Mary from the sea because this is an imaginary story because it's a stolen story from real people. So they can't give you a real story because it's a stolen story. So here they are just adding themselves in it.
Is a depiction of
Okay.
the is part of the electrical world of Satan. And we know where we come from and where we go to. Then accumulating
The hell?
from go to. Then accumulating objects for the afterlife seems like a waste of time. Let's assume that birth and death is part of the electrical world of Satan. like in a battery.
Boom, boom. Right here, I caught him, right? He's not going to tell you this, but look at this. Look at this. Look at the science project right here, right? He's giving you the Hebrew word ba and ka, right? But I'm going to give you the English word that's right in front of his face. That he gave the English word is right in his face, and he put the title of ba, and he put the title of ka. He put those titles up, right? Because he's giving you a Hebrew version of it, right? Because that's what those people do. They're never going to give you the American version. The American version was right in his fucking face, right? So let me help you guys out and keep it American instead of going into immigrant land. All right? So, boom. Look at the ba and the ka, right? He's going to try to explain to you something, right? He's trying to explain to you that these people are dying. They're disintegrating fast. They're not, you see how they say black don't crack and all that? Now, he's not explaining it this way. He's trying to explain it in a scientific way with some scary, Phantom of the Opera music in the background, right? So he got Phantom of the Opera music in the background playing while he's explaining some imaginary version of something that he could explain way easier in English. So look, let me just show you.
How would this look like in a battery?
So he's talking about a battery, right? Everybody know that a battery has a negative charge and a positive charge to work. So you have to have a negative charge and a positive charge to even have a battery work, right? Which I already explained to you. That's what American Negroes are. We're the positive charge, and then the people from like the Caribbeans and going towards the back will be a negative charge, which we need for the perfect balance of the energies of our polar caps. That is keeping the magnetism of what we got now of our spinning currency of the water, spinning currency and electric of the waters continuously to be able to move, right? I know that probably don't make no goddamn sense to y'all, but it's true, right? So then you see where he says the ba in the car. He's like, you need the ba in the car, right? But here, let me take a picture.
It says copper and zinc.
Okay. So I took a picture of it so you can see it better. Because, oh my God, really? Let me do something. Wait a second. All right, done, right? Save the photos. Let me let him talk first because I don't want to lose this video. Let me let him talk first.
In a battery, you have and the car. It says copper and zinc. Slowly, the pop is disintegrating.
The zinc. The zinc is falling apart.
The body.
The body. The ba. No, that's dumb. They are zinc. They are the zinc. We are the copper.
So you have the anodes, the energy, and the receiver. So we're the antidote. See, the copper is the particle.
We're the antidote.
For the zinc people. Where is to them?
He just told you that they're transferring it.
The story of the cuckoo's nest. In this story, the children are replaced. The mother is feeding the wrong child.
Do you hear that? The children are replaced and the mother is feeding the wrong child. The mother, the fertile motherland is overfeeding these cuckoo nest people, bro. She's not feeding her children.
The children are replaced. The mother is feeding the wrong child. But in our story, the mother has been replaced. And instead of feeding
the queen was replaced.
And instead of feeding the children, it is feeding its children.
Hello.
Saturn.
And we know Saturn is in London. I already tried to remember what Neptune is China, is like Russia, China, Neptune. We know where Mercury is, we know where Mars is, we know where Earth is. We know Saturn is London. Saturn is the London evil people. Anyway, let's keep Babylon. These people, ashes, we all fall down people.
Well, if you don't believe that baby London, two realities on the screen.
Now here you go with the mirror.
Right. Let's go back to reality.
Two realities at the same time. You're gonna have, it's called stolen identity. It's called identity theft. So you live in your reality, and somebody's probably somewhere else living a great life off of your name and your whatever, because they know how to use names and make like bank accounts and all kinds of stuff. Like, they know how to make money off of people's names, and you have no idea that that's what they're doing with your name, your money. Anyway, so
Realities, a reflection.
so it's two realities for one person.
This is the story. They're trying to explain it in science instead of explaining it in spiritual human. Why are we building roads? Why are we destroying our forest? How can one consciousness take over? I think it's the trick of the mirror, the screen. Let's do a thought experiment. Of course we are dying. I saw my father passing away a few years ago. No, that is all happening on the screen. Yeah, but sometimes I'm looking in the mirror and I think I'm getting old. Okay, but that is not you. That is an avatar. Okay, but I have memories of being a child. Okay, but these are memories of the image on the screen. Okay, then an avatar. Okay, and because we're in a stimulation, I cannot close down the computer. Because you're in the game. What about the wave?
Okay, so
That is all happening on the screen. Yeah, but sometimes I'm looking in the mirror and I think I'm getting old. This is okay. That is okay, but memories of being a child. Okay, but these are memories of an image on the screen. Okay, avatar in a video game, and because I'm in the game, I cannot close down the computer. But still, what about the wave, the emotions, the empathy? Isn't that proof that we are still not in the machine? But I agree, slowly it is creeping in, and when you're in the machine, you become the Spock avatar on the spaceship Enterprise, on a little blue bubble flying in space, conquering the universe of the flying ball circus. This would be a reset of tsunamis, earthquakes, or mud floods of consciousness.
hello.
In the game, you will own nothing and you'll be happy. I think we should regard it as a privilege to be stepping stones to higher things. No fear or food, money, gas, death. If we're not in the game completely, there still might be a way. You're talking about us. Get out the game and you don't have to worry about war. If the ark is the motor of parasitic entity, maybe there is a way to destroy it. Yes. It's being destroyed. Organize an expedition, leave the crater, and that's what they try.
Now you see what they planning?
They just said Russia was over here trying to do something. They just trying to put fear. Keep you in fear. What about the water around the Earth, the atmosphere? Yep, we do have an atmosphere in this in this biodome. Maybe the rain will short circuit. Now I understand why they hate the Indians.
You hear that?
Because you know who the Indians are?
Alice in Wonderland.
Rabbit hole. That's who the Indians are.
Now, mind you, that's Alice is the same thing as the queen. When I was researching the fake queen, they said her mother is the queen. Her mother's supposed to be Queen Elizabeth I of York. But her mother isn't Queen Elizabeth of the First of York. When you really research it, she's really the mother of the Queen of all, the Queen of Queen Mothers or something like that. And they said, oh, we call her that so you won't be confused on who's Queen Elizabeth I and who's Queen Elizabeth II because they got both the same names. Mind you, I was like, that don't make no sense because Queen Elizabeth I, her name is Elizabeth York. So with Tudor, which her father is Owen Tudor. So I was like, what the hell are they talking about? Her mother's the Queen number 2 is mother name is Queen of Queens. So when you follow that Queen of Queens and not Queen York, but when you follow Queen's a mother, which is Queen's Elizabeth second mother, right? It will lead you to the Red Queen of Alice in Wonderland. It literally leads you to the Red Queen. So because the Queen Elizabeth number 2 is a make believe ass queen that comes from this whole shit that he just explained to you. I know it's hard to understand it, but it's a simulation. It's a made up mirror version of you. They can't come in here and do nothing to you. Like they can't turn off nothing of yours because they are really on the outside of you. So they can't shut nothing the fuck down in here. You understand what I'm saying? So they basically saying, let me back up. Now, I don't like being that close to the thing. So they can't shut nothing the fuck down in here because this is ours. We are the main person. We're not the reflection. We're not the scarecrow. We're not the fake person that's sitting in, the scarecrow purpose is to have the vultures think that somebody is there watching the crops. That's the whole point of the scarecrow. So the scarecrow is a fake person that the vultures think are real people. Like, oh shit, that nigga in the field, I'm not gonna touch his crops. That's what a Negro thought of when he see these people coming eating out his food. He's like, well, let me let them think I'm near, and I'm gonna put a scarecrow version of me up there. So when you think of the reflection or whatever they're talking about, it's the fake version of you. That's not you. That's not the real you. And when you look in the mirror, it could kind of make the bad side come out. That's why when you see like those memes with Kermit the Frog, and he'd be like in the mirror, like, do that shit. Like you be like no, and in the mirror he'd be like, do that shit. Like sometimes the mirror gaslights you, like, and that's not even the real you. like you, it's you. But when you in the mirror, you start to act up, like, oh shit, and think like I'm looking at myself right now, and I be wanting to start like breaking out a little dance or something and then I want to take pictures and stuff like that, but I'm going to just keep doing my YouTube. But I'm just saying, like, sometimes the mirror start making you act up. Like, everybody want to start, like, making little faces or whatever. What you doing that for? Who's making you do that? Like, so at the end of the day, this fake avatar you is now trying to figure, let me show you this too. Let me show you the zinc, right? Where he was trying to explain about the transferring of the conscious, the transferring of them dying. They're dying off. They're dying at a fast, rapid rate, which is the zinc. He said it's the ba in the ka, right? So here go the ba. He said, but he put this ba, right? But the picture already had a name for it. The picture does not call it ba. He put up ba. And he put up ka because he's over here on some Hebrew, fake Jewish, Russian shit. You know what I'm saying? So he's doing it in that language, right? But he really just means what the diagram shows, which means zinc, right? And we all know these people are like zinc, whatever. Anyway, and you see, it's not a coincidence that it's blue, right? So he's saying these people dying off like crazy or whatever, and they trying to figure out how to get this positive shit, right? You see how it's positive copper? And this is negative blue, negative ass blue. These are people. So these people are trying to figure out how to transfer, and it's the pot of gold. It's the pot of gold. He's not going to explain that shit to you about, he not explaining that shit how I'm trying to explain that shit. This is a fact. They over here trying to figure out how we staying so young. And if they gotta eat people, you saw how he was showing you them people were in the mouth of the devil and all that. If they gotta take the concept of the scarecrow and become a stimulation of you, So they don't have to worry about war no more. They don't have to worry about starving no more. They don't have to worry about, so they have to assimilate you, right? But they can't shut nothing off because it's not them. They are assimilation of you. They can't stop shit here. This is our shit. So the thing is, like he said, what would they do? What could they do so they won't lose what they got? So he said they go off the land, they go hiding, and they set a fucking bomb off, and it's so it could do the reset. You see what I'm saying? And you got to understand that they was talking about Kim Kardashian was making a bunker, right? Remember at some point they was talking about Kim Kardashian was making some type of bunker. I use her because they use those celebrities to explain what's next. They are just puppet pieces. Okay? Kanye, whatever Kanye's trying to explain, he's still a part of it. He's still down with the fucking cause. Alright? They are all trying to figure out where's going to be the next transition of them eating well, of them living how they got to. Because like he said, it's all on us. They are all on us. The transfer gotta happen for them. They are dying and getting old, and they over there now that they're not doing abortions no more like that. How are they going to suck up all the fetuses? Like how are they going to eat their baby fetuses up? Where are they getting all these baby fetuses from now? So you're fucking up their lunch. You're fucking up their energy and their food by taking them fetuses away. That's their fountain of youth. Florida be like, oh, fountain of youth, because they're talking about this whole shit. When y'all thinking about Florida, they're looking at Florida like the whole 13th, the whole Turtle. I gotta keep saying Turtle Island so you can know exactly the area I'm talking about, because I'm not talking about just one area. We're talking about the whole area of these people. And then he said, now I see why they hate the Indians. And mind you, we not Indians. He's just talking about the origin people from there. Like, it's not our fault that we copper, we positive charges, and we don't age. A lot of people think I'm way younger than what I am, and I don't feel like my age at all. Like, and I can't pretend like my mother like my mother look young too. Like my mother don't look mad young because she likes to participate in some of the seven deadly sins, which I believe, in my opinion, is like gluttony. She likes to eat a lot. So, sometimes food could be a part of, helping age you a little bit. But I think she would look way younger if she didn't like sugar so much. Sugar cane. You know what I'm saying? If she didn't like that sugar so much, she would look way younger. But when you participate with sugar is that dangerous. That sugar cane is dangerous as hell. It just strike and kill you out of nowhere like he did Abel. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta be careful with the sugar cane. Yeah. I don't know what else to explain because it's like so much in here to talk about. Let me see if I can go through some Kanye clips and show you how he's infiltrating and how he stole. Like I was talking about let me tell you how they were stealing from me. They stole my concept of saying that when every time I was looking into history, they'll be like, oh, well, this happened in 1690. I'm looking at something that happened in 1690, right? And they'll be like talking about 1690. And then the next sentence of what happened next would be 1890. I was like, 1890? What the fuck happened for 300 years? I'm missing something. You know what I'm saying? It happened, and every time I'm researching something, that's what's happening. I'm jumping from 1600 to the 1800s. So I'm like, okay, well, the 1600s is the 1800s, and the 1700s is the 1900s. So they are just mirroring. They love to mirror shit. They love to flip shit. They like to flip the script. They like to flip. You know how they be like, everybody's doing this, and then they flip and then everybody got the other person outfit on. So yeah. That's all they doing this all day, every day. Even this guy, he's sitting there talking about the bot and the cop. Like, nigga, just say that these people over there that's from blue blood ain't doing as well from people that's from red blood. And if you got that blue blood in you, that's that Chinaman, that's the Chinese that was biting everybody, going around biting everybody with their diseases. Okay? And that's in my opinion. I don't want nobody to be mad at me about me talking about Chinese people, but Chinese people are absolutely disgusting, so I don't care. I don't like them at all. Watch. Look at this. Look at this one. Where the Chinese man was trying to explain to you what happens in the nail salon. He like, oh, we not talking about you unless you complain. He like, if you complain, then we gonna call you an ugly bitch.
They just want finish the service. If they call,
I'm talking about they just want to finish the service. Shut up. Like, we paying you. You shut up. I'm talking about they just want you to relax.
what they gonna talk about. They don't want to talk about you. They just want to get you in and out. They just want to finish the service. If they talk to you, they're gonna waste more time. So they don't want to do that. Time's money to them. They're gonna try to get you in and out. That is why 95% they are not talking about you. But that 5% right there, they will talk about you if your ass is picky. If your ass is not relaxing, they will talk about you because they expect you to go into a salon to relax and shut the hell up. But if y'all start nitpicking everything, they might just say, "Oh, that's out." That means ugly bitch. And when y'all hear that, y'all know what's up. Stop being picky then.
Now, mind you, I could be paranoid, but every time I go in there, I feel like they say "Anjon whatever the fuck you just said. Like when they say "Anjon they calling you an ugly bitch. Excuse me, Chung Lee, you calling me ugly? Like, let's be honest. Who the fuck wants to look like a Chinese person? Raise your hand. Raise your fucking hand if you want to look Chinese. If you want to change your eyes like this and you want straight hair that cannot fucking curl for shit, raise your, and then you gotta cut it and chop it all up so you can put a wig or weave or something in it because their hair is so fucking flat. Raise your hand if you want to be fucking Chinese and eat a bunch of fucking snail thing that look like penis and it squirts in your face and they just bite off the head of an octopus and the black shit. Just who the fuck want to be Chinese, bro? So my ugly what? Ugly who? Y'all the last people on earth. I don't think I ever saw a Chinese person win Miss America or Miss anything. Like, let's be like, I'm not trying to be. I don't think they're ugly. I think Chinese kids are super fucking cute. I think Chinese people are good, decent, good looking people. But I'm not gonna pretend like I want to look Chinese. Like if I'm gonna go to a plastic surgeon and say, "Hey, give me this Chinese special." So how dare them say, "Oh, they calling you an ugly bitch"? Well, I'm gonna call you a dog mouth bitch because they breath be smelling like I don't fucking know why they have mouths. Like their breaths be like they be sitting there eating all this hot food mad fast, and they breath is done. Like I don't like none of them saying hush on nothing when I'm getting my nails done, which I don't go get my nails done no more. Sometimes if it's like my birthday or something, but I usually do my own nails now. I do everything myself. I cut the middleman out as much as I can because they're all immigrants and my money never comes back to my community. It never comes back to my people, and we don't never get to own a lot, nothing, own little to nothing because we're not allocating our funds. It's not circulating to benefit us. If our money was going to our businesses, it would come back to our communities. But instead, our money is going back to here or going to their wherever they live, whatever they're doing. So we're going to continue to not benefit off of that. So everything I do, I try to cut the middleman out. I know that I can't do everything myself, like sew things from scratch. Now I could, but I'm not gonna make my whole wardrobe from scratch. So I gotta buy things, I gotta do things, but I'm gonna try to do it as efficient as I could and do and add in whatever I need to add in if I want any razzle or dazzle, so I don't get charged the extra $100 for fun. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, what Spawn 2020 you said Chinese girls are scared of you. You must be big mind. You must be a big mind. And you're a big snake, a big black snake. That's probably why they that's probably why they scared. And if you want to find the girls that like the big black snake, them French, them white them white girls when they be in them Caribbeans, when they be going to the Caribbean and stuff, and they you be thinking the Caribbean girls is all hot and all that. Nah, these white girls is they are like they legs they be doing a ballerina split. The men be like and they be just like relaxing when they look. It's like what the fuck? Like they gangsters when it comes to the big guys. You know what I'm saying? But them Chinese girls probably scared. They probably are. They are petite people. They are very small, monkey size. They're like monkey miniature size people. They used to be called nomads. But anyway, yeah. So I don't know what else is. Let me see if I can explain this Kanye West stuff because that's what I originally came up here for. So let me go through the Kanye West stuff and then I'll probably like end it there since I just been talking a bunch of crap about everybody. So yeah, so here we go with Kanye. Let's just go over some stuff he was saying. And you see how they're putting out stuff saying like, oh, how perms damaged people here. Like now they're trying to admit about the perm. And then I had another clip that said the girls from the Just For Me. They said Just For Me too. You know, I was talking about the Just For Me. There's like the girl from the Just For Me box or the Dark and Lovely box. They said that they're now admitting that those little girls, all those little girl perms, that those girls, when they took those pictures, they had their natural hair. They did not have no perm in their hair when they were showing those. They are admitting now that the girls from them little girls on them small little young girl perm boxes, all that pretty hair that they had on those box, they had natural hair. They didn't get no perms. So you see how they targeted us and they target our beautiful hair? Because the Negro woman here, when the Negro woman grows her hair out, like my mother has long hair down her butt. When the Negro hair grows her hair out and it's all poofy and that shit is better than anybody. I don't care. I'm not saying other people here when the straightener is beautiful yet. But the Negro hair is so versatile that it will supersede them because they're not going to be able to do as much as we do with our hair. So we beat them by versatility. And when it grows out and it's long, it's like, who's beating us? Even white people be like, wow, that's all your hair. If a Negro has all her hair, they're going to be like, wow, that's all your hair. Ugh. Like, it's like, so? But it's like they don't want us to be great, bro. So anyway, they do all this stuff to us, right? They could have said, hey, put some aloe gel in your head. Don't put perm. Don't use perm. Put some aloe gel, do this, do that, do this, and your hair will be. But no, and you know, that don't work for everybody, but for our hair texture, it does. For people that has more cords and stuff, it's mainly because you have more African descent that went past the equator and they start drying out and shit. I don't know, where some people, like, because in Africa, like, the way how the equator hits is way too hot for people that absorbs the sun. So because we absorb it so much, it could dry you out, and you have to overtime hydrate yourself. So unless they're overtime hydrating themselves, they're not going to have a great hair factor because they're not in the correct atmosphere for their kind. And you would think, oh, you're from Africa, so why we don't flourish there well? We don't flourish there well because we're not fucking from there, and we shouldn't be there. That's Asian people. Asian people could flourish in the heat, however they flourish in the heat, because they could they need a tan. You know what I'm saying? They need all that heat or whatever. I don't know. They don't really. Asian people don't really even live in Asia. They stick over in the cold regions in Russia and stuff. Those are more like mixed people that's in Africa. It's people that's coming from like Latin America. Like they're right hand in hand, and they don't want to explain that. They'll say, oh, they're coming from, the Portuguese is coming from West Africa to Brazil, but it's really Brazil and Latin America that was taking black people to Africa. You know, everything is in reverse. Okay? So, yeah, that's another fact. And, okay. I see, yeah, let me see if I could go over. I just want to go over Kanye, then I'm gonna be done. So let me go over Kanye. I'm gonna try to explain things other than like I was watching this Michael Myers, and that's what made me look up Oscar Mayer, because Oscar is a very important name and Michael is a very important name. So I was trying to look up what, because as you see, Michael Myers have on like a car fixer, like you fixing cars. So I think that they did. So Michael Myers how did Michael Myers get killed, or what happened to him? Well, I don't know what happened to him, but you can clearly see that this is a guy that probably used to work on cars or something. The fact that they got this guy in a car fixing, a mechanic suit. I feel like that's just subliminal. Like that, like these are also like, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, just like Jason, how Jason was drowned in a lake or whatever. Like I think all these things are symbolic to what they would have done to people here. So let's just go over Kanye fake ass rant, acting like he's here for us, and he really just here for the yellow people, the people that be like yellow, or these people that speak with a Y. And it's like, that's all good, long as you remember the Negroes, man. I'm just waiting for somebody to say, hey, America belongs to the Negroes. Once I hear somebody say that, I'm going to trust them. I don't trust nobody that's not admitting that the southern Negroes, the people from the Midwest, the Southerners, the people that's from the southern areas are not the people that are the chosen. That, I'm not, if people are not going to fucking admit that we're the ones that got killed, murdered. They to this day they over here still trying to make space, trying to bring refugees in. These refugees ain't no regular loser people. These are people that paid their money. I think they paid New York 50 million. I think Mexico gave New York Eric Adams $50 million. So now we got to take all these fucking people in because they gave us 50 million. Like, you see what I mean? So is these really like regular refugees? No, these are people that want to get in during the reset. They want to get in here and become millionaires and live in a beautiful sky rises. They know that that's what their opportunities are going to be. They come to this country and become real estate agents. They become big executives in board job meetings. They live their fucking best life here. Of course, they're gonna pay money and give us 50 million to be here. While the people that's from here get treated like shit and gotta keep getting on that train and all this other stuff. Anyway, I take the train and stuff because I had issues with my car, and I don't want to explain that, like how the police will harass the shit out of you if you have a car. And if anybody knows me, they would know my situation with the car. I don't like to talk about what happened. I sued the police. I don't know if I can even talk about that. Everybody knows the 75th precinct. The 75th precinct is corrupt. I think they got a show on TV now that's called East New York. It's a show on CBS or something that's called East New York. And I'm telling you, I'm from East New York. And I was paranoid as hell from the D's and the police. They would not let me drive my piece of shit Impala in peace. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, because if my car was a D car, like, you know, my car, Impala is like a D car. And I got it for, you know, it was like a junk car, whatever. And I copped it. So I could care less if it was a D car or not. But they would not let me live my fucking life, bro, to the point where it went down. You know what I'm saying? It went down with us. So, and I'm not going to explain that because it is a case that was settled. And when you settle things, you're not like with these contracts and like Kanye and them, you can't talk about much about things. And one thing about me, I know the law and I know my rights. So I never miss my opportunities to take somebody and make them pay the piper. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a Geographical. And at the end of the day, that's just what the fuck it's going to be. Like, you're going to pay up. You know what I'm saying? You're going to pay. You're going to pay the piper. You're going to pay the price. All right? When you deal with something, if you deal with me, bother me, you're going to have to pay the price. You understand what I'm saying? And people be thinking I'm coming at them crazy. It's like, no, bro, I'm just making you pay that tab. I'm making you pay for playing with my time is money. You know what I'm saying? So you playing around me, stopping me doing this stupid shit. Yeah, I'm going to figure out a way to get you legally. I'm going to figure out a way to hit your pockets. If people think, oh, I'll do it, I'll figure out a way to ruin your life and not in I'm mad. Like, I don't care. I'll tear someone, I'll fight somebody, whatever. But I want to make sure that you can't make no money and stuff too. I want to kind of mess up your name. Like, you know, so when you know the law and you know certain shit, when you're a very wise person, you know how to do a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're a clueless person. So, like, people expect the Negro to be simple and slow and not understand law and contract. But when I'm a Capricorn, and you know, those are the people that's back in that region, you know, like Latin America, West, you know, French, Africa, whatever, Australia. These people are the ones that are in control of us. So you got to understand that they are the ones that are figuring law. They are the ones that are, it's not their laws, but they're the ones that understand how important it is. And they kill whoever and stopped you from reading, stopped you from, you know, made you hungry and scrambling. They made you stop being intelligent. And all the intelligent brothers that we had or whatever have been taken away, taken out of here. Because when you take the men out, the women are left alone. And when the women are left alone with children and stuff like that, you know how fucking scary that is? Like, do you know how scary it is for the woman to be left alone with her children and things? Or just even with children or without children, you know how scary it could be for a woman to be alone. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she gotta be the caretaker. Now she gotta be the moneymaker so they're killing the men, they're taking the men off, and they're killing the woman because they put her in fear and stress, and you constantly doing what you gotta do to make all these ends meet. It's tearing you apart. So they are very intelligent on how to divide and conquer. So that's why I make sure that if anything happens to me, somebody should be responsible for it. You know what I'm saying? Legally. And I make sure it happens. I make sure everything paper-wise is together, because they could care less about what really happened. So I could say, hey, my arm fell off and this happened, and they won't care unless I had the paperwork to prove it when my arm is off. I'll be like, my arm fell off. This person ripped my arm off. They're responsible. You think they care about my arm being in my hand? I can have my arm in my hand and say, hey, my arm ripped off. They don't care. They want to know, do you got the documentation from the hospital? Did you get the documentation from? They want paperwork. So I always gotta tell people, like, yo, make sure your paperwork is right, because they don't care about you. They want to know what you could prove in court. They want to know what you could prove. They don't give a fuck about anything else. They like, it's just a court case, and then you could go. But anyway, the police is corrupt. I could not drive. I could drive, but I prefer not to unless it's just not safe for a Negro to drive. It's just not safe for a Negro to drive. Like the amount of times I got stopped, and the fact that one of the guys, I was trying to get one of the guys before, but he flew off, right? One of the cops came at me sloppy because I was in front of a bus stop or something like that. And this nigga had the nerve to tell me to suck his penis, right? So I'm like, yo, what's your name, bro? Like, how you a cop and you telling me to suck your... And he ain't say penis, he said dick. So I'm like, how you out here telling me to suck your dick? Like, bro, I know that's the slogan in New York, but you a cop. Like, you're not supposed to talk to me like that. So instead of him trying to give me a ticket or something, he flew off because the way he was cursing me out and disrespecting me, he knew that ain't no point in writing a ticket when you know I'm about to sue your ass, bro. Like, I wanted his name and his badge. He got out of there fast. I was like, F you, bitch, and cursing me out, acting a fool. And it's just like, bro, what are y'all harassing people for like this? And it's like, I got beat up by the police. Please don't beat me up. I got locked up a lot of times. God damn it. I don't even want to talk about the police. I could go on and on and on about the police. And one time I went to report somebody, right? Because this crazy maniac man, he was like some big guy that's like, he was like 280 pounds. He's a security guard. He was talking about he was going to kick me out my crib. He was going to take all my shit out back to my mama house. So I was like, bro, I know who you is. He was mad that I had opened his mail and I knew all his information. So I was like, bro, I said his whole name and his social security number and everything. And he was like, oh, you opened my mail, bitch. And I'm like, yeah, because like I didn't know what kind of shit he was going to be on. So I got all your information. So he started threatening me. And I was like, all right, well, now you're in trouble. I'm going to get you locked up because you mad big. Like, you mad big and doofy. Like, get out of here. So I went to the precinct in Hoyt, Skimmer Hoyt train station right now. Mind you, I've been in it before because some guy was trying to, I don't know what he wanted to do to me in that train station. He was trying to rape me. He was trying to do something. He was following me. He was acting like a whole maniac with me one night, right? Then I ran into him again in the train. I had escaped him. I had to escape this dude, right? Ran into the nigga again. He scared the shit out of me because I was like, I'm going to let him go, right? I was like, I'm going to let him get on that train. I'm not going to get on that train. He didn't get on the train. And so now it's just me and him on the platform. I said, I was like, you done now, nigga. And I ran into the precinct in the Hoyt, and the police the D's had to follow me to Lafayette or whatever. And they said, yo, this guy was following you. It was plain clothes police. They was like, yo, hurry up back on the platform. We just going to follow you. Now, I told them, I was like, yo, that sounds dangerous. But they told me to do that anyway. And they said, yo, this guy followed me all the way to the stop. And the police had to come back to Lafayette in the cop car and tried to explain to me what happened, what they saw. And they was like, yo, they had to come and grab that guy up and lock him up because he literally was on following me and got off on my stop and everything. When he was pretending he was in a different car. But anyway, they handled that, right? So I felt like I could go back to this precinct because they looked out for me before with this weird crazy guy that was stalking me. And I was like, they're going to help me out with this weird crazy guy that said he's going to come get my shit and throw it out the house. So I was like, all right, now they're going to help me with this nigga too. I go into this Chinese, now mind you, the other people, I never seen this Chinese guy before, but I don't be in there a lot. So I came in there and it was a Chinese guy. And now this is not what make me not like Chinese people. But this is how they treat, this is how Chinese people is, bro. So I go in there and this dude was like, I'm like, yo, this guy was threatening me. He said he's going to come to my crib, ready to kick my stuff out. He was saying mad graphic stuff. So I was like, I just want to make a report just in case something happens. So, I won't feel uncomfortable in my house tonight or whatever because he knows where I'm at, whatever. So anyway, they was like, okay, come in here and fill out the information. So I go in there, I fill out the information, right? So I'm in there for mad long. And I'm like, why am I in here for mad long, bro? It's like almost a half an hour. So I was like, you know what? I'm about to get out of here because I had went and stopped to get something to eat. I had went and got some oxtails from Golden Crust. So that's why I don't care if people are here. And like, anyway. So I'm like, I'm getting out of here because I'm ready to eat. I'm ready to go home. I don't care if that guy threatened me. I just want to make sure that, nothing really does happen to me. That's so they know who did it because homeboy was threatening me for real. So anyway, I was like trying to leave out, right? So I was like, let me get out of here, right? The door locked. So I was like, okay, maybe they locked me in here by accident. So I started knocking on the fucking door, like, yo, I'm trying to get out of here, man. It's only half an hour. I said, forget the report. So I see the Chinese dude look through he looked through the blinds, like, shh, right? So I'm like, and I'm like, yo, let me out of here. Like, what the fuck? So he don't let me. It's like another 15. I went back and sit down because I'm like, yo, is this legal? Can you really leave somebody locked in here that was trying to make a report? So anyway, he finally comes back in 20 minutes later. And I'm like, yeah, I'm getting out of here, man. Like, cause now I'm creeped out by them. I'm like, yo, y'all wouldn't even let me out this fucking door. I'm ready to get away from y'all. So I'm like, I'm out of here. He like, hold on. He grabs me up like, oh, you getting locked up, because you got a warrant. And I'm like, a warrant for what? He like, oh, you got a warrant, this and that. So I was like, sir, how did you even know I had a warrant? Like, why is you running my name to see if I got a warrant when I'm over here trying to write a report and I didn't even give you my information yet? You just took my ID. The nigga snatched my ID up to run my name, bro. Why would you do that if I'm coming in here and being a victim, bro? So anyway, I had a warrant for something that I didn't go. It was a court case that I had in the Bronx where I didn't go back to it, and I didn't know I had to go back to it, and I had a warrant, but I didn't know that. Anyway, and it was for some English, so I'm not going to tell you that story. That story was awful. That was like that's three arrest stories. So I'm not going to even go through the Bronx. The Bronx is the worst jail I've ever been in. I've been in every jail in the borough, and the Bronx was the worst. These Spanish women and whatever the hell they are were off the hook in the bookings, bro. And I was just in the bookings. I make sure I get my seat and I be comfortable, and I don't care what they do. But they were crazy. And I was like, no one was retarder than that spot. But anyway, now mind you, I gotta go, whoa, they gotta expedite me to the fucking Bronx. So this had me livid, bro. I was like, how you locking me up and I'm the victim? I was so shocked, right? So I was mad that I threw all my oxtails all over the cell in there. I was like, I'm throwing all my food in here. Fuck yeah. Like, how you didn't violate me, bro? So I violated them. And they kept me in the precinct the whole night because, the bookings don't start until you get there. You know what I'm saying? So they made sure I did like a 48-hour tour because I threw that oxtails all over the cell. But I was mad because I'm like, yo, and I said, why did you run my name, right? When he locked me up. I'm like, why did you run my name? He like, oh, because I thought I saw you before. I was like, saw me for where? He like, oh, I thought you was prostituting. So he thought I was a prostitute. Even if you thought I was a prostitute that you saw before, what the fuck they got to do with you running my name trying to lock me up, bro? He lying. He just want me coming in as a victim. He wanted to come in to see if I had anything on my name instead of just taking my report and letting me go. You know what I'm saying? So he profiled me. That Chinese guy profiled me, bro. So I don't even want to talk about that because, I didn't even know I had a warrant. So whatever. But the fact that I was just like, I don't like none of these people, bro. And I was just like, oh, with the police. So I'm just trying to explain that with the driving because if a lot of people get pulled over and stuff, it's not by accident. These people are profiling us. And I was getting pulled over so much that it ended up being a legal situation. And I was paranoid as hell driving. I used to jump out and knock on my friend's door and be like, let me in. I think they follow me. I just need to just chill here for a while and wait for them to leave and I'll come out a couple hours later. And that didn't work because they were still on my ass and stuff. But anyway, they don't, ever since the legal situation happened, I never got bothered again, but I still gave my car away a couple years later because of something else. But I'm not going to get into that. But anyway, I was just trying to explain how corrupt these people are. Like, corrupt as fucking hell. And that's probably why they got a show called East New York now about the police, because it's just awful how people are getting treated. And I'm a female, so I can imagine what they're doing to the guys. You know what I'm saying? I can imagine what they're doing to the men. So, and then men got to realize that they can't harass you like that. That could be a lawsuit. A lot of things that they do could be a lawsuit. And they will never let the people, when I was suing, right? They will never let the person that actually do what they did get sued. They'll keep their big boys protected, and they'll let I don't even know who they would. I'm like, that ain't the person that grabbed me up. That was not the people. They let somebody else take the charge. So these people are strategic as hell, bro. Them people probably not even from this country. You know what I'm saying? They probably bringing them in from Poland or something. But anyway, let me go over Kanye pretending like he cares about us. And Kanye is basically trying to steal my platform, my little channel, so y'all don't listen to me preaching Negro, and he want to preach Israelite, and it's okay. I'm not mad at everybody, but everybody is not in the Caribbean. Everybody is not in Latin America. Everybody is not in the Israelite or whatever area. They are all piled up in this turtle area. 85% people, 85% people is in this turtle area, smushed up. Mad people is because they know what it is. All right, they know this is the fur land, it's protected. Da 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 da. But what about the people? It's not the people, the these fake Indian. So I want somebody to just admit. When I hear that, then I will be like, look, let the celebrities have it. I'm gonna leave them alone. But I know the celebrities ain't ever going to do that for us because they was not doing it when they were celebrities. They was all making their way, making their rounds, becoming fake billionaires. They were never helping us then, and they're not helping us now. Thinking, oh, well, they're effing us over, they're effing me over, so I'm gonna tell on y'all. They're not helping. They're just trying to figure out a new system. And they're trying to make you run with them. Like, come this way, come. And Kanye is just a big name. And he's over here saying stuff that I'm saying. And then he's playing the game as well, where he's saying things that's like, okay, he's not here to help us either. So now he's stealing the show from the truthers because he's way bigger than us. And he's acting like he's telling some truth. So the only thing I could be happy about Kanye being a truther is that he's explaining to black people of all kinds that they are the real Jews and they are the Israelites and they are the descendants of Jacob, of Jackson, and then mind you, they're stealing all my stuff, right? So here goes Alice. Remember, Alice is one movie that just came out where I was talking about how you go from the 1600s to the 1900s where Keke Palmer was a slave and she goes into the 70s, right? And mind you would think it was fast forward, but it was the same time frame because remember she went to the slave owner and they were all the same age. So they're just basically saying that, do you not understand that this is all the same time frame? You know what I'm saying? If you can understand that movie, it's basically what I've been trying to explain to y'all, right? That they're lying about the time frame and it's looping. It's just looping. When they go further back than the 1800s, it's looping the 1800s. It's just looping. They don't know nothing to happen, so they're just gonna loop and loop and loop the stories. So anyway, that's one movie. The other movie is what's this movie called? It's Halloween or Hollow something, and they talk about Halloween Jack. And the lady explains, let me see if I got the video of that, where the lady explains who Jack is. And she says it's an old Irish tale. And remember I told you the Irish is like the descendants of the Gaelic, it's the Celtic, it's like the Jamaicans or whatever like that. If they were the Jamaicans or whatever went to the Ireland, but they couldn't go in Scotland because Scotland were Jacobites. So they effed with us. And the Irish people probably did not like that, and this is why they're all Irish, or like the white people in Jamaica, they're all Irish or whatever. So the white lady was trying to tell, I think the movie has Marlon Wayans in it. It's on Netflix. It's Marlon Wayans. It's black people, right? And Marlon Wayans is supposed to be like this intelligent man that wants to figure out everything scientifically. But his daughter is trying to explain to you that everything can't be explained. Some of this stuff is just, they're really goobing goblins. And you gotta, like, the man is not, he's trying to be so smart and genius, Marlon, the black man, that he wants to be able to explain, like, this can't be real. But the daughter is saying, hey, spiritually, these people are demons and it is real and you don't have to be able to explain it all. You know what I'm saying? Just understand that this is what it is. You better start fighting before they kill you. So that's what the movie was kind of about, right? But the white lady was trying to explain the tale about the Jack-o'-lantern, the Sleepy Hollow of the man that's holding his head or whatever. So she explains it, and it's common sense. They talking about like Jack Daniels or whatever, like the history of Henry Jack and I think Jack had a son named George or something as well. That this is the same family, Jack, George, John. This is the money, the people that was doing the business, the prohibition area. Oh, and it's another movie on Netflix talking about this. They stole about the old homes, like the Tudor. I've been showing y'all the homes forever because I want one. They can't keep it forever. They showing the Tudor homes. It was like some movie called, and he's like, you take a picture of the home and you write it a love letter. And they was writing it a love letter saying, oh, I love these big, beautiful homes. And these are all in America. These are homes, I think it was in the South, how the movie was in Netflix. And they were showing all these underground like when he went to the basement, he was like, "Yo, I think somebody's sneaking in my house. They just bought this beautiful home, and they was like, I think somebody's sneaking in my house. The neighbors are acting real weird." So one day they ran down and they saw it was a wall, like a brick wall, but it was a way that you could remove the wall and you could now go into a secret passage that led you to mad different people's homes, like going up for blocks for miles and miles of underground areas where he said some people were living in those dwellings. They had a room in there and everything. So they said that this was built during the Prohibition era when it was illegal to sell these liquors. Just like with the Bible when it became with the wine. All of these things like wine, liquor, drugs, all this stuff changed the game in the world because we were not supposed to be doing any of those drugs, wine, or liquor, or any of it. So anyway, so they had to sneakily do this, and this was making them a lot of money doing these easy, they call them easy speakers or easy speaks. That a lot of them is in Harlem. These easy speaks or whatever, where you were able to go and drink and and it's illegal. And this was like in the 1900s. You see what I'm saying? So this is the Prohibition era, and a lot of things changed. So you gotta understand, there's a lot of underground shit going on in here, and they were admitting it in that show on Netflix. It was showing people. I think it was in Pennsylvania or like where it was going for miles. Where you could go to somebody else's crib, go to somebody like where they were just doing things underground, where people can't see that they were doing trades. So mind you, you think that stuff is not still going on today? Like they didn't get rid of these underground things. You know what I'm saying? And when this guy was sitting here explaining the bar, like, oh, what do you do when you can't keep eating off of people, but they dying off? You got to worry about this. He said you retreat inside. They act like they go to space, but they really go inside. Because mind you, they live off the reflection. So the reflection of space is, you know what I'm saying? So they really playing with the ground inside, but they pretending they in the sky because that's the reversal. So they play around like that. That's the way they play. Like, oh, we in space. Nah, they in the ground. They on the ground. So yeah, and then boom, they could easily do a reset. So everybody got to be on their P's and Q's. Like you never know what's going to happen. Unfortunately, you may not even be able to do anything about it unless you may be able to retreat out of here. Because 9 out of 10 is going to be in America because they don't really care about nowhere else. They're not fighting. Ukraine and them are not fighting for what? What are they fighting for? Over what? Food or resources or what? They're fighting over the fact that a lot of black Africans are from Ukraine. I was watching some show or something. They was talking about Black George in Ukraine. And George's name is in Ukraine as well. So them fighting Ukraine is another symbolic situation with George. Okay, but I can't explain all of that right now either. But you got to understand, if they can't win, they might set off some bombs. History will repeat itself. Okay, so history will repeat itself, but if you understand that it's repeating itself, you might be able to survive because you'll know what's to come. You know what I'm saying? And you'll try to figure out what you need to do. It's plenty of places that you could go underground. You could try to go underground, but I don't know how safe it will be because sometimes you could go underground, but how you if things barricade you where you're at, if you try to go in the subway or if you try to go to the stadium, a lot of stadiums are safe havens too with bombs and things. You don't know if you could get barricaded in there and still things could happen. But anyway, those are just suggestions of what you could do when at the time do come. You understand that stadiums are places that you could go and things like that. But anyway, I do want to go over Kanye before I continue to go on all these different rants. I just want to go over some things Kanye said. Yo, I was dead. This is when I first saw he had I was like, yo.
Wait, this nigga Kanye got a fucking YouTube channel now?
I was sick. I was like, oh, this nigga on YouTube now?
Yo, we can't have nothing.
We can't have nothing.
These celebrities is ruthless, man.
They don't care. They gonna cock block us no matter what. They like, oh, y'all on YouTube? Well, so are we.
So I was in computer programming class.
I said, oh, he's scamming. Look, he's scamming.
Let me try this code.
I said, let me put the code in. So mind you, I go to the code, right? And now this is where the code lead me to. This nigga over here trying to make us do Bitcoin. They think we that fucking stupid. If Kanye don't take his Japanese, if Kanye don't take his Korean, If Kanye, if Ye don't take his Korean Japanese affiliation ass on, trying to make us buy some fucking Bitcoin, these people don't got no fuck. He like, oh, y'all gonna have to hire me to get them on Bitcoin. Like they already been doing Bitcoin. Bitcoin already ripped people off. So what the fuck is Kanye talking about? Oh yeah, because you gotta they desperate to get this other backing, right? Hey, Rocky Maserati. Yes, he is Ray J. As you can see with the scruffy look. Kanye got a fucking. As you can see with the scruffy look, I think the scruffy look and the hat and all his clothes and all this stuff is just to make sure that nothing flops off. Because he's definitely, if Kanye West was a real person at this point, I don't know what they do with those people, but Ray J has taken on the role of the agenda of the Kanye rant. When Kanye was doing all these rants, he sounded like a January Capricorn talking about contracts and money and bit like, oh, like the certain things that they say is like the certain things he was saying and the dry sarcasm. I was like, this could be Ray J. This sounds like Ray J. But anyway, I'm not gonna even, if you know Ray J, you can kind of see that they are very similar acting. Okay. So right. So anyway, the link that he tried, he got this link, right? The link take you here. He's telling you, he's saying, hey, this is your chance to become this. He said during this unique event, you could receive a part of have a look at the rules and don't miss out on this. Like he's literally trying to sell you this shit. Like, no, don't miss out on this. This is the opportunity for you guys to get in this crypto. Like, bro, you serious, bro? Talking about he with Elon and they get out to do like, nah, hell no. They really on some. They really think people dead stupid, bro, and they're going to try to act like he's like doing what I'm doing to try to influence my people to sell their ass out again to now the Japanese or Koreans. No, we don't want to sell our ass out to nobody else, bro. I don't even know who sold our asses out the first time. I think it was George, bro. I don't know if they killed George and took it or George had to sell it through contract over. Let people tell it. I've heard this 1,000 times before over a gambling debt. I think they lost a gambling debt, and the nigga had to sell it, and that was due to Jubilee. Like I gotta sign off on this because I lost that gambling debt. Mind you, they used to use the stadiums for like race horsing and things like that. So they were definitely gambling back in the days. And I think he lost the lease or whatever to the land. So that's why the German Nazis took over Florida because the Florida was for John Augustine, the whole family that I be talking about. They own from up to Boston, Massachusetts, down to Florida. That was their whole shit. They hold 13 counties, they business, they this. And somehow, some way, he had to go to captivity. But he would no longer be alive. But he said, hey, I still want my people to have their shit. They should be able to redeem it. So now, mind you, it's our time to redeem. But it seems like it's other people trying. Now that they have added in new black people trying to be us, right? Like the Us movie, those Us people are trying to act like, oh, you see, they making all the noise. They making all the noise. I don't know if y'all following me. Like, I don't know if y'all can really follow that. But I hope y'all could, bro. I hope y'all understand what I'm trying to fucking explain. The Negro is not having no say so in nothing, and this is our shit. That's my fucking agenda. This is my whole reason of being here every time I come the fuck up here, bro. I could do a whole bunch of twin videos like I originally thought I was going to be doing up here and be making a little bit, a couple dollars off of it. But I don't even do twin videos because my whole, when you really look into what really happened to the Negro, bro, and I didn't know the extent of it all. But when you look at the extent of it all, you kind of want to start violating everything moving, bro. But you can't beat all of them. It's so much. When you really have an understanding, you'll understand that it's like you're like one. It's like you're like 1 to 100. It's not even like 1 to 10. It's like 1 to 100. It's like so many that you'll be a fool to try to act like, oh, we're gonna go to war. How? It's mad people that will link up with them and say F us. So anyway, you gotta be the Negro. That's why the Negro is always humble and this and that because they understand the battle. But at the same time, it's like, how do you still spend your money with them? Like the other day, I wanted to go out, but I was like, bro, if I go out to this place, I'm gonna spend like $200. And do I really want to spend $200 with these people? See, that's what stopped me from going. Now, would I want to spend $200? Yeah, I don't mind spending $200 to have fun. I spend whatever I want to have fun because that's the whole point of us being here, creating memories and having a good time. But where I was going, these people are trying to shorten my life. They're trying to shorten people I know life. They have taken people away from me, dead, jail. Do I really want to spend my money with them anymore? It makes me not want to go nowhere. I be like, bro, only thing I want to do is buy my food, cook my food, and stay in the house. And then when I do go somewhere, I go out and try to do free things and enjoy my time with friends or whatever and just enjoy time and not make it based on, hey, let me do this nice thing and it's going to be nice. I'm going to have a good time. They're going to, like, if I go flying, if I want to go flying, like, this is a nice thing, but it's all my funds is going to these people and then they stay. I just know that I'm helping them stay here and their intentions, like, they don't like it. So I just cannot. I hope people understand that it's I heard Jay-Z use this line too. It's for the greater of the good. Now, mind you, I used to study Buddhism. So I know exactly what the fuck that phrase means. So when Jay-Z said it recently in one of his interviews, I clutched my pearls. I was like, this nigga just said it was for the greater of the good. Now, mind you, that's like something like a Mormon would say or whatever, or like somebody that's like in those religions, whatever. I don't know if you ever saw the show. I think it's called Spawn, and not talking about Spawn 2020, but like the actual show Spawn. I think his name is Spawn or something like that. That's my show. That was my show. I like this Spawn, and in the movie they had a white preacher guy. He was like some pilgrim kind of, supposed to be preacher. Just like the show Preacher. I used to watch Preacher shoot. That the Preacher on AMC, that used to be my show. And a lot of people don't understand Preacher. So that's why that show didn't last so long because people did not understand the concept of Preacher, bro. That show was the truth. How the Chinese nigga was selling the souls. The Chinese nigga was selling the souls, and the white nigga only thing he had to do was speak in God's voice, and you had to do it. I didn't understand Preacher, bro, and the light skinned girlfriend. Like, y'all didn't understand all that. So unfortunately, that show didn't stay long, but that was my show. But anyway, Spawn is my show too. So Spawn, where it was a preacher guy that was putting in work. He's supposed to be a preacher, right? But he over there putting in work, killing people for his society. He was a hitman. So the people that he was working for, these rich white people that the preacher was working for, they wanted him to kill Spawn because Spawn was messing. Spawn was going to, because he was a military dude, and something happened where he was, and a lot of these stories be about black people, black men or whatever, what happened to them. But they're trying to act like these war heroes or these white men, and all these white men war heroes are people that's probably from like the 1970s. These are not the original World War I, World War II. That's not, these white people are from like the 1970 wars, like the Veteran War, this and that. Those are your war heroes. The war heroes for World War I, World War II would be Negroes. But anyway, so they go on with Spawn. Spawn's supposed to be coming back for like the government. The government was doing dirty little operations, right? So they were operation people. So anyway, now he's a regular guy. Whatever he is, he got his own little operation going on. And he was coming for the government because of whatever they did. And these people that hired that preacher dude, he was coming for their son. And because he was in politics. And they didn't know he was connected to these wild people from like this area or whatever. So they hired the preacher to go kill Spawn. So Spawn was having a hard time killing Spawn. And they took his sons. They took the preacher's sons. And the man was like, yo, what you doing with my kids? And he was like, understand that you got to kill Spawn even if you got to die and sacrifice yourself because it's for the greater of the good. So I understood exactly what they meant in that moment. And when Jay-Z said it in an interview I wish I could go over the interview, but I'll be up here forever trying to explain everything. So hopefully you can understand the little dialects that I'm giving you. So anyway, Jay-Z says it in an interview, and I understood it. Just like I understood what they meant in Spawn, I understood what Jay-Z meant in that interview. So when you say, oh, it's for the greater of the good, it means that even if you got to sacrifice something, just understand that you're doing it for the people. Like they are basically saying, know that your sons are going to be good, even if you sacrifice yourself. But if you don't sacrifice yourself, then I'm going to kill your sons. Like, that's basically what the deal was. The deal was do it for the greater of your good. Like, because, you know what I'm saying? It could get ugly. Either you going to do the sacrificing or the sacrifice is going to get done to you. So when Jay-Z said that, I was like, wow, this nigga really used the greater of the good comment. Now, mind you, I'm the queen of Buddhism principles. Buddhism is a religion, is principles. And these principles are, you would think Buddhism is like, nah, these people, like, if you really look at the principles, these principles are diabolical, bro. These are like eye for an eye, do unto others as another, like basically saying, like, that's not like, if somebody take your eye, you taking their eye, that's not that's, where's the at? You know what I'm saying? They saying if somebody take your eye, you get wild with them and you take their eye back. If somebody treat you a certain way, you get wild with them and you treat them like, that's what in that. And people be like, I'll be like, oh, I like Buddhism. And people would think, oh, that's like some good. And I'm like, in my back of my head, I'm like, nah, these people vicious. Like, these people get eye for eyes. They say you die, you live by the sword, you gotta die by that sword, and da da da. Like, they got these certain quotes that is literally like, get your lick back, bitch. Like, that's what they about, get your lick back, bitch. So anyway, so that's why I like Buddhism, because I'm not really like a mean person, but I am Capricorn, and it's like I said, if at some point you bother my time, you gotta pay the price. You gotta pay the piper. But anyway, and it's not a nice thing, but I can't be anything else. Like, what the fuck let me do? So anyway, I don't know what I was trying to explain, but I'm gonna continue to explain about Kanye West and his scam, right? So let's get into his scam. I don't think I really want to hear much about this interview. I think I like Pierce's interview more, but let me just see what this one says.
There's two people. The man who thinks they can. I can't find it. Oh well, then he say yay. It's like they're all on point with calling. The one who. It's like they're all on point with calling him yay now. Just like with P Diddy changing his name so much, I think it's connected to their money, or like, where they can't use that show name no more, because everybody's on point with calling him yay now. They cannot call him Kanye like that. That's done.
Oh, I was just explaining why they keep calling him yay.
Conversation is Mike Howe that had been at the Rip Saw with our brother Jeff Howe. He said he don't read any books. It's like eating paragraphs. The first sentence and the last sentence. He starts telling he said he like good conversation, which is oral information. You read any stupid books, these people.
Oh, right. I don't know why I talk so much, but right here he said it's not a good idea to read books, and it's better to understand oral information and experience. What I've been telling y'all from day one, because a lot of these books are corrupt as fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, the only book you should be reading is the Bible. The Bible means the book. Bible literally means book. It means the book. It means you don't need to read no other book but that. Now, a lot of people got to read more books because they're not direct descendants and they can't decipher that shit well. If you could decipher that shit real good, then you're gonna have a well understanding of what you need to do here and how you survive here. And you shouldn't have no other worries about reading no other books. Because you shouldn't worry about the you shouldn't worry about the 7 deadly sins of gluttony and you know what I'm saying? You just worry about your simple life. And the Bible will explain to you how to live a simple life. And you should be great. You should live till you're old. But anyway, but that's beside the point. Let me try to find something else because that wasn't really good. Let me find these. Let's see what these are about.
Territory. Just understanding how money works. Like, this is first generation. Like you say, like it was a juice. This is first generation wealth. This is infrastructure.
Now you see that? He said it's just like Jay say with the Deuce. This is first gen. No, this is not first generation wealth, Kanye. This is first generation wealth for you guys during the reset of the birth of the new nation. Before the birth of the new nation, we had wealth, Kanye. We kings and queens. We're royalty over here. big time people. So this is not first generation of wealth. This is first generation wealth for them. But anyway.
Yeah, the infrastructure is how to do a factory. Even right now, like when I left Gap, I moved, we made this t-shirt like all the tremendous right now, which is a flip on Supreme where the guy that used to work.
So you see that? He's saying he's trying to work on something called Tremendous, which is a flip on Supreme. They always trying to flip their, like Supreme is like Supreme Court Supreme. So here they are trying to find another way to transition. They're trying, just like the white guy that was explaining the transition of the conscience, because these people are dying mad fast and they need to transition their conscience to that copper positive. It's the same thing that Kanye is trying to explain. They're speaking in code, and none of this stuff is going to help us. That's all you need to know. All you need to know is
Tremaine is now in Supreme, and we can go further into that. Look at later.
Now, mind you, see how he got a 2024 hat on, and last time when I was talking about him, he had a 2023. And remember, I said, "Yo, he's gonna run." I said, within 2024, everything is going to change. And then by 2025, we're going to have a new contract. And then in this live, after my live, he put on a hat that said 2024. Because I was talking, remember, he had a hat that said 2023. And then when I came out with my live, I said by 2024, everything going to get crazy because that's the election year. And then by 2025, we're going to have, that's when the Jubilee ends. And that will be the new contract. And whatever happens, that's going to be the results, right, of these blue and red people fighting. So it's funny that Kanye came out and put this 2024 hat on when he had a 2023 hat on, and then I was talking about, because the 2024 is going to get chaotic, and here he go with a 2024 hat. So I know that these people are playing with me fucking directly. And he came out with these things right after my live. That's why I'm up here. I ain't want to be up here. I wanted to relax this weekend. I like to relax a lot and do other things. I like to multitask and pick up projects here and there. But I had to make sure I came up here this week because I said, what the fuck was this? This nigga directly talked about George Floyd and the choking situation that I was talking about and said that the nigga died. He didn't die from choking. He died from... When I was saying that the George Floyd choking, you know what I'm saying? So I just feel like this was... And then he put that 2024 hat on too. I was like, yo, is he trolling me? So, yeah, I had to come up and do this live because I said, Kanye and Candace is on one. And they not about to take over my platform. They got me chopped up in here for 2 years, really putting in work for free, bro. And you really going to pop up out of nowhere and keep your channel on for 48 hours straight, knowing that his team is doing that. I do everything on my own. Everything is by myself. That's why my quality picture look like shit, because I don't have a team to do those cute little videos like, all these other people that got these, that pretend they're regular people, but they're really from a rich family that's a part of these groups. You know what I'm saying? They're pretending regular people, but no, they're not regular people. And they have these great editing videos. I don't got that opportunity. It's just me here. So, yeah, Kanye and them are just trying to take my shine and mess up my message. Because they don't want people to really understand my message. They want people to understand this message.
LA Apparel, and he founded Los Angeles Apparel. So then we made the White Lives Matter tees, and then when I put up the tweet, now he ain't releasing the tee because he's Jewish. And I'm like, see, this is my exact point that I'm making. Like, Jewish people have owned the black voice, whether it's through us wearing a Ralph Lauren shirt, or it's all of us being signed to a record label, or having a Jewish manager, or being signed to a Jewish basketball team, or doing a movie on a Jewish platform like Disney. And we understand it's like, I respect.
So Kanye just didn't steal everything I've been trying to explain to y'all from day one. Like, that's not him just stealing it. He like, the Jewish people owns the black, like they own us. And and the thing is, because the Jews are the primary care owner of our people. But we don't got Jews in control of us. We got Jewish people in control of us. Okay? So anyway, so he's explaining to you how they are ruling us through Disney, do this, do that, do this, right?
Angeles apparel. So then we made the White Lives Matter tees, and then when I put up the tweet, now he ain't releasing the tees because he's Jewish. And I'm like, see, this is my exact point that I'm making. Like, Jewish people have owned the black voice, whether it's through us wearing a Ralph Lauren shirt.
Then I tell you, stop wearing name brand. You got to stop wearing the name brand. Now, if you like the name brand, if you like to just do it yourself, buy you or have a friend, put your money together, work together with somebody, say, hey, let me take your, Ziggy Wade, the Floyd Mayweather now is played by Mark Lamont. Yeah, I actually did a twin video on that. Mark Lamont used to be a sports caster before he went into the political round that he's in now. And mind you, remember did an interview with Candace. This is how you know it's coming full circle. I don't even but you're absolutely right. You're very accurate. They look exactly alike. There's no going around it. It's very weird that no one put that two and two together, but now people are realizing that these people are playing more than one role. And that the community that they're in is very small. It's not really a big community. They only have certain people that's allowed to be a part of it. So the original Floyd Mayweather was played by Blue Kimball. To throw off you're not throwing me off my topic. I like when people just throw in any kind of comments because I'm all over the place as well. That's just the way these lives work. Is the best thing to do is to interact, and especially whatever you have on your mind. I would love for anybody to say in the comments. So I think what is Blue Kimball, the same Kimball dude that was fighting and died? Is that the guy you're talking about, or is this somebody else? I'm gonna Google it, but. Let me, like you said, let me just stick here. Let me see. Matter of fact, let me just really quick. Who is Blue Kimball? I never heard of that. Blue Kimball? Okay, I never heard of this guy. Oh, right. I think I've seen this guy in shows before. Okay. Well, listen, I never heard of him, but I'm pretty sure he does resemble Mark Lamont. Like I see it. I see it there. It's possible. I don't even know who most of these people are. Like they just be coming out of nowhere. Oh, and that's weird because in this picture he looked. It's a little faded, but he looked just like Floyd in this picture, or Lamont in this picture. When you like, it look a little bit squiggly, and it's clear. When it looks a little squiggly, this look just like him. Wow. Yeah. So thanks for putting that up there. Definitely another fake character that they just throw out there because these people play multiple roles. You see how they got the rapper Trina in wrestling. Barrow's about to be like they could be in any role they want to be. They got Floyd Mayweather being a boxer. They got Floyd Mayweather doing politics. They got him being an actor. I believe it 100% because it's obvious at this point that a lot of these people either they are directly related or they're being played as the same person, but just with a little bit of prosthetic so they can make another check to go into their house. Jorginho, Floyd is real tacky. What does that even mean? Floyd is not like a real person. Like you gotta think of Floyd taking you back to possibly. I'll be thinking that the Floyd stands for Freud, like Freud from Europe when he was making everybody take coke, and it's called like they love Freud. They love Freud in Europe. When you talk about Freud, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, Freud." Yeah, like they know who Freud is. So sometimes I think that Freud, when you come into America, it could be translated to Floyd, but I don't even want to get into that. Like that could be a little bit complicated to try to put them in a circle. Um, yeah, money bags or like I don't like like Floyd Mayweather could be like Floyd Mayweather. Like then you gotta think George money bags. Like it's all about George and him owning everything and them playing off of that name. And sometimes I feel like is George did he sell us out on purpose and sign that contract, or was he murdered and he was forced? Because the story of George Washington death, the story of the King George death, it all sounds like they got conquered and somebody, they took him and took his head off King George. George Washington they say they didn't murder him, but they took 80 ounces of his blood out of his body. And when you think of the show country something, country whatever, country craft, it talks about, because they took George Washington blood like that because it's probably considered king's blood. You know what I'm saying? And that's the same thing they was trying to explain to you in country cross, whatever that place is called, country whatever. I don't know why I can't remember that goddamn name of that show. But maybe because it was only one fucking season. And just like that other show that they played, and I liked it too. I think it was called Underground. They make sure it's just 1 or 2 seasons and they get them right the hell out of there, because they don't want people to be explained that how that white girl was drinking all the blood. That's the same thing what he was trying to explain to you with the zinc and the copper, and how they trying to transfer consciousness, just like Us or Get Out. All of it is about Negroes getting torn up by these people. They trying to snatch up whatever they could. But anyway, okay, somebody said George Farmer, Candace Owens' husband. Right, like, and look how subliminal that is, George Farmer, because we're farmers. When we weren't sharecroppers, we were farmers. We're not. We were sharecroppers too, but sharecroppers got taken over by like Haitians and other people when they fought the war and won. But so George Farmer, you can clearly see that this is coming from the family of everything that was happening here. So what would her British white husband have to do with a name like that, George Farmer? And then Candace Owens is also another name affiliated with George. She's a part of the dynasty as well. She's supposed to be somewhat of like the Pocahontas or whatever from Jackson, Mississippi, but I'm not even going to get into that. I had explained that a long time ago. But anyway, yeah, keep the comments coming. But yeah, Kobe plays Mal Garrett. Yeah, if you watch when I first started, I used to watch what was this guy name? I can't remember his name now. He haven't been up here in a long time. He used to do twin videos. And that was the first time I realized that Kobe was playing that basketball. His videos literally could show you, or a lot of people are playing these roles, and it's no denying it. Like, something ain't right. If they're not the same people, something ain't right. And of course they are the same people, because they'll kill people out. They'll be working different time frames. When one is up, the other one is down. When one is down, the other one is up. So that's how you could tell that it's got to be the same person playing the role, because they can never be up. They can never be working a lot at the same time. They'll never be up at their height of their careers at the same time. Just like with the Migos. Offset had to have those babies. So now he's not in the group no more. And next thing you know, Kevin Durant might be like doing something big next year, because Offset does not have to worry about being with the Migos. And mind you, they're probably women as well. They're transformers. Um, Okay, King George III was known as Farmer George. Thank you, HR. See what I'm saying? Can be. Thank you, Sean. Yes, can be. His channel is still up. Go check him out. He definitely gives you a Kobe and Miles Garrett video that is undeniable. So yeah, this their time is up. They are busted, girl. They are busted like a can of biscuits. But yeah, so I'm glad you put that up there. George III, the Third was known as Farmer George. And the funny thing about it is, when I'm researching George the Third, George the Fourth, I already explained that it's no such thing. They're playing a bullshit game with us to stretch out the time frame. George the Third, when you research it, George the Third is George the First. They don't really want to explain it to you that way, but I don't know whether it's like the contracts that they have in a different country where he'll become the third there and the first here. But it's a weird way where they're doing this, where the third really be from like Scotland or this and that, but when he's here, he's the first. So I can't. It's hard to explain, but no, it'd be the same person. So, and then that's what I'm saying. This is all boiling down back to this one guy and his one family. And that's crazy that that's the name of that person like that. So this is the game that they play. Yeah, Conscious X 2. I don't have, yes, Lovecraft Country. Thank you, McCarty. If you check out Lovecraft Country, let me back up. It look like my teeth look mad crazy, and my teeth are actually straight, but I don't know why I look so crooked when I'm mad close. But anyway, if you look at Lovecraft Country, it literally is show of our history. When you saw, if y'all remember when the little girl was getting chased, she was getting chased by those little black girls with like the messed up hair. Those little black girls with the messed up hair represents the Uncle Tom cabin girls. The uncle. So let me see if I can look it up because I'm not gonna be able to find it in my phone. I know I probably erased it by now. So the Uncle Tom girls. It was like little girls that was like I can't explain it, bro. Like I found it is hard to find shit again. Let me see if I. So once I saw Uncle Tom's cabin had those little girls, right? Remember the little girls that was following that other girl? It was like they were mad scary. It was like two little girls. Those two little girls are the story from the Uncle Tom cabin story. It's the same little girls. So I was like, yo, that fucked up my mind. I'm like, yo, why they connected Uncle Tom cabin to Love Country Club? But remember the uncle name was George. In the father name was Charles, right? Or something like that. But remember, the father wasn't his father. It really was his uncle's kid. So this is still the same story about how like the Bible and all that stuff goes, where how I felt George got his stuff stolen by Charles or William, but it's hard to explain how all that happened. And these are two of the same families, but I think they cousins, like where one wanted to take it all went to George, but one wanted to take it, like, because Elizabeth and Henry is related. Henry, which is Jacob, had a brother named Charles. So this is the story of Jacob and Esau. And William and Charles, like Charleston, they all family, bro, all from the South, all Negroes. So you gotta understand that our own family did us in. You understand what I'm saying? But I can't really explain that. But people got just like George in the continental America. George is the Continental Army. Like when I was singing, do your ears hang low? Do they wobble in your fro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie it in? Like, bruh, the Continental Army, nigga said, do your ears hang low? Do it wobbles in your fro? Can you tie it in a knot? Can you tie it in blood? Can you throw it over your shoulders like a continental shoulders? Ears hang low. I remember I sang that song a long time ago about Golden Beauty boobies when I was like, do your boob. Because remember she was on the staircase with young Pharaoh and her boobies was all over the place. And she was like, and she was supposed to be broken up with him. And she was like, stop, Pharaoh. And she ain't had no bra on. And her titties was hanging. They would swing low, sweet chariot. Somebody take Golden Beauty boobies up. And then she put on that protective bra. So I laid off on her. She's a nice girl. But they're part of stuff. They're all Jamaican. They're all a part of stuff. They don't want to explain that to us. But whatever. I'll let y'all figure that out one day. Yeah, this stuff all connects. So Uncle Tom Cabin connects with Lovecraft story. This is all about the takeover, this time period. And they explain at the end of that story how they sacrificed the dude for his blood. And mind you, that was supposed to be the son of George, whatever, like of Charles, you know what I'm saying? So it's the same story that they're giving you with George Washington. They said that George Washington was sick or something, and then they literally drank 80 ounces of blood from him and said that back then in them days, they just didn't know what they was doing. How stupid could you be to be drawing blood from somebody that's mad sick with a throat infection? What does a throat infection have to do with you taking mad blood from him? So you already know that they bullshit and they just sacrificed the dude that took his king's blood. So anyway, and as you can see, it's very important because I just showed you with the guy talking about the ba in the car. Ain't no ba in the car. He didn't want to say zinc and copper, positive charge, negative. They don't want to explain that, but I explained it to you, right? I explained that positive neutron and a negative neutron, and they are outside. They are electrons. That's why they have static in their hair. Their hair be like, because they're electrons, like for real, no charge at all, no charge. So that's why they're able to do what they do. They got no respect for life because they don't have that. They don't have it. It's not there. No matter how much blood they try to take from us, no matter how much they try to eat the feces of those aborted kids, no matter how much they try to take from the penis of, how the Jewish people do circumcisions, but they do circumcisions because they like to use the skin, the foreskin of those babies to make an elixir for these celebrities to put on their face. I knew a girl that used to say she used to put sperm on her face to, like, she said when guys used to ejaculate, she used to snatch it up and be like maybe she knew deep, and mind you, she was Haitian. So these people be knowing certain shit about the body, the human body. You know what I'm saying? She probably knew it was a great protein mask. God bless her. But I'm not doing that. Like, thank God I was born with we need, that they keep doing, like, they doing stuff with that we got naturally installed in us. And that's why they continuously study us and prod and pick on us. And they had the God do all that study in our vagina. You know how they had that man in that park in Manhattan. And mind you, he probably was like an African or something. You know, these fake doctors that doctorate or whatever. Right? Just like Bill Cosby. Remember, I just told you, Bill stands for William. So these people are all like, William is the descendant of Charles, not of Henry, of Jacob, of he's the brother. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I can't explain all that. It's very complicated, but it's really not. If you really understand, if you get rid of all the stories and compact it into one story, you'll realize, oh, it's just one story. But the other stories are so wild, and it's in other languages, and they change the names around and things like that. So anyway, I just find this very interesting. That these stories and stuff all connect. And of course Robert too. We gotta understand Robert, like the Kardashians, like this Robert named Robert R. Kelly. Robert is connected to the Pied Piper. So we gotta understand that at some point the Robert name also, right? Like Robin Hood. Robin Hood is robbing the hood. We thought he was robbing rich people and giving back to the poor, but he's really robbing the hood and giving back to the poor out there. Like out so they're robbing the hood. And remember David Chappelle said he ran to Africa because he didn't want to wear a dress? But that's weird because he wore a dress and tights in that movie called Men in Tights, which was a spinoff of Robin Hood. When I saw that, I was like, didn't he say he didn't want to wear tights and a dress, but he wore it in Robin Hood? So ain't that contradicting the reason why he left and so-called went to Africa? No, they replaced that dude, bro. They replaced him with somebody else. Because that wasn't true. You wore tights and a dress in Men in Tights. That movie is called Men in Tights, and you was in it. So you didn't run to Africa for that. You know what I'm saying? You already did it. You already made it. You know, they put them niggas in dresses, and you think about it now, it's like, wow, to all of them. And mind you, it's not like they put in Negroes in dresses. They put in people from these people ain't Negroes. Jamie Foxx and them is like, I don't know what the hell they are. They could be anchor babies, which means they could be mixed with Negro, or they could be just fully something else. But yeah, like you could see like him, like Kevin Hart talking about Tiffany Haddish or Nipsey Hussle. They are from Ethiopia. They are Eritrean, Erieta, like Eritrea, whatever that is called. So yeah, they're definitely taking over. So I saw somewhere where they were saying like, what is the somebody explained the Trinity, because I was talking about the Trinity a lot. And I was saying, oh, it's the Trinity, the Trinities and the Jamaicans, whatever. And it is, but the person explained the Trinity thing better than I did. They said the Trinity is actually the collaboration of British, French, and Spanish. That is the Trinity. So this is the tribe, whatever, the Trinity of the third party, whatever. This is their thing. And that's why a lot of things in America, in English, a lot of things are being said in Spanish, because the Spanish took over. It's supposed to be, English is supposed to supersede Spanish, but somehow Spanish is superseding over here in England, speaking English. So a lot of things is in Spanish, and you got to understand it's because they are a part of that Trinity pact. It's like a pact. But anyway, I just thought that was good. I'm glad other people understand what I'm saying, and they have more intellect to explain it in a better format, which I don't mind. I don't mind that I'm not the smartest person in the world. You know what I used to say about myself? I used to say, yo, I'm the smartest person in the back. Like I'm gonna be like I'm gonna be in a genius room. I'm gonna be in a smart people class, but unfortunately I'm gonna be in the back because I have a coolness to me. and I would have to sacrifice my coolness to be in the front. Like you have to literally be 100% nerd with no fun, no time to hang or chill. You have to be specifically dedicated to your studies. And I'm not going to do that. Like I don't mind being the smartest person in the back. And I do like to collab with the smart people in the middle and in the front. I like to be like, hey, what's up? Because you know I'm good at managing and leading as well. So it's like, bro, I might not be the smartest in the front, but you do want to have me so I could definitely help y'all. Like I said, I could be a Capricorn handler. We're gonna make sure that you're where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be, you're doing what you're supposed to do. Are you eating? What are you doing? You know, that's what the Catholic handler. That's why so many Capricorn handlers, because they know how to be strict. You know, they know how to be time managing. It's important. Time managing is more important than anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? You could be real smart, but if you don't finish the test, you know what I'm saying? So time management is important just as being smart. So I don't mind being in the back, but trust and believe, just because I'm in the back, don't take me out, because I'm a good leader. I'm a super good fucking leader. So yeah. Um. Anyway, so I know it's a lot of people that explain the stuff that I explain in better ways. So I try to show clips of it, and I'm not mad at them being a little bit more smarter in their speech. A lot of people, they get their masters and their doctorate degrees. As Kanye West said, his mother was indoctrinated. I already told you these people are indoctrinated and they take an oath. So once Kanye said that about his mother, he said that they took over her life, and he was no longer with his father, this and that. Like, you know, you become their property. Like the government own, when you're like an army, this and that, the government kind of owns you. Like you can't really do much. You can't get a charge. You can't do this, can't do that, because you are government property. So it's no different than his mother being indoctrinated and doing all the stuff she did to influence her son to do whatever he had to do, because it's about the greater of the good. If y'all know what that means, it's about the sacrifices. Like she sacrificed her fucking self. Because who the hell dies in self care? You already made it through the surgery and you died through self care. You telling me you didn't have a good enough nurse to keep you from not bleeding out? You could have been bleeding and said, "Hey, you bleeding? Let me take you back to the hospital. You're saved." So how the hell a rich person like that didn't have enough good care? And then of course they're gonna say, oh, because a family member was watching her. A family member was watching. Why would Kanye West's rich mother have a family member watch her? And not and then mind you, I don't think that's even legal. I think after 24 hours or so of surgery, you have to have a nurse there. I don't think you can have a family member take your place, because they gotta check your blood pressure every minute. They know that you're out of it and you're sedated. So it's no way. That's a bullshit story. She just probably sacrificed the Moloch so her son could go on and do it. And sometimes I be thinking that they put her consciousness inside him. And that's why everything he does is dawn to this, dawn to that, dawn to this. Because it's like her consciousness in him. If that makes any fucking sense as well. She's been breeding. She's been grooming him from day one. They have plenty of clips of her going over raps and stuff with him and telling him to do it this way and do it, you know. So she's been grooming him, and she's groomed herself. She's indoctrinated. She's a part of it. She's not even from here. It's obvious. So anyway, let's continue on with Kanye, I think, and I can wrap it up. I'm thankful for whoever's still here, because I do take a long time when I'm coming up here, because it's a lot to talk about. And then I still feel like when I leave here, I didn't explain everything I wanted to explain. So it does take a long time when I'm up here. So thanks for anybody that sticks with me and have nothing else to do. So, you know, if you don't have nothing else to do, come pop out and chill with me in my chat. My chat is super cool. You know, come in here and chat with my chat room, because they interact with each other. I see the comments and I be seeing you guys talking to each other, and I'm just like, okay, have your own little side conversations, and also interacting with me or giving me any information. So, you know, if you're not doing anything, always pop out to my live. It's more of a chill vibe, hanging out vibe, and me trying to also keep people in the know, which is what Jesus is. Jesus in French means I know. Like, you gotta be in the know, right? So just want to keep my people in a good headspace to make good choices, to have a better quality of life. And your if your life is having a better quality of life, then it's going to affect your peers. And I'm your peers. I want to be affected with good, positive energy from you guys. So we got to start uplifting so I can start coming back outside again. Like, I can't even be outside like that no more because it's just like a lot of ridiculous shit going on, bro. And I was getting into, I almost got into it with a Jewish lady, and I'm not even going to get into that because she disrespected me 100%. And if I wasn't on the phone with my mama, I'm telling you, that lady wig, I would have fixed that wig straight. She had it all crooked. I was about to put her wig straight, but I was like, I'm going to let her violate and be disrespectful and racist because at this point, we talking about them on the internet, and she probably know. She probably know we talking about them so bad that she didn't like the fact that my Negro ass was in front of her, and she skipped me on the line and said, oh, I didn't know. I thought you was waiting. And she didn't even get, like, she was skipping me before the guy in front of me was done ordering. She was already trying to get the guy attention. She was like, she had it. And I was telling my moms through the whole line, me being on, I said, yo, this lady is trying to skip me. Like, it's obvious. She kept looking at my hair. She kept coming around me. Then she literally came side by side with me like we was together. I was like, Mom, she trying to skip me. This is so weird. Like, she was coming at me mad wow. And then she tried to say mad slick shit, so I knew she skipped me on purpose just to disrespect me, bro. She was like, yeah, because I don't know who's waiting. She was like, oh, I don't know if you're waiting. I don't know. I was like, miss, you started ordering before I was next after this man. She came when the man ordered. She was like, oh, mister, how much is, she tried to like get his attention and say, oh, how much is something when the man ordered in front of me. Now I'm next, right? But she asking the guy while this guy's ordering, she letting the guy get his order off. All these people were Jewish, right? So she letting this guy get his order off, right? Why? Right after because now she's at the side. She ended up at the side of me. Then she's like, oh, how much is something, right? So I'm like, she's a con artist and bitch, right? I'm like, look at this crazy bitch. Now, mind you, I'm popping shit about her on the phone too. I'm like, Mom, this crazy Jewish bitch really skipping me, Mom. She really doing it. I was talking about her skipping me through the whole time. So she was like, she's telling the guy, oh, how much is something right now? Mind you, the guy is done. Or this is simultaneously. Now he's done ordering and she's asking, right? So now it's my turn to order. And she's like, okay, now you might as well just get me this and put this in the oven for me. Now she ordered. She acted like she was asking the question, then went on and ordered, bro. Then I looked at her and was like, yo, you really fucking made it your business to skip me, bro. We've been on this line for 10 minutes and you was acting mad antsy behind me. And then when they went down to one person but in front of me, you got on the side of me, then jumped in and act like you was asking a question, and then boom, you ordered. You didn't skip this man. You made sure you skipped me. So then I looked at her like, yo, this bitch is dead. She dead accomplished skipping me. She already done ordered her shit now. So I was like, when I looked at her, she's like, yeah, because I don't know what people are waiting for. I never got the guy never he really ordered and left off and then you jumped right in there. So you wasn't waiting for nothing, man. You made it your point to skip and violate me because you didn't like I was a Negro in front of you. You felt like you should have went. I felt her aura. Her aura was you should be behind me. She didn't mind waiting for that other guy, the Jewish, but me. She not ordering behind me. That she gave that vibe through the whole time on that line, and she accomplished her. I wanted to tear her whole. I wanted to fix her wig up a little bit for her. Like, let me fix your little wig up a little bit. But I left her alone because my mother was like, "Oh, don't do that." Da, 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 and I said, "Mom, this lady, she was like of age." I was like, she's coming from a time where she can't stop her race. She can't stop the way she feel about niggers, where they just automatically violate. They do it on purpose to try to put you in your place. You see, she's coming from that time frame, and my mother's in that time frame too. Like, oh, don't do that, just leave out. And I'm like, bro, you on some slave negro shit? She's on some master boy in me. I'm like, no, I'm gonna come in here and order my shit. It's America. I'm from here. I should be able to eat fucking food and order my shit, whether it's, I don't care for what it is. You're here in America selling it. I'm gonna cop from wherever I want. This is my spot. I'm gonna make sure people understand this is my spot. They wanna reprimand us every chance they get to make us uncomfortable in our own spot. So I'm like, no. I'm about to fix the lady wig. But I didn't fix her wig. I just let her go ahead. But I made sure she heard me well while I was on the phone. Like, I was like, she's a rotten racist bitch. I was like, she really made sure she skipped me. She really made sure she showed me that I shouldn't have been in front of her. But whatever. She got away with it. She did some remarkable con artist shit, bro. I wish I could have taped the scene. I was like, this is some smooth criminal shit that Michael Jackson was talking about with the blood stains on the carpet and the shingle. Like, what the fuck? And if Michael Jackson would have said, Annie, are you like, Candace, are you okay? I'd have said, no, I'm not okay. Like, what the fuck? This bitch just skipped me, Michael. Let's get her. Like, anyway, yeah, let me just try. I'm gonna try to finish Kanye and then I'm out of here because I'm tired now. And I don't feel like I got anywhere like always. I always feel like I don't get nowhere. Like I be trying to get somewhere and I feel like I don't be getting nowhere. But definitely you gotta understand that Kanye stole all that shit from me, right? How he came out and talked about George. I was talking about that. I was talking about the whole choke thing and then boom, here go Kanye talking about, oh, Candace said this. I'm like, Candace didn't say that. You see what I'm saying? They trying to play a game on my name. They trying to jump on YouTube and steal my platform. I'm like, I hate them. And I don't want to, and I don't hate them because I don't want them to say, oh, hate speech. I don't like them. Like, oh my God, that's why I was talking about them like this. Because they are so rude, bro, cutthroat. And it's Ray J too. I could tell a Capricorn when I hear one. But I'm going to just pretend with him that this is Kanye. But it's really Ray J. Talking about Kim. Ray J and Kim are partners in crime. Don't you see how many Libras are celebrities? Do you see how many these celebrity Libra birthdays, where all these celebrities are Libras? Do you understand what you got to do to become a celebrity? Do you see what I'm trying to say about Libras? I'm not even gonna go. I ain't saying. Of course, I'm not gonna say all Libras, whatever. But I'm telling you that why is there so many Libra celebrities? Do you know what you got to do to become a celebrity? Like, do you know what be like? You know what I'm saying? So you got the Capricorn. They love a person that's willing to do anything. So yeah, you got the Libra, and you got the Capricorn, and yeah, they're making great music for 20 years, harassing us through music, this and that. Kanye's a rapper, Ray J's a singer, Kim Kardashian does 1,000 things. She's in the game as well. She's an actor. She's a lot of things as well. So yeah, bro, like yeah, these two signs are a little bit diabolical. Libra being down for whatever the hell because they don't care really. They really don't care. They're like very eerie, ear signs like and it's like, bro, are you not paying attention? A lot of pimping things could be going on, and it's like if you probably tell them like, hey, a lot of pimping things might be going on, they'll be looking like like it's like, all right, so don't worry about it. Like they don't care. They good. They cool with it. Like and like I just said. Like sometimes Capricorns could be like, let me videotape you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me get this on tape. Let me record everything. Let me keep footage of. I want to have it like, just like, I put it like Dexter. I love Dexter. It's nothing I watched Dexter's season 1 through 10 probably like 5 different times. Dexter is like the vigilante a Capricorn always dreams to be. Capricorn wants to be a vigilante so bad. They want to be the hero villain so bad. They want to be a hero, but they also want to be a villain so bad. So because they want to be a villain, but they want to be good, they decide to become a vigilante, which means, hey, I don't want to bother no innocent people, but I want to take some of this. I want to take some of this killer instinct energy out on somebody. So the killer instinct energy goes out to the criminals if you become a superhero or you become you're superseding your human. You know what I'm saying? So you become a super saver or whatever. And it's like, are we really saving people? No, we want to get off on it. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I'm not gonna explain that much. Like I said, it's like Dexter, vigilante, want to keep record of stuff, can't help themselves. Capricorns like to take things and things like that. Like that's normal, and that's where you get the she's down for it. Great great combination. A nice Capricorn handler and a nice Libra that's ready to be game. Like, I'm game. Let me get my sneakers on. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, yo, you really gonna do this? Well, let me get it. Yeah, I'm a gaslight it. But anyway, and they're gonna be like, yeah, gaslight me. So anyway, it's all good. It's a great combination. But yeah, Ray J and Kim Kardashian is taking everybody for a spin, bro, and they are not done. They've been harassing us for mad long. Can you really think about how long these people been in the game? Like, they giving the Kardashians they flowers right now. They like, yo, y'all did a remarkable job getting these white girls to get their lips and butts done, to take these black girls, men, and play these retarded games and all this stuff. Like, you did a wonderful job playing all these games with everybody. And yeah, so kudos to the Kardashians, right? Messing up our lives. So let me try to finish Kanye, Ray J up. And him and his girl, they diabolical asses. And they agenda. They definitely have an agenda because he still like Kim. Like, Kanye act like Kim, and so because Ray J, just like Ray J, didn't Ray J just show you text messages like, oh, hey, hey Kim, you're cool. Like, so Ray J still respects Kim and think so does Kanye. Kanye and Ray J have so much in common. But anyway, let's go over this. It's not as forward for Kanye, but it's understandable. Wait, I just want to the comment with Helen Nitilo. She said the scales or is a miss. Wait, did it just leave? What the hell just happened? Yes, I'm glad you said that. Like the Bizarro Candace show. Yeah, that she talking about Candace Owens show, like the Candace Michelle View show. Like, girl, we come from with a YouTube show. Whatever, like, I guess. But she's definitely like she's like the us. Like, I'm the us and she's the mirroring version. I missed that. I wanted to say that comment that they did about okay, the scales or a misrepresentation of Libra in I'm assuming you're saying the scales is like a misrepresentation of the Libra. And I understand what you're probably saying, where the scales is like, oh, like, like a balance, right? But a lot of people say that the Libras are the least balanced people in the world. Like, they are super undecisive. Like, they are constantly acting. I had one Libra tell me that they wanted to keep all their eggs in one bag. I don't even know what the fuck that meant, but I heard another Libra on TV say that shit. And I was like, what is that, a slogan for y'all? Like, oh, I wanted to keep all my eggs in one basket. I'm looking like, bro, like, well, now you about to get dumped because, like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, I'm not an egg. Like, oh, I want to keep, like, like more, like, you want to have all the girls in one basket. You want to be just left with one. Like, you want to have 12. Like, that's not the way it works. The fuck you mean by that? So, very undecisive people don't know exactly what they want to do. They want to they don't really want to, but then they do one day, and they don't want to one day. So it's like, ew, get your ass out of here talking about balance and scale. Balance and scale, weird. But I don't have no issues with them though. Like, I have issues with certain signs, and it ain't the Libra. Like, so anyway, it's a lot of worse signs out there. And I don't know about too much like female, but as far as male goes, male signs, I believe Virgo. Yeah, like Virgo is a no-go as far as the men. I like Virgo women, and I like Virgo men. I don't want to date a Virgo man. I don't mind being a Virgo man friend. You rather be on a friend spectrum than they arm spectrum, because they're gonna make you cry. And and who else? Like, it's other signs like that. I just like, it's a never know. But I don't want to get into that. Like this, I'd like to keep this educational. Maybe one day I'll try to get into those like kind of conversations like that. But I don't really like talking about relationships and stuff, because sometimes I don't want to base relationships off of signs, because people are individuals. And science is just a personality. So somebody could use their undecisiveness with food and not a person. So you don't want to say, oh, Libras is all undecisive about a person, when some Libras could be fine with a person, but could be indecisive about the food, or you know what I'm saying. So I don't want to. That's just a personality trait, and it could be pushed on others. It don't have to be pertaining the personalities to this rich. It could be pertaining to other things in life, and they do have the personality, but it's being utilized in that spectrum and not really a relationship. So I don't want to just like put people in those kind of categories, but the characteristics and the personality, yes, but how they use it could be very different. You know what I'm saying? That's up in the air on how they utilize the personality, right? So I don't want to. So anyway, 21 Savage name. He has the name Abraham Joseph, and mind you, he has two last names, so that means he's hyphenating. So I just feel like they all strategic. It's all together, like Abraham Joseph, like things like that. So anyway, let me go back to Kanye. I keep saying that, but this time I'm really going to just stick to it and try to finish up.
And the audio changes what? I was in the middle of a sentence, boy. Okay, so are you going to allow me to finish my sentence? I think so, yes. If you then answer my question. Okay, so I'm going to tell people when that is a win for Pierce right there, because he got Kanye out of his element to react so negatively and disrespectfully and frustratingly. Kanye lost his cool for a second. Not too bad, but I think that's what the interviewer wants, like an opponent.
Now I take this because I wanted you to see how I take that part because I wanted you to see how this white guy, I don't like calling them white because they're not white, they're Caucasians, right? So this Caucasian guy, right? He has his own YouTube, but he was showing the Kanye peer. So anyway, he had his opinion on what was said, and he said, because Kanye, he asked Kanye a question, and then Kanye got mad and said, "Listen, boy," and Kanye called Paul Pierce Morgan a boy. He was like, "Listen, boy," whatever, right? And that's another thing in history too, because back in history, they made it seem like white people used to call black people boy, right? Like, and try to degrade them, like, here, boy. But in reality, like I said, everything is in reverse. So in reality, they said the Negro used to call the white person boy. They used to be like, "Come here, boy," and stuff to them. So this is just another play on. This is another Shakespeare demonstration. You will act like this is real, but this is all orchestrated. Everything is orchestrated. Trust me. And they're playing history. They are sticking to the scripts of history. Of a black man calling the white man boy, the Caucasian boy. Because they used to come over here and work, and we used to feed them or whatever and give them some bread. Like, it was a lot of stuff like that. But anyway, that's beside the point. So now the white guy, this Caucasian guy, was trying to say that Paul Morgan, he gives him a win. He gives him a win for taking Kanye out his element, getting him upset, and making him sound stupid. So I just want you to understand what their tactics are. Now, I get this all day. When you work or something like that, if you ever work around a lot of Caucasian people, you gotta understand they're on a code of trying the same tactics where they try to get you out your element, get you to say something, get you to curse or something, so you could lose your job, or you know what I'm saying? And this is being done to you, being like, yo, you're attacking me, and then you made me lose this is their tactic. They know we're emotional people. They're electrons. They got static. They ears stick up like static. They electrons. They don't have no emotions. They know that we are emotional people. We are emotional soul. We have soul and emotion. That's why we don't recklessly kill life. We don't recklessly murder people like them. Recklessly just murder them. They're like, oh, you kill for a reason. If you stole my money, you did some stupid shit, then yes, it comes back to you. But when people just open out fire on somebody and kill 8 people in a church, or, you hear these stories about them murdering, usually a Caucasian person is just murdering to get the feel of, oh, I want to kill something. You didn't have no issues. You didn't have no direct issues with somebody. What the hell are you killing that many people for? So you got to understand that they got no emotion, but they know we do. That's why we don't go running out murdering a bunch of people for no goddamn reason just because we felt like it or because of like bullshit. That's a bullshit excuse. You don't even know these people. You don't even have to come across these people in life. You know what I'm saying? So you seeking out and you hunting. Okay, so this is their tactics. They're strategic. They're tactical. So I want you to understand. That's why I do so well with my job because it's like, bro, they can never get me into an emotion with them because I feel nothing for them because I understand their tactics. I understand what they are. So it cannot affect me when you're in the know. When you're in the know, you'll go, oh, okay, well, I apologize that you hit them with the heat. So they could feel like the wicked witch of the West. And usually they'll apologize at the end because they realize my tactic didn't work. And now I want to apologize because I don't want you to think I'm a creep. But it's like, bro, you're a creep because you tried to use a tactic on me to get me in trouble. So anyway, I just want to make sure you guys are aware of the attacks and the strategics and do not fucking fall for it because they're nobody to you anyway. They're nobodies. And they're trying to create some type of chaos in you because they know that throws you off. And chaos causes confusion and you could lose shit, you could lose your wallet, they could steal your watch. They want to rob you so bad. So don't let them throw you off into nothing. Stay stern, stay sturdy. And they already know we sturdy, but stay sturdy. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them get you with the emotions because they know you're emotional. So you have a soul and you're an emotional person. Don't let them get you all the time with that because that's their strategy. Okay, so let me go on.
I was in the middle of a sentence, boy. Okay, so are you going to allow me to finish my sentence? I think so. Yes. If you then answer my question. Okay, so I'm going to tell people when that is a win. They are. That's a for some way. And get them out of their element. Get them to say what they're
See,
thinking.
he said to get them out their skin. Get them out their skin, get them to see what they really are thinking. Like trying to say like, oh, that's how you really feel. How can you say that's how somebody really feel if you upset at them? Like, get out of here.
Get them out of their element. Get them to say what they're thinking. That's all for Kanye, but it's understandable. Washington says, I agree as well. Looking forward is the way to win. I've witnessed this for myself. Ultimately, we should be in a race with ourselves and we must be willing to compete. Well,
did you hear that? He said, somebody said, I understand that method. That method serves us well. It helps us get forward. Do you understand that? These people are on a code. They are on a code. And mind you, after he read that comment, he didn't even really he understood it perfectly and he just kept it moving. Now listen to the comment.
So, ultimately we should be in a race with ourselves. This method serves well.
Ultimately, we need to be in a race with ourselves and use this method because it works well. The method serves me well.
And you see how he smiled and he didn't even explain what that.
You see how he smiled at the end of that shit? Like, yeah, I get that. Like, I get what you said. Like, they literally are on code, right?
And it's Cena. Go get him, Kanye. No black alive today has been a slave. I believe the same thing.
Oh, did you hear what? Listen to this.
And it's Cena. Go get him, Kanye. No black alive today has been a slave. I believe the same thing.
So he said no blacks. He read a comment, right, that said no blacks. The comment said, I believe no blacks alive were ever slaves, right? He said, I agree with you, right?
And it's Cena. Go get him, Kanye. No black alive today has been a slave. I believe the same thing.
Ooh, did you hear that? So mind you, right? That's a hell of a fucking thing to say. Whoa, 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 Caucasian man. Not so fast. Oh, it's fucking slavery out here. Is he kidding me? No black person ever was a slave, and he said, I agree with that. No. We're telling you the concept of y'all bringing us over in ships from Africa to America is fake. The slavery is fucking very real. it's Negroes. It's not no not it's black people today. It's black people today. I was watching shit on. I was watching documentaries on, and I'm not. And it's yes, they're Africans and they're West. Like it's other people in other countries where they are in captivity and being slaved and sold off today. Today. So don't say it ain't no. We didn't say it ain't no slavery. We said that we're not Africans that was brought over here on a shit. The slavery is real, and then you just took niggers from here that were free and took them into the area where they're working to make a profit off of them. It was never no slave ships bringing a bunch of niggas. So that's the and that was the inconception. Was it ever slavery? Hell, fucking yeah! It was so. It's a lot of slavery. They are 100% slaving people. The Portuguese and all that, they were 100% slaving people. It just wasn't bring them over here on a ship slavery. That slavery story is fake because they didn't want us to understand that we were from this land and that they don't have no rights to and it's our lineage and it's our land. Was it slavery? 100%. It's slavery today. These black people are still getting, because these black people don't have no real caring. Like some of them are awful towards each other. Like they don't have no love to their children. They don't have no love. A lot of these stories where the children are walking in the street and the people, like black people, are picking them up and saying, "Hey, who kid is this?" Let me call it. Their mothers be Africans, or hey, the woman. I got video. She laying out in the street acting like she the victim, and her kid was walking in the street with no shoes and look hungry and look dirty. Like you could tell she not take care of the kid. The kid don't even look scared or crying with all the commotion. The kid be looking so emotional, like he's been through so much at a young age. And they usually are immigrants because these immigrants are being enslaved. They getting treated like shit. Their family don't love them like that. Like they're not showing love like how we coddle and love. They don't get coddled and loved like that. Some of them get left like they get treated bad, and it's not nice. A lot of us Negroes, when we see, like when he saw that kid, that Negro man in his head, he knew he could have took that kid. He could have took that youngster with him. But you can't take somebody's kid, even if she neglected him. That's still the mother. And sometimes kids be wanting to be with their mother, even if they get neglected, because that's just the bond. So at the end of the day, it's just like, don't say they don't slavery, because some of these black people get treated like shit, bro. They're literally getting, because it's nowhere, it's no food, it's nowhere. So it's like you gotta go these ways. You gotta get taken in groups, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? Because they don't have. So it's just a very harsh way of how they get treated. And it's they are very much being incaptated and getting taken places. And they don't understand where they're getting taken. But they understand that it ain't much of a choice. So for him to say no black, no, you're probably talking about America. But let's talk about the people of color all around the world. Oh, they're getting fucked. And that's why people like us, when they say we stuck our neck, that's why we get the name like turtle as well, because we stuck our necks out. I showed y'all a tape of what's my homeboy, my son name, the guy that I feel like, he say a lot of stuff that I love. He say a lot of things I love. I don't remember this guy's name, but I had a video of him in here somewhere. I don't know where it's at. Dang, I can't remember his name. But anyway, he said that he had a slogan where he said, we like turtles, where you tough on the inside but soft on the inside. You stick your neck out when it's time, when it's important. When it's time to fight, you'll be the one to stick your neck out for make sure shit is going right. So, because we are of the righteous. So that's just the same thing with like the Henderson person, or Moses. The Henderson thing and Moses is all the same, where you're trying to take people to a place. It's the same. Henderson was taking people to Nova Scotia. Just like in slavery, people were being taken from the South to upstate New York and Nova Scotia. So you got to understand, it's all the same story. And they were trying to save these people from, and I believe Egypt and all that is from back, Latin America, Central. I think that's like the Egypt area. This is where the Portuguese, Argentinian, the Egyptian type people are back there. And yeah, it's just. We stick our necks out. We don't like shit like that. So I could tell that homeboy, the video that I was talking about, you could tell that the guy wanted to take the boy. He's like, I could take Shorty, but this is her kid or whatever. And she over there falling out, acting a fool in front of these people, they don't got a mindset that makes sense. What she was doing is what she was doing. This is what they practice. They'll act a victim and be like, oh no, I need help, or what? You don't be knowing what the fuck they talking about. I'm like, sis, we trying to tell your kid in the street, and you over here like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And it's like whatever help you need, they gonna help you. They help y'all. So it's like whatever but this is the thing. They are very witch like. They do a lot of like brewing and they do a lot of stuff. So you gotta understand this mentality is not a coddling situation. This is like, she probably bust him upside the head and push him on and be like going out there. Not saying they all get treated like that, but it's common sense that most of them are going to be treated like that. And that's why that little boy was in the condition he was in, like 4 or 5 blocks up, no shoes, looking wild. You know what I'm saying? And the mother is all acting like she was the victim and saying all kinds of, she was falling out and stuff. And I'm like, what's she falling out for? But that's the dramatic in them. That's why they like to come here and be performing on TV and performing. They love to perform, thinking they doing some con artist. Now give me some help. Now give me $1 for my performance. Like, no. You out of control. Get your fucking mind right, miss. And the black people were talking to her just like that's drama. Straight drama. They are so dramatic, bro, and Negroes hate that. They look like we like to entertain, but to have a good time, not to act like you don't know why your kid is in the street. Now that drama you could say, bitch. Like, yeah, that's when we get mad with them. Like, we not liking how you moving, bro. And that's how they was talking to her too. They was talking to her like that. They was looking at her like, they're like, man, no. It's about this kid right now. Like, what are you talking about? And she would not stop her performance. And I will show you the video, but it's a little bit long. And I could probably try to save it for another day because it's not just that. I got a couple videos of these babies. I'm like, who not watching their kids, bro? Like, my Lord. I ain't gonna lie. If I find a little 2-year-old woken up and stuff, I might not tell them. I'll probably just keep it. Like, what the fuck? Like, because the police is giving them right back to their kids because they don't mind them killing they look like, yeah, go ahead. It was a lot of stuff that I was like, wow, it was like 2 different stories. I'm like, you letting the lady just go ahead with her kid? You think that this black person kept this lady kid in his arms and waited for the police to come for you to just say, okay, go on and just give her back? Because they don't care. They look like, yeah, let her go ahead and tear that little kid up. Give a fuck. So, anyway, yeah, and sometimes it's probably best to just go on and keep the kid, but then the mother might find you and be like, oh, my baby, because she got to get her wealthy and stuff. But let me stop. I don't know, but it's possible that could have been her situation as well. So, they like to get their benefits and they like to not work and they like to enjoy America. America, I'm here. I am here in America. And anyway, let me see what else Kanye had to say so we could be done. I don't want to just not finish this. Let me just finish this.
And sentence? Yes.
Like, if you can't tell me this not Ray J, look how he did right here. You tell me Ray J don't be like I'm that same, like I'm telling you, this is Ray J 100%.
All in one room, and we're gonna read let's go top 10 in each one of these categories, right? Let's read Michael B. Jordan's contract. Why would any of this? Hey, bro, I ain't finished. I ain't finished my sentence. Nothing you'll say has anything to do with regret. Hey, boy, don't finish what I told you.
That's Kanye Jamaican side coming out, right? Kind of like, hey, boy. Boy, yeah, boy.
Don't treat me like a boy then. I'll finish my sentence of my idea.
Jamaican came out.
I was in the middle of a sentence, boy. Okay, so are you going to allow me to finish my sentence? Yes. If you then answer my question. Okay, so I'm going to tell people when I would apologize.
Absolutely, Helena.
This is what has to happen first.
Yes, you're making a great point. Definitely prosthetics. This face looks so weird. The face, the nose, everything just looks like it's just added on. That's why it looks so spread it out. Like they always look like they got a bigger face and a bigger spread it out face because it's prosthetics.
I need all of the top executives in Hollywood. I need the top executives at the NBA and at the NFL.
Great point, Zigway. African Asiatic, 100% correct. Sometimes I say Jamaican because Jamaican is not really a culture. You know what I'm saying? African Asiatic is the actual term of what they are as what is it, an ethnicity? Jamaican is just saying, hey, you're from this island or whatever, but it's not like an ethnicity. But I like to use Jamaican because it's a big way to make people understand exactly because yes, I like to say Jamaican because Jamaicans are big players in it, right? They're number one. They're number one in businesses. They got all the businesses besides the China. They have their own businesses. So you gotta understand Jamaicans specifically, yes, but African Asiatic with the big broader of the British and the French. African Asiatic would be the proper term for all of them to fall in that category. So yeah, definitely black African Asiatic people. Um, and that definitely just came out of him with the boy. What boy? You ain't ready for this yet, boy. And nigga like, boy. That they came out of him.
So we're back here.
But, so I want to just go over this last clip because it's the most important part. Let me go to the bathroom real quick because I don't want to be trying to rush because I gotta go. So 2 minutes. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Only have to do a number one. Okay. Yeah, so let me finish. I wanted to do this last clip with Kanye, where he's literally going over like this is like the meat and potatoes of the interview, and I want to go over this. So let me just find the clip again. Let me see.
Endless resources. I only have my maybe.
He says a lot of things.
Tupac told me back in the days, you have to get your money right, and then you go to war. So
I felt it was funny that I felt that it was funny that he quoted Tupac, and I know that Tupac is the one that he like when Tupac died, he was gonna be he's taking over the Tupac Messiah. Like, hey, listen to these rhymes. These rhymes are not drill. These are more like excuse me. These are more like rhymes for you to educate yourself about what's going. Like, so Kanye was taking on that role of Tupac by acting like he's like the messiah of the people or trying, so it was funny that he quoted Tupac in this as well because he know that he was taking the baton from Tupac to be this influencer to us. But anyway, let him say.
So I put my Tupac told me back in the days, you have to get your money right, and then you go to war. So I'm going to war. I don't have. Tupac told him that Kanye met Tupac before?
Oh, yes. That was funny. So he said Tupac told him that, right? So you heard what I said? I said Tupac told him that. Was Tupac alive when Kanye was on? That's the part that confused me. I'm like, didn't Tupac die like in 1996 or something like that? Let me see when Tupac died. Because I'm like, how the fuck did he meet Kanye? Like, and Tupac died when I was like 10. You see what I'm saying? Because I remember. Let me see. Tupac died. Right? So Tupac died in 1996, bro. So why? Right. So Was Kanye on in 1996 where Tupac would have been able to tell him that? What? Somebody said Tupac died 7 days later. Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying? It don't matter. The point is, would Tupac be around to tell Kanye that in 96? That means he would have had to tell Kanye that before, whether it was in 96 or before 96. So you hear how you hear how Kanye said that Tupac told me. He didn't say Tupac said. He said Tupac told me get your money up, then go to war, whatever. Like, so I was just like, that's weird. So Tupac must still be alive because Tupac told him that, and it's no way Tupac told him that in 96 or before 96 because that was a long time ago. So I was looking like that was weird. I was like, he said Tupac told him that. How? Tupac should have been long gone by the time you started to try to get on with little beats with Jay-Z and do all these little, like, I think Tupac was long gone by then. Before Kanye started. Maybe he was around before he got on. But I just felt like that was very weird. And it's possible that because Tupac is still alive. But anyway, I just felt like he slipped up. Like, this is all about the Great Awakening. And I felt like he was basically telling us that Tupac told him that directly when he was supposed to have been dead.
Maybe they would feel how all my people feel the pain. They would feel how all my people felt. Maybe they would feel the pain of when a black artist looks up and they've completely been raped by 5 Jewish businessmen.
So when he said this, I felt like he was talking about possibly. Sometimes I feel like that it'd be a group of. I feel like a group of, like, when he said that, I felt like he meant exactly what he said, that these people could be getting raped by 5 Jewish businessmen. Like, sometimes I feel like he's trying to say, like, rape, like, ripped off, right? But he's using the word rape. So sometimes I feel like he could be using it as an analogy of saying ripped off, or he could be using it saying, hey, 5 Jewish businessmen might be coming in here to smash you out. That's pretty I believe that's what he meant more than anything, right? Because it's time. It was like, say, like the show. I love this. The show is called Showgirls with the girl from Saved by the Bell, Jessie Spano. That's my show, right? You saw how the black girl, her little friend that was the black girl, how they tried to gang rape and bang her out or whatever. Like, so we gotta understand that these people, when he say that, I kind of took it literal. Like, yeah, you gotta get down, okay? And these people are greasy like that. These people like to buck break. They like to make you act crazy in the head. So using you up and violating you like that and making you feel like, damn, I don't got no other way because you gotta get your money through them. And what other job would you really take? It's like, you gonna leave this opportunity and get a real job, or you gonna let us continue to, gang you. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, let's just keep it going.
Pain when a black artist looks up and they've completely been raped by.
He said when a black artist looks up and they've been completely raped by 5.
They've completely been raped by 5 Jewish businessmen.
Let's let that sit there.
And there's multiple accounts. Jewish have anything to do with it like that.
They didn't want to show.
Now, why would Paul Pierce say, what does Jewish have anything to do with it? Nigga, because that's what they were. What the hell are you talking about?
Reaction when he said,
they are.
He said, well, it didn't even go no further than them getting raped. I didn't know. Said they're not.
According to their religious faith, their ethnicity. Why do that? Why can't you just describe it as business people that you dealt with? Fine.
But he want to be, because he want to be more descriptive.
Because they say they're Jewish.
That sounds like you have
I think it's a tirade. It's a tirade. That was a tweet. It's a tweet. It's not just a tweet. That's what you explain it. And that, have you felt my pain yet? You haven't felt my pain. I just want to feel my pain.
No, they make content out of your pain. They make content out of our pain. They just put a couple movies out off of me expressing my pain of what we've been through. They made a couple movies out of it. Like I said, oh, these people grimy. They love to make $1 off of me trying to be like, ah, and next you know, it's like a whole movie. They done made mad money. Like I like, oh, these people are like they have no sympathy, bro. And like Kanye said, do you feel my pain? Do you think they care? They electrons, stupid. When you are in the known, when you're in the know, you're not gonna expect them to care, right? Like that's when you're gonna really win in the game. When you understand that you better stop looking for them to care because they cannot. It's not even like could they? It's like, bro, they're not even capable of. Like it's not for them. They over here trying to figure out how to stay alive, bro. They trying to stay alive. Saturday Night Live. They trying to stay alive. Live. Yeah. They trying to stay alive. Do. Stay alive. They trying to stay alive, bro. I'm staying alive. Some people are sick. They sickly.
Maybe they would feel.
Somebody, do you feel my pain? No, they laugh at your pain and they make money off of it, bro.
Go no further than them getting raped.
And you saw how Paul Pierce tried to cut him off when he said that the artist should get raped. He like, why are you telling them it's Jewish people raping y'all? Like, shut up. Cares who it is. Tell about why are we saying Jewish? Because he said it. Jewish.
Go get him, Kanye. Sentence? Yes.
I'm trying to go back to the clip that I was looking for before I went to the bathroom.
The tweet. This is what contracts openly. We want to compare and contrast the contracts.
Oh, here we go.
Top executive.
This is what I've been saying from the beginning. So let's see this.
Hey, bro. I ain't finished my sentence. Nothing you're saying has anything to do with regret. Hey, boy. Don't finish what I told you. Oh, and don't treat me like a boy then. I'll finish my sentence or my idea. Nothing you're saying has got anything to do with it.
Yeah, Zigway says some of them are just holographic illusions. Absolutely, it's a lot of CGI stuff where some of these people not even actual people, and some of them are probably people, but they got fake face on. So it could just be a person in the warming spot, like they need a warm body, but they'll put a different face on the person's head, just that So it's a lot of illusion. And they have the androids as well. They have android people for sure. I think Cardi B is one. I think it's a couple androids out here where they are more thicker looking. It's hard to explain, but I know it's a couple androids out here. Damn, I keep losing the fucking video. But yes, that's accurate as well. It's very a lot of illusion people that you think is people and they're not alive. They don't exist.
Yes.
Where the hell is that video at? Oh my god.
Sentence? Yeah. I ain't finished. Okay, so allow me to finish my sentence? Yes. If you then answer my question. Okay, so I'm going to tell people when I would apologize for the tweet. This is what has to happen first. I need all of the top executives in Hollywood, the top executives at the NBA and at the NFL, we'll do those two sports specifically, and I want the top executives in music, dealing with publishing, dealing with like Spotify and Apple Music and Universal Music and all the top exec. Let's do like 5 top execs there.
Now, I feel like he's naming all those specific things because they belong to Negroes. He know that's Jewish. Like he said, Jewish people are ruling black people shit. So all those things, NFL, NBA, he know they know that's all our shit. Music. Like the piano, the organ, the C notes, the cash, all that, it comes from us. It all comes from us. So he's specifically saying these things, right? And saying that, hey, we need to look over the contracts, right? Because remember, I told you in history when they was buying Manhattan, and they said that they sold Manhattan for $24 worth of trinkets. Trinkets is like costume jewelry or something like that. Like, and I wouldn't say costume. It could have been real jewelry. It could be real. Because mind you, got to remember that a lot of these people from different countries like to make jewelry. Like Jacob the jeweler. So a lot of these people like to make jewelry. So they said I'm not saying this is an accurate situation that they sold. I don't think they would ever sell Manhattan for $24 worth of trinkets. It's obviously that did not happen, but that's what the story is, right? So when they did that and the Dutch took over, and then finally the Amsterdam, they let the white people in, like, come now, come, cousins and stepsisters. The white, the French is letting the white French people, the black French people already here, and now they let the Dutch, and now they letting the white French, the Amsterdam people come in, and then they start arguing about Manhattan and stuff and what they get and what they're gonna split. But they trying to explain that the Amsterdam people tried to say that the Indians sold Manhattan to them and sold Manhattan to the Dutch because we didn't understand contract. You understand what I'm trying to say? And I've been saying this. So here goes Kanye saying, hey, we need all the top executives, all these people that saying they in control of the NBA, the NFL, Apple, which is all technology, Universal Music, or all these companies. He like, Yanni, and then we need to reevaluate the contract because, like they said in history, Negroes didn't understand the contracts. Well, Indians, the Indians didn't understand the contracts of them selling out their shit, right? Just like how some of these people are selling their catalogs. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, and remember, cacta means tasting. So anyway, let's just keep going.
I want to look at the top 10 earners in each one of those fields' contracts openly. We want to compare contracts to contracts. And then once we open that conversation, and we need to do it on a platform, live,
hello,
with lawyers.
Without he basically telling you like these niggas is so sneaky and tricky and fucking funny that we can't even it can't be no editing, it can't be no closed doors. We want all open space and we want all eyes in on it, and we need a lot of people around to compare things, to understand things.
The top lawyers like a Johnny Cochran, Robert Gardner.
See how he used Johnny Cochran, just like John Hancock. Like he wants a Johnny Cochran or, like a Negro. He needs an honest Negro to come in and really try to see what's going, and obviously they say they killed Johnny Cochran because he was trying to help us out. And then he says Rob Kardashian because John and Robert, the Robert name, is a part of the history of kings and all that as well. I don't know if John and Robert are brothers or whatever. I really can't get much information on Robert. So I'm really not sure exactly how Robert fits into everything, but I think he's a part of the king stories. And he's always, those names are there. It's always the same names being regurgitated. So I know the Robert name is important. If somebody knows something about the Robert person, I know I have my own story about the Robert. But the Robert I'm talking about, he's connected to the Pied Piper, like Robert R. Kelly or Robert Browning. Robert Browning is the guy that wrote the Pied Piper story. So, and then it's not funny, it's not weird that Robert R. Kelly is the guy that goes by the R&B Pied Piper. So, when he says Robert and John, and you know what I'm saying? So this is all still, but anyway.
And we'll have the top lawyers like a Johnny Cochran, Robert Kardashian level legal team, looking at all of these contracts together. After that moment happens, then I will say, I'm sorry.
It's not nobody's fault. Negroes don't understand contract. They've been saying this is the same history regurgitated story that they said. Yeah, that's me always going on my little rants. But no, come on. We already know that Negroes don't understand contract at all. They just be signing their name like, wait, give me money, let me sign. Where my money at? Let me sign. And that's why I keep telling you that these people only care about paperwork. because they know that they get real scammy and real greasy with paperwork. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what that's about. Negro don't really understand all that. The contracts are in language that you would not really understand anyway unless you were unless you went through a legal, education. If you didn't learn to how to be a lawyer or whatever, then how the hell are you going to just all these legal terms, these binding contracts. So anyway, and then didn't Kanye West make a song called "Bound"? Like, I'm bound to you. And being bound to someone, like he said, he was being bound to Kim Kardashian. Being bound is like where it's just like, you ever saw that movie? What is it called? Starlight or something, with the vampire girl and the wolf. Oh, it was like 5 series of it. I don't know. I can't remember it. Ghost? No, that's not Ghost. Star something. With the vampire dude, Edward. I don't know. Let me see. And Edward is Prince Edward from Canada or whatever. Edward. Yeah, okay, it's cool. And his name is Robert as well, Robert Pattinson, and he played Edward, the vampire. Remember I told you about them people that don't get much blood? They need them trans from like Pennsylvania, whatever. They need them trans blood fusions, and sometimes I feel like they're not white people. They were probably Negroes that were passing for white. A lot of people in Boston and whatever were Negroes passing for white and things like that. So anyway, I'm gonna get into passing for white next time. I have a bunch of stuff to explain about. I couldn't even continue on white lives. I couldn't even continue on. I wouldn't say white lives because I did it before them. I was talking about white lives, the term white, and the classification of it before they came out with that White Lives T-shirt. And then I was talking about Caesar and then here he comes. So these people are just harassing me, and they're not letting me finish my stories. They're not letting me finish my set goal of explaining things. Like, I have I'm trying to build up a momentum. But anyway, I want to get back to that. I want to get back to the white classification. So hopefully next week I can go back to white classifications, passive for white, the Lily White movement of separating the goat from the sheep. I'm going to try to get into that next week because they have distracted that. They was like, oh, she's so fucking fast. I'm so fucking fast because I'm the real deal, bro. I'm really like Jesus Christ, bro. I'm super prophet-y. I'm super futuristic. A lot of people, I know people that was like, yo, somebody was like, yo, you dress like the way I dress. They was like, you dress real futurist. And I was like, what does that even mean? Like, do I dress like a spaceship? Or I'm thinking like that. And they like, no, you always on trend. You always know what's going to happen not saying fashion world, but you're always on trend. So they like, yo, you dress real futuristic. I somebody's telling me that, and I'm thinking it's probably because I be knowing what's going to be coming out. You know what I'm saying? I'm always on point with the colors, the material. If it's going to be leather, it's going to be suede. If it's going to be orange or whatever the case may be. So I always been able to tap. I said, back in my other videos, when I first started, that I feel like I have a telekinesis, and I think all of us, people, especially, people with Negroes, have that. If you want to tap in, the only thing you gotta do is look at each other and be like, and you be like, you're like, fucking it, you be cracking up because and it's like, hell fucking yeah, and not YouTube, and we're not saying nothing. You know how many conversations I had like that, man, and the conversation could be mad long. You be like. And it'd be mad, little things going on like this, and it'd be like, bro, I just said mad shit, and they responded, and we was on point. So it's like a telekinesis type thing, and sometimes I get like a Raven Simone, and remember when Raven Simone said she was American, and then Oprah and all them tried to jump on her like, oh, you a man, and she was like, oh no, I'm not, I didn't mean nothing biased. You see how the game, and mind you, this is all scripted. They just wanted us to hear that and be like, oh, it's because she light-skinned and she trying to be funny with the Africans. And when in reality, she's from America. You understand what I'm saying? So remember when that big scandal happened when she was like, she's from America, she's American? And they was like, oh. And it was like, bro, it's because Shorty is American. Like, anyway, she's probably not. She's probably an African. Who knows what the fuck Raven Simone is? Or she could be from America and her family just was indoctrinated into or could be and bringing up Sorai, it's just like the thing about George Soros, and they talking about George Soros. It's like, bro, that's another name for these sororities, these boule, these sororities that's in Georgia. So George Soros is just another game. Ain't no real person. Ain't no George Soros. Like, this is the sorority people in Georgia. That's George sororities. So people not really understanding that that's the spin on that. You know, that's really the spin on that. Is that they're really referring to these Soros, whatever they call them bitches. They call them Soros or whatever. They're talking about the sororities. Any secret, and those are secret. You can't. Everybody is not in a sorority. It'd be 100,000 people on campus, and sororities be having like 20 people, 30 people if it's a large sorority. But sometimes sororities don't have more than 12 to 20 people. So, and these people go on to being able to sign and get documentation to get in certain fields, get in certain, so that it's not like you get in sororities for fun. These are they get in them for specific reasons, and they don't let certain sororities is not letting anybody in. So certain sororities, you're going for these sororities because your parent probably was one. They're going to make sure that your family is from, you know what I'm saying? So when they talk about George Soros, that's really what they're talking about. It's not an actual person. So anyway, yeah, so I think I'm kind of done here. That was the main thing I wanted to go over, was when Kanye talked about the contracts and stuff like that, because as I explained before, we did not understand contracts, and I think that Jubilee is the contract that they're talking about that we didn't really understood, where the guy was telling George, I'm assuming George Augustine, whatever happened with Florida, where Florida got sold out to the Germans. We didn't understand contract, or in my opinion, if it ain't the contracts that they didn't understand, it's possible that he could have lost it to a bet. You know what I'm saying? And the bet had to be, because you got to be a man of your word, and he probably had to follow through with this bet, and that's probably why the contract was signed. And this was a set legal. This is legal. This is a legal deal set. So we can't sit there and say, "Hey, let's sue these people." Blah, 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 blah. No, we could only sue them for the time frame that they were still here after they were supposed to have been gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the contract was up in like 2012, and they still was actively working on, so here is now, if that's what you were doing, you would have to pay that back. You would, so from 2012 to 2020, something, whatever, of your extension, you're possibly responsible for the time being of that when you're supposed to be packed up and going, but yet you're still in business. So, like I said, we're not understanding the contracts. There's a lot of rape going, there's a lot of situations going on. There's a lot of pedophile things going on. You saw Kevin Hart butt naked in the bed with the little girl. Like, that skit was weird. Then he put Tiffany Haddish in the, like, it's like, get these people out of here. Like, yeah, I'll just be watching stuff just to see what they saying nowadays. Like, I usually just stick to YouTube and try to just watch real stuff, or like, just to, because now I'm done. I'm just wrapping it up now. Just to suggest the channel, I was dying crying. Now, mind you, the boy is African. Most of these people are going to be immigrants, unfortunately. I wish I could suggest videos of people that's like Negroes or whatever, but it's not much Negroes out here. And some of the Negroes, we can't get along. I tried to get along with a Negro, and he tried to say I had ADD. I'm looking like, bro, I've been shouting you out and saying nice things about you, and all you can say about me is that I have ADD. And it's like, okay, I can have ADD, but bro, I'm pretty fucking smart without reading. I don't study or read or do anything. I just be looking for articles to back my own thing up, because it's not hard to figure out what's going on, like, if you pay attention. So it's just like, bro, what is the disconnect at? So that's why we don't win, because Negroes don't even like each other. Like, we be having hard times trying to get along. And it's because we have a high arrogance about us that just does not go away for some reason. For some reason, we always got to be like, and it's not, I don't know if it's a bad thing though, because like, if you have a kid, you'll be like, yeah, that's my boy. Look how he do it. Like, we so like, yeah, and you ain't beating that, and show him again, And it's just sometimes that could become a little bit clashy with each other, because it could be my own sister and I'll be like, look at my kid, come on and get up there and look at her kid, you see her kid, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, is it really healthy? That's not really healthy. You know what I'm saying? We might be really like rooting on and trying to be like, yeah, be the best at this and do this and do this. But at the same time, we can't be like, oh, like you're, you know, like it's just like, well, why you can't work together? Like, why is it has to be like, look at mine and it's gonna beat yours, and you know what I'm saying? And sometimes we can't help ourselves. Like, yeah, my mom's gonna beat yours, my kid gonna be your kid, even if that's my sister. I'm like, look, let my kid dance, your kid dance, my kid dancing better, and then she gonna think her kid dancing better. But yeah, they could just do a routine together. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Spawn 2020. I know you're Jamaican, and I don't have no problems with anybody at all. Like, I definitely hang out and date outside my race, because it ain't a bunch of Negroes to date anyway. So that's sometimes I think some of my rants come from past relationships that I did not enjoy much because of what I'm trying to explain about some people, the culture and the culture differences. And that's important. Whether it's people or something else or not, it's important to express the differences so people don't think they crazy. Sometimes I used to think I was bugging. Like, am I bugging? Are they not mad? Am I bugging? Like, it seemed like it was the same scenarios that was going on, where they try to trick you into some type of poly, or they trying to trick you into something. It's like, bro, y'all doing the same scam. You know what I'm saying? So I had to realize at one point it's because I'm not dating Negroes, and I'm trying to look for a matrimony situation, and that's not their culture. So sometimes we gotta be culture appropriate, and I'm trying to help people of my kind understand more, because I feel like we're back. We're like behind in being in the known, because it's been stripped from us violently. It was violently stripped from us. So I'm just trying to get people back up to a point where a lot of Jamaicans, a lot of people that's from different countries are very much aware of. They are super in the know. So I just want to make sure that people that's from here understand why we're not really in the know, and trying to get them up to speed so they can start being able to work better in this world. Like, you'll be able to move a little bit better. You'll be able to move better in a room full of vultures if you understand what you're dealing with. And anyway, like I said, I don't really have no issues with any base group, because like I said, I watch a lot of shows and stuff, and most of these people are not Negroes, and I still enjoy the show. But I just feel sad for my people, because we get left out on purpose. And they, to this day, no one's gonna say, I'm waiting for somebody to say, the Negro is the original person. We are the indigenous Indian people that got the place. We the ones that don't understand. We are the people you guys are talking about. I'm waiting for somebody to admit that, because that's the truth, and that's what we're waiting for. I don't care about nothing else. I just want people to admit that we are whatever the Bible is saying. This is us. All that stuff, I don't want to repeat it, because I done said it 1,000 times. But it's the American Negro from this region of, you know, not going to the Louisiana Purchase, not going because like this is too much. But the region of the tortoise area, 100%. You know what I'm saying? The Bible is about those people and their lineage and their stuff. And I'm just trying to make sure that it gets said one day. You know what I'm saying? I am tired of people acting like they don't understand nothing, and that is still ending. Like, it's 2022. Let's stop the Indian narrative. Let's stop showing pictures of people with long straight hair. That don't got nothing to do with nothing. Mad people did not have long straight hair and made them Indians and shit. Like, they didn't have to have no long straight hair to be here. Like, they always trying to show you a bunch of pictures that are fake, a bunch of fake pictures. All those pictures are put on the scene for a reason. So y'all finding a bunch of pictures that was placed there for you to post anyway. They want you to post them dumbass pictures of them people with them long ass hair. That ain't no damn. And like, Indians could look just like this. Like, well, just like, you ain't gotta look like no person with some long ass straight hair. Like, y'all don't go on with that. We want to make sure y'all understand it's the American Negro with the apple chin, the apple, face feature, and apple head, and, it is what it is, and they need to start saying it. I don't care about nothing else but to have my ancestors be acknowledged properly. And I'm talking about my grandmother. I knew my grandmother wasn't no slave. That she was a business partner with those people. And before that, my great grandmother had a Bible on here, which back in them days, they said people that took pictures with Bibles in their hand were very like political and involved. So I want these people to be, like, heard. I want them to be brought back to life, so their souls could rest in peace. They constantly showing you videos of like haunted houses in Georgia Savannah, haunted, like they don't have to continue to haunt y'all asses if y'all get the fuck out the houses that y'all murdered the families to live in and acknowledge the family so you can release their souls. So here I am, just being annoying until it's acknowledged more than me saying it. I want to hear like 15 people pages. I got like a good 3 people pages just trying to keep up the momentum of us trying to bring back our memories, so it's not enough. I want way more. I don't care about my views, so I don't think people should care about their views. It's more of voicing your opinion. It's more of getting your voice out there. The more your voice, even if you got 2 views, it's the fact that your voice is out there. And the more your voices is out there, no matter what views you got, they can't ignore all them voices. Even if it's 1 or 2 views, all those voices is going to make a noise. You see what I'm saying? So I don't want people to think I just want you to be on my channel and learn. I push my channel because I know I have a lot of insight and information due to being a 116er. And when I say 116, you understand that 116 really represents 1.16. It really represents the passage of John 16. Because John is being number 1, the Magna Carta. And then and then 16 represents his son, which would be Jesus or George. Because Jesus really let them tell it was born on January 6th, which is why they took over the Capitol. That's the time they took over George, you know what I'm saying? That was probably his day he got his head taken off or whatever. So anyway, and then I wanted to explain that movie with the jack-o'-lantern. Remember the lady was saying, I was trying to explain to y'all, the lady was saying it was an Irish tale. It was an Irish tale of a guy named Stingy Jack. So I want to see if I can find a video. Because I hate to tell y'all stuff and I'd rather y'all see the clip. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that. Where it was Marlon Wayans in the movie. And I felt like that movie came out after I was explaining about, oh, hey, I expose MCs. Hey, I'm glad you're here. All my friends are here. But anyway, so I was trying to explain the hollow thing and how, they took the guy head off. And then she explains it is so good. And I was like, I knew it. But let me see if I can find it, bro. Where she was saying that the guy was stingy. And because he was stingy, the people all jumped him. They jumped him and killed him. And they were saying that she said that the devil took Jack and immortalized him and took his head off. So he could forever be the Sleepy Hollow that goes, and then you saw the movie where he keeps trying to come every year, right? So you gotta peep what the movie is talking about. They said that you would have had to kill Aladdin. You would have had to kill Aladdin to make Jack alive again. Bro, that shit was deep. That shit was deep, son. I said, I don't think nobody's catching that. They said for the Jack-o'-lantern, for Jack to come back and be able to, whatever he was doing when he was trying to, in the movie, they were trying to make it seem like he was a bad guy. Because they're always going to play us like that. But in reality, they said that you had to kill that Latin, that pumpkin Latin, the Latin, for Jack to come back alive. But if you think about it, that orange pumpkin Latin is symbolic. So you got to kill the Latin for Jack to come back alive. I know y'all might not catch that. It might go over your head. Hey, I'm glad you're here. I hope you was here earlier when it was more lighter. It's getting a little bit dark now in my conversation. But but the jack-o'-lantern, they definitely took his head up. They always talking about a beheading, right? And we already know who always do beheadings. That's the when we see like Bin Laden and them, remember they the only ones that be ripping people's heads off. They'll take somebody's head off. And then we got the Italians when they do executions. They used to do it in the Pisa. They used to take people's heads off in the Pisa in front of everyone. And I think that's where they did that when George and them was over in London, I think, or in England, whatever. I think they took his head off over there in front of everybody. Or it could have been in Washington, D.C., in front of everybody. But they definitely took that guy head off in front of everybody. So anyway, that's really the story of Jesus and blah, 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 blah. And that's where the 116 comes from. It's the John 16 passage. And the John 16 passage is the only, it's a really important passage where it's something of the only begotten son. That's the John 16 passage where they be saying this is his only begotten son. They're talking about Jesus. So, okay, so it's John 3:16? Oh, I thought it was 1:16. But I think it's 1:16. I think this is incorrect. But anyway, it would say, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son, that whoever believes in him should not perish and have eternal life. So that would be 1:16, I believe. And it basically explains 1 as John and then dot 1:6 as possibly being Jesus, considering he's 1/6, January 6th. But anyway, I could be wrong about that. But anyway, that's basically what I get out of it. I get out of 1:16 being the holy gotten son, and if you believe in him, you get eternal life. And then the reverse of that is 9/11, where you have an emergency where somebody is dying. You see what I'm saying? So it's 9/11 and it's 1:16 is very scriptural. It's very scriptured, and sometimes I feel like I have a lot of insight, and I don't know where the fuck it comes from. So anyway, so I'm going to get out of here, man. I enjoyed my time with you guys. I hope you enjoyed it just as much as I did. And hopefully we can try to figure out, I don't know who's from New York or from Pennsylvania or from, what else? Connecticut or anywhere in the tri-state areas or where they could get to New York where we could figure out to be more like in person and things like that. I don't know how. Always, if you are from areas where you feel like you could get to New York, or if I could get somewhere, if y'all have events or something, you could always DM my Instagram. I'm going to try to attempt to use this. I hope it does not lag. You can always use my Instagram and DM me so we could figure out how to do things outside of the metaverse world. It's very important to be doing things in person. And you could start by doing group outings and like maybe do hiking, things that could be free. Now look at it saying that this ain't working. You see how the hate happens with me for no reason? Like how Instagram not working on here? Like what? Oh, let's see. Okay. It's not happening. This is why they don't like me. Like that don't make no sense. Like how does Instagram not work? Alright, so that's that. Alright, so I could show you on here. Let me see. Anyway, you can always follow me on Instagram or inbox me on Instagram. Don't feel like you don't want to bother me and stuff like that because a lot of people inbox me, a lot of people write me, and I respond to everybody. I don't think I leave nobody out. And I do have the time. So yeah, hit me up. And definitely if it's going to be like events or outings or something, because it has to be more than just sitting on his couch. Like I like to sit here and be comfortable in my home, but you do want to push yourself out as well and do other things to like try to, figure out things. There's a lot of things that you can figure out, and it's better with when you have more than just one person trying to figure it out. I don't mind having a group in a group setting, or it doesn't even have to be thinking. It could just be hanging out or whatever. Like, whatever you guys are on, whatever vibe you guys is on. If it's like an outing to see something or hiking or something like health, wellness things and things like that. Make sure you guys hit me, okay? Or if y'all have any kind of events and stuff, like I could always see what I can make it to, in support of. Okay, so here I go. Let me take a picture of it and flip it so it could be on the right side. Okay, so this is what the page looks like. So, like I said, number one eye candy, because we are number one. America's number one. And I always knew that we are number one in the world, okay? So yeah, link up, hit me up, DM me, let me know what's the tea, send me videos, send me what you think, who is twins. I could use the content. I have so much content that I'm gonna be up here for a while on YouTube because I got so much stuff and I have a lot of people that give me things. I'm still making twin videos. I do want to do things on my member page. Whoever wants to join the member page, pop out there. I might have things, videos and things, but most of these videos is going to be videos that I do not want on the mainstream platform. That's why it's going to be more private because of the things I'm talking about, or maybe people that I'm talking about that sometimes I talk about people and I'll be like anyway because I don't want to say certain stuff or go in detail of certain stuff. And I feel like if you're going to be in my members page, you'll be more supportive and you won't be like taking like some things that I like, say like, for an example, right? The baby, right? The baby, the rapper, right? The rapper, the baby. I think I know exactly who the baby is, right? But I can't do a video on here because it will be insensitive to his brother, and his brother is a famous person, right? And his brother is not that famous. I can kind of tell you who his brother is because I'm not going to talk about I can say his brother because his brother is a public figure. But then I don't even want to do that because, like I said, the person that his brother is, it could cause him to be like, oh, have an issue, and we're from like the same, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, bro, I'm not even because the person has passed away. But I feel like when this person passed away, he passed away in a car and all that. So I just felt like that was weird because you're known in the neighborhood. You're known. So who would even try to rob you and kill you like that in a car? Now, this is a friend of mine. So it's just like, bro, I don't want you to think that I'm trying to be funny because at the end of the day, that was my friend. And I hope that he is not actually dead. I hope that he's alive and he's just playing the baby. But anyway, I don't want to do that video on here because it could be insensitive to that guy. He might feel away. I don't know. And this person is not like, he's in the industry. So I might put the video up. I am going to put the video up on members when I finish the video. It's not going to be nothing long or anything. I just don't want to put it on my regular page. I want to put it on my private page, and people that I feel like that is really like that cares or support, I don't feel like they'll take it in a way and be like, oh, look what she's saying, and it gets back to these people. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, and it's like, it's a lot of things. Like with certain people, I don't want to say certain things because it will come back on me. So it's just like, all right, well, maybe I'll do it more privately where I know that these people ain't going to probably get it, so they won't even see the video, which is the plan. So I will upload some videos that I feel like it's more private and it'll be up there. And some things will be probably personal, like how to fix your credit, how to like little things like that. Like little videos where it's like, I feel like it's like knowledgeable that I want to share. So if you ever want to jump on there, it doesn't matter what bracket it's all the videos is going to be the same for any bracket. So check that out whenever, if you feel like it. And that's all I have for you guys, man. I enjoy my Sunday with you guys. Like, share, and subscribe. Try to like this video as much as you can so it could get passed around and circulated. And Kanye could see that he ain't stopping nothing. And Candace Owens could see they not stopping nothing. They not stealing my story and making it theirs and bringing it back home to their people. Like, it's not happening. I'm going to continue to go hard and continue to speak about what I believe, what I truly believe, and yeah, which is the Negro. We gotta just make sure that people understand. I don't want to take away from nobody else. I just want what should be already known to be known and be acknowledged. Like, bro, how long y'all gonna ignore us for? How long y'all gonna act like we don't exist and all that stuff for? It's boring at this point. Just like when I was telling you about the Jesus Nazareth, where they said, oh, well, Nazareth means to not work with the people from Africa. But now I'm realizing that it meant to not work with us. Because Africa possibly this could be Africa. Because this is the fertile land. This is the fertile motherland. And I'm going to try to I'm going to try to organize things one day. it just don't never really happen for me because I'd rather be up here with you guys in the moment. But one day I'm gonna organize stuff and I'm gonna be able to get everything up here, and they're gonna be uncomfortable when I really start showing y'all like articles of things. And it's like if this is here saying this in an article, and what I'm saying is pretty fucking accurate. And it's not me just being funny like, oh, Negroes is this and Negroes is the number is the people that got no, this is real information, and you can pull that from places like these articles are there. So like the video, dislike the video if you don't like it. I don't care, just react to it so it could be passed out and my voice could be heard a little bit more, just like Kanye and Candace Owens' voice just being heard just because they are in the right circle with the right family. I deserve to be heard too. So try to circulate, try to like and share. And if you haven't subscribe. And enjoy the rest of you guys' night. Have a good night, everybody. All right, later.